Chapter 64. The Rocks and Valleys. During these days Mrs. Greenow was mistress of the old hall down in Westmoreland, and was nursing Kate assiduously through the calamity of her broken arm. There had come to be a considerable amount of confidence between the aunt and the niece. Kate had acknowledged to her aunt that her brother had behaved badly, very badly. And the aunt had confessed to the niece that she regarded Captain Belfield as a fit subject for compassion. "And he was violent to you, and broke your arm?" "I always knew it was so, Mrs. Greenow had said, speaking with reference to her nephew. But this Kate had denied. "No," said she, "that was an accident. When he went away and left me, he knew nothing about it. And if he had broken both my arms I should not have cared much. I could have forgiven him that." But that which Kate could not forgive him was the fault which she had herself committed. For his sake she had done her best to separate Alice and John Grey, and George had shown himself to be unworthy of the kindness of her treachery. "I would give all I have in the world to bring them together again," Kate said. "They'll come together fast enough if they like each other," said Mrs. Greenow. "Alice is young still, and they tell me she's as good-looking as ever. A girl with her money won't have far to seek for a husband, even if this paragon from Cambridgeshire should not turn up again." "You don't know Alice, aunt." "No, I don't. But I know what young women are, and I know what young men are. All this nonsense about her cousin George, what difference will it make? A man like Mr. Grey won't care about that, especially not if she tells him all about it. My belief is that a girl can have anything forgiven her, if she'll only tell it herself." But Kate preferred the other subject, and so, I think, did Mrs. Greenow herself. "Of course, my dear," she would say, "marriage with me, if I should marry again, would be a very different thing to your marriage, or that of any other young person. As for love, that has been all over for me since poor Greenow died. I have known nothing of the softness of affection since I laid him in his cold grave, and never can again. Captain Belfield, I said to him, if you were to kneel at my feet for years, it would not make me care for you in the way of love. And what did he say to that? How am I to tell you what he said? He talked nonsense about my beauty, as all the men do. If a woman were humpbacked, and had only one eye, they wouldn't be ashamed to tell her she was a Venus. But, aunt, you are a handsome woman, you know." "Laws, my dear, as if I didn't understand all about it, as if I didn't know what makes a woman run after. It isn't beauty, and it isn't money altogether. I've seen women who had plenty of both, and not a man would come nigh them. They didn't dare. There are some of them, a man would as soon think of putting his arm round a poplar tree, they are so hard and so stiff. You know you're a little that way yourself, Kate, and I've always told you it won't do. I'm afraid I'm too old to mend, aunt." "Not at all, if you'll only set your wits to work and try. You've plenty of money now, and you're good-looking enough, too, when you take the trouble to get yourself up. But, as I said before, it isn't that that's wanted. There's a stand-off about some women, what the men call a nolimy tanhair, that a man must be quite a furious Orlando to attempt to get the better of it. They look as though matrimony itself were improper, and as if they believed that little babies were found about in the hedges and ditches. They talk of women being forward. There are some of them a deal too backward, according to my way of thinking. Yours is a comfortable doctrine, aunt. That's just what I want it to be. I want things to be comfortable. Why shouldn't things be nice about one when one's got the means? Nobody can say it's a pleasant thing to live alone. I always thought that man in the song hit it off properly. You remember what he says? The poker and tongs to each other belongs. So they do, and that should be the way with men and women. But the poker and tongs have but a bad life of it sometimes. Not so often as the people say, my dear. Men and women ain't like lumps of sugar. They don't melt because the water is sometimes warm. Now, if I do take Belfield, and I really think I shall. But if I do he'll give me a deal of trouble. I know he will. He'll always be wanting my money, and, of course, he'll get more than he ought. I'm not a Solomon, nor yet a Queen of Sheba, no more than anybody else. And he'll smoke too many cigars, and perhaps drink more brandy and water than he ought. And he'll be making eyes, too, at some of the girls who'll be fools enough to let him. Dear me, Aunt, if I thought all that ill of him, I'm sure I wouldn't marry him. Especially as you say you don't love him. As for love, my dear, that's gone, clear gone. Whereupon Mrs. Greenow put up her handkerchief to her eyes. Some women can love twice, but I am not one of them. I wish I could, I wish I could. These last words were spoken in a tone of solemn regret, which, however, she contrived to change as quickly as she had adopted it. But my dear, marriage is a comfortable thing. And then, though the captain may be a little free, I don't doubt but what I shall get the upper hand with him at last. I shan't stop his cigars and brandy and water, you know. Why shouldn't a man smoke and have a glass, if he don't make a beast of himself? I like to see a man enjoy himself. And then, she added, speaking tenderly of her absent lover, I do think he's fond of me, I do, indeed. So is Mr. Cheesacre for the matter of that. Poor Cheesy. I believe he was, though he did talk so much about money. I always like to believe the best I can of them. But then there was no poetry about Cheesy. I don't care about saying it now, as you've quite made up your mind not to have him. Quite, Aunt. Your grandfather's will does make a difference, you know. But, as I was saying, I do like a little romance about them, just a sniff, as I call it, of the rocks and valleys. One knows that it doesn't mean much. But it's like artificial flowers, it gives a little color, and takes off the dowdiness. Of course, bread and cheese is the real thing. The rocks and valleys are no good at all, if you haven't got that. But enough is as good as a feast. Thanks to dear Greenow, here the handkerchief was again used, thanks to dear Greenow, I shall never want. Of course I shan't let any of the money go into his hands, the captain's, I mean. I know a trick worth two of that, my dear. But, Lord love you, I've enough for him and me. What's the good of a woman's wanting to keep it all to herself? And you think you'll really take him, Aunt, and pay his washerwoman's bills for him? You remember what you told me when I first saw him? Oh, yes, I remember. And if he can't pay his own washerwoman, isn't that so much more of a reason that I should do it for him? Well, yes, I think I will take him. That is, if he lets me take him just as I choose. Beggars mustn't be choosers, my dear. In this way the aunt and niece became very confidential, and Mrs. Greenow whispered into Kate's ears her belief that Captain Belfield might possibly make his way across the country to Westmoreland. There would be no harm in offering him a bed, would there? Mrs. Greenow asked. You see the inn at Shap is a long way off for morning calls. Kate could not take upon herself to say that there would be any harm, but she did not like the idea of having Captain Belfield as a visitor. After all, perhaps he mayn't come, said the widow. I don't see where he is to raise the money for such a journey, now that he has quarrelled with Mr. Cheesacre. If Captain Belfield must come to Vavasor Hall, at any rate let him not come till Alice's visit had been completed. That was Kate's present wish, and so much she ventured to confide to her aunt. But there seemed to be no way of stopping him. I don't in the least know where he is, my dear, and as for writing to him, I never did such a thing in my life, and I shouldn't know how to begin. Mrs. Greenow declared that she had not positively invited the captain, but on this point Kate hardly gave full credit to her aunt's statement. Alice arrived, and, for a day or two, the three ladies lived very pleasantly together. Kate still wore her arm in a sling. But she was able to walk out, and would take long walks in spite of the doctor's prohibition. Of course, they went up on the mountains. Indeed, all the walks from Vavasor Hall led to the mountains, unless one chose to take the road to Shap. But they went up, across the Beacon Hill, as though by mutual consent. There were no questions asked between them as to the route to be taken. And though they did not reach the stone on which they had once sat looking over upon Haweswater, they did reach the spot upon which Kate had encountered her accident. "It was here I fell," she said. "And the last I saw of him was his back, as he made his way down into the valley, there. When I got upon my legs I could still see him. It was one of those evenings when the clouds are dark, but you can see all objects with a peculiar clearness through the air. I stood here ever so long, holding my arm, and watching him. But he never once turned to look back at me. Do you know, Alice, I fancy that I shall never see him again. Do you suppose that he means to quarrel with you altogether? I can hardly tell you what I mean. He seemed to me to be going away from me, as though he went into another world. His figure against the light was quite clear, and he walked quickly, and on he went, till the slope of the hill hid him from me. Of course, I thought that he would return to the hall. At one time I almost feared that he would come upon me through the woods, as I went back myself. But yet, I had a feeling, what people call a presentiment, that I should never see him again. He has never written. No, not a word. You must remember that he did not know that I had hurt myself. I am sure he will not write, and I am sure, also, that I shall not. If he wanted money I would send it to him, but I would not write to him. I fear he will always want money, Kate. I fear he will. If you could know what I suffered when he made me write that letter to you. But, of course, I was a beast. Of course, I ought not to have written it. I thought it a very proper letter. It was a mean letter. The whole thing was mean. He should have starved in the street before he had taken your money. He should have given up Parliament, and everything else. I had doubted much about him before, but it was that which first turned my heart against him. I had begun to fear that he was not such a man as I had always thought him, as I had spoken of him to you. I had judged of him for myself, said Alice. Of course you did. But I had endeavored to make you judge kindly. Alice, dear. We have both suffered for him, you more than I, perhaps, but I, too, have given up everything for him. My whole life has been at his service. I have been his creature, to do his bidding, just as he might tell me. He made me do things that I knew to be wrong, things that were foreign to my own nature. And yet I almost worshipped him. Even now, if he were to come back, I believe that I should forgive him everything. I should forgive him, but I could never do more. But he will never come back. He will never ask us to forgive him, or even wish it. He has no heart. He has longed for money till the devil has hardened his heart, said Alice. And yet how tender he could be in his manner when he chose it, how soft he could make his words and his looks. Do you remember how he behaved to us in Switzerland? Do you remember that balcony at Bâle, and the night we sat there, when the boys were swimming down the river? Yes, I remember. So do I. So do I. Alice, I would give all I have in the world, if I could recall that journey to Switzerland. If you mean for my sake, Kate. I do mean for your sake. It made no difference to me. Whether I stayed in Westmoreland or went abroad, I must have found out that my God was made of bricks and clay instead of gold. But there was no need for you to be crushed in the ruins. I am not crushed, Kate. Of course, you are too proud to own it. If you mean about Mr. Gray, that would have happened just the same, whether I had gone abroad or remained at home. Would it, dear? Just the same. There was nothing more than this said between them about Mr. Gray. Even to her cousin, Alice could not bring herself to talk freely on that subject. She would never allow herself to think, for a moment, that she had been persuaded by others to treat him as she had treated him. She was sure that she had acted on her own convictions of what was right and wrong, and now, though she had begun to feel that she had been wrong, she would hardly confess as much even to herself. They walked back, down the hill, to the hall in silence for the greater part of the way. Once or twice Kate repeated her conviction that she should never again see her brother. I do not know what may happen to him, she said in answer to her cousin's questions, but when he was passing out of my sight into the valley, I felt that I was looking at him for the last time. That is simply what people call a presentiment, Alice replied. Exactly so, and presentiments, of course, mean nothing, said Kate. Then they walked on towards the house without further speech. But when they reached the end of the little path which led out of the wood, onto the gravelled sweep before the front door, they were both arrested by a sight that met their eyes. There was a man standing, with a cigar in his mouth, before them, swinging a little cane, and looking about him up at the wood. He had on his head a jaunty little straw hat, and he wore a jacket with brass buttons, and white trousers. It was now nearly the middle of May, but the summer does not come to Westmoreland so early as that, and the man, as he stood there looking about him, seemed to be cold and almost uncomfortable. He had not as yet seen the two girls, who stood at the end of the walk, arrested by the sight of him. "Who is it?" asked Alice, in a whisper. "Captain Belfield," said Kate, speaking with something very like dismay in her voice. "What? Aunt Greenow's captain?" "Yes, Aunt Greenow's captain. I have been fearing this, and now, what on earth are we to do with him? Look at him. That's what Aunt Greenow calls a sniff of the rocks and valleys." The captain began to move, just to move, as though it were necessary to do something to keep the life in his limbs. He had finished his cigar, and looked at the end of it with manifest regret. As he threw it away among a tuft of shrubs his eye fell upon the two ladies, and he uttered a little exclamation. Then he came forward, waving his little straw hat in his hand, and made his salutation. "Miss Vavasor, I am delighted," he said. "Miss Alice Vavasor, if I am not mistaken. I have been commissioned by my dear friend Mrs. Greenow to go out and seek you, but, upon my word, the woods looked so black that I did not dare to venture. And then, of course, I shouldn't have found you." Kate put out her left hand, and then introduced her cousin to the captain. Again he waved his little straw hat, and strove to bear himself as though he were at home and comfortable. But he failed, and it was manifest that he failed. He was not the Belfield who had conquered Mr. Cheesacre on the sands at Yarmouth, though he wore the same jacket and waistcoat. And must now have enjoyed the internal satisfaction of feeling that his future maintenance in life was assured to him. But he was not at his ease. His courage had sufficed to enable him to follow his quarry into Westmoreland, but it did not suffice to make him comfortable while he was there. Kate instantly perceived his condition, and wickedly resolved that she would make no effort to assist him. She went through some ceremony of introduction, and then expressed her surprise at seeing him so far north. "Well," said he, "I am a little surprised myself, I am, indeed. But I had nothing to do in Norwich, literally nothing. And your aunt had so often talked to me of the beauties of this place." And he waved his hand round at the old house and the dark trees, "that I thought I'd take the liberty of paying you a flying visit. I didn't mean to intrude in the way of sleeping, I didn't indeed, Miss Vavasor, only Mrs. Greenow has been so kind as to say. We are so very far out of the world, Captain Belfield, that we always give our visitors beds. I didn't intend it, I didn't indeed, miss." Poor Captain Belfield was becoming very uneasy in his agitation. "I did just put my bag, with a change of things, into the gig, which brought me over, not knowing quite where I might go on to." "We won't send you any further today, at any rate," said Kate. "Mrs. Greenow has been very kind, indeed. She has asked me to stay till Saturday." Kate bit her lips in a momentary fit of anger. The house was her house, and not her aunt's. But she remembered that her aunt had been kind to her at Norwich and at Yarmouth, and she allowed this feeling to die away. "We shall be very glad to see you," she said. "We are 3 women together here, and I'm afraid you will find us rather dull." "Oh dear, no, dull with you. That would be impossible. And how have you left your friend, Mr. Cheesacre?" "Quite well, very well, thank you. That is to say, I haven't seen him much lately. He and I did have a bit of a breeze, you know." "I can't say that I did know, Captain Belfield. I thought, perhaps, you had heard." He seemed to think that I was too particular in a certain quarter. Ha, 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 ha. That's only my joke, you know, ladies. They then went into the house, and the captain straggled in after them. Mrs. Greenow was in neither of the two sitting rooms which they usually occupied. She, too, had been driven somewhat out of the ordinary composure of her manner by the arrival of her lover, even though she had expected it, and had retired to her room, thinking that she had better see Kate in private before they met in the presence of the captain. "I suppose you have seen my aunt since you have been here," said Kate. "Oh dear, yes. I saw her, and she suggested that I had better walk out and find you. I did find you, you know, though I didn't walk very far. And have you seen your room?" "Yes, yes. She was kind enough to show me my room. Very nice indeed, thank you. Looking out into the front, and all that kind of thing." The poor fellow was no doubt thinking how much better was his lot at Vavasor Hall than it had been at Oileymead. "I shan't stay long, Miss Vavasor, only just a night or so, but I did want to see your aunt again, and you, too, upon my word. My aunt is the attraction, Captain Belfield. We all know that." He actually simpered like a young girl who is half elated and half ashamed when her lover is thrown in her teeth. He fidgeted with the things on the table, and moved himself about uneasily from one leg to the other. Perhaps he was remembering that though he had contrived to bring himself to Vavasor Hall he had not money enough left to take him back to Norwich. The two girls left him and went to their rooms. "I will go to my aunt at once," said Kate, "and find out what is to be done. I suppose she means to marry him." "Oh, yes, she means to marry him, and the sooner the better now. I knew this was coming, but I did so hope it would not be while you were here. It makes me feel so ashamed of myself that you should see it." Kate boldly knocked at her aunt's door, and her aunt received her with a conscious smile. "I was waiting for you to come," said Mrs. Greenow. "Here I am, aunt. And, what is more to the purpose, there is Captain Belfield in the drawing-room. Stupid man. I told him to take himself away about the place till dinner-time. I've half a mind to send him back to Shap at once, upon my word I have." "Don't do that, aunt, it would be inhospitable. But he is such an oaf. I hope you understand, my dear, that I couldn't help it. But you do mean to marry him, aunt, don't you?" "Well, Kate, I really think I do. Why shouldn't I? It's a lonely sort of life being by myself, and, upon my word, I don't think there's very much harm in him. I am not saying anything against him. Only in that case you can't very well turn him out of the house." "Could not I, though?" "I could in a minute, and, if you wish it, you shall see if I can't do it. The rocks and valleys would not allow that, aunt. It's all very well for you to laugh, my dear. If laughing would break my bones I shouldn't be as whole as I am now. I might have had Cheesacre if I liked, who is a substantial man, and could have kept a carriage for me, but it was the rocks and valleys that prevented that. And perhaps a little feeling that I might do some good to a poor fellow who has nobody in the world to look after him." Mrs. Greenow, as she said this, put her handkerchief up to her eyes, and wiped away the springing moisture. Tears were always easy with her, but on this occasion Kate almost respected her tears. "I'm sure I hope you'll be happy, aunt. If he makes me unhappy he shall pay for it," and Mrs. Greenow, having done with the tears, shook her head, as though upon this occasion she quite meant all that she said. At dinner they were not very comfortable. Either the gloomy air of the place and the neighbourhood of the black pines had depressed the captain, or else the glorious richness of the prospects before him had made him thoughtful. He had laid aside the jacket with the brass buttons, and had dressed himself for dinner very soberly. And he behaved himself at dinner and after dinner with a wonderful sobriety, being very unlike the captain who had sat at the head of the table at Mrs. Greenow's picnic. When left to himself after dinner he barely swallowed 2 glasses of the old squire's port wine before he sauntered out into the garden to join the ladies, whom he had seen there. And when pressed by Kate to light a cigar he positively declined. On the following morning Mrs. Greenow had recovered her composure, but Captain Belfield was still in a rather disturbed state of mind. He knew that his efforts were to be crowned with success, and that he was sure of his wife, but he did not know how the preliminary difficulties were to be overcome. And he did not know what to do with himself at the Hall. After breakfast he fidgeted about in the parlour, being unable to contrive for himself a mode of escape. And was absolutely thrown upon his beam ends when the widow asked him what he meant to do with himself between that and dinner. "I suppose I'd better take a walk," he said, "and perhaps the young ladies." "If you mean my two nieces," said Mrs. Greenow, "I'm afraid you'll find they are engaged." But if I'm not too old to walk with, the captain assured her that she was just of the proper age for a walking companion, as far as his taste went. And then attempted some apology for the awkwardness of his expression, at which the three women laughed heartily. "Never mind, Captain," said Mrs. Greenow. "We'll have our walk all the same, and won't mind those young girls. Come along." They started, not up towards the mountains, as Kate always did when she walked in Westmoreland, but mildly, and at a gentle pace, as beseemed their years, along the road towards Shap. The captain politely opened the old gate for the widow, and then carefully closed it again, not allowing it to swing, as he would have done at Yarmouth. Then he tripped up to his place beside her, suggested his arm, which she declined, and walked on for some paces in silence. What on earth was he to say to her? He had done his love-making successfully, and what was he to do next? "Well, Captain Belfield," said she. They were walking very slowly, and he was cutting the weeds by the roadside with his cane. He knew by her voice that something special was coming, so he left the weeds and ranged himself close up alongside of her. "Well, Captain Belfield, so I suppose I'm to be good-natured, am I? Arabella, you'll make me the happiest man in the world." "That's all fudge." She would have said, "all rocks and valleys," only he would not have understood her. "Upon my word, you will. I hope I shall make you respectable." "Oh, yes, certainly. I quite intend that. It is the great thing that you should intend. Of course I am going to make a fool of myself." "No, no. Don't say that. If I don't say it, all my friends will say it for me. It's lucky for you that I don't much care what people say. It is lucky, I know that I'm lucky. The very first day I saw you I thought what a happy fellow I was to meet you. Then, of course, I was only thinking of your beauty. Get along with you. Upon my word, yes. Come, Arabella, as we are to be man and wife, you might as well." At this moment he had got very close to her, and had recovered something of his usual elasticity. But she would not allow him even to put his arm round her waist. "Out in the high road," she said. "How can you be so impertinent, and so foolish? You might as well, you know, just once. Captain Belfield, I brought you out here not for such fooling as that, but in order that we might have a little chat about business. If we are to be man and wife, as you say, we ought to understand on what footing we are to begin together. I'm afraid your own private means are not considerable." "Well, no, they are not, Mrs. Greenow. Have you anything?" The captain hesitated, and poked the ground with his cane. "Come, Captain Belfield, let us have the truth at once, and then we shall understand each other." The captain still hesitated, and said nothing. "You must have had something to live upon, I suppose," suggested the widow. Then the captain, by degrees, told his story. He had a married sister by whom a guinea a week was allowed to him. That was all. He had been obliged to sell out of the army, because he was unable to live on his pay as a lieutenant. The price of his commission had gone to pay his debts, and now, yes, it was too true, now he was in debt again. He owed £90 to Cheeseacre, £32.10 to a tailor at Yarmouth, over £17 at his lodgings in Norwich. At the present moment he had something under 30 shillings in his pocket. The tailor at Yarmouth had lent him £3 in order that he might make his journey into Westmoreland, and perhaps be enabled to pay his debts by getting a rich wife. In the course of the cross-examination Mrs. Greenow got much information out of him. And then, when she was satisfied that she had learned, not exactly all the truth, but certain indications of the truth, she forgave him all his offences. "And now you will give a fellow a kiss, just one kiss," said the ecstatic captain, in the height of his bliss. "Hush," said the widow, "there's a carriage coming on the road, close to us." Chapter 65. The First Kiss. "Hush," said the widow, "there's a carriage coming on the road, close to us." Mrs. Greenow, as she spoke these words, drew back from the captain's arms before the first kiss of permitted antenuptial love had been exchanged. The scene was on the high road from Shap to Vavasor, and as she was still dressed in all the sombre habiliments of early widowhood, and as neither he nor his sweetheart were under 40. Perhaps it was as well that they were not caught toying together in so very public a place. But they were only just in time to escape the vigilant eyes of a new visitor. Round the corner of the road, at a sharp trot, came the Shap post-horse, with the Shap gig behind him, the same gig which had brought Belfield to Vavasor on the previous day, and seated in the gig, looming large, with his eyes wide awake to everything round him, was Mr. Cheesacre. It was a sight terrible to the eyes of Captain Belfield, and by no means welcome to those of Mrs. Greenow. As regarded her, her annoyance had chiefly reference to her two nieces, and especially to Alice. How was she to account for this second lover? Kate, of course, knew all about it. But how could Alice be made to understand that she, Mrs. Greenow, was not to blame, that she had, in sober truth, told this ardent gentleman that there was no hope for him? And even as to Kate, whom her aunt had absurdly chosen to regard as the object of Mr. Cheesacre's pursuit, what sort of a welcome would she extend to the owner of Oileymead? Before the wheels had stopped, Mrs. Greenow had begun to reflect whether it might be possible that she should send Mr. Cheesacre back without letting him go on to the Hall, but if Mrs. Greenow was dismayed, what were the feelings of the captain? For he was aware that Cheesacre knew that of him which he had not told. How ardently did he now wish that he had sailed nearer to the truth in giving in the schedule of his debts to Mrs. Greenow. "That man's wanted by the police," said Cheesacre, speaking while the gig was still in motion. "He's wanted by the police, Mrs. Greenow," and in his ardour he stood up in the gig and pointed at Belfield. Then the gig stopped suddenly, and he fell back into his seat in his effort to prevent his falling forward. "He's wanted by the police," he shouted out again, as soon as he was able to recover his voice. Mrs. Greenow turned pale beneath the widow's veil which she had dropped. What might not her captain have done? He might have procured things, to be sent to him, out of shops on false pretences, or, urged on by want and famine, he might have committed forgery. "Oh, my!" she said, and dropped her hand from his arm, which she had taken. "It's false," said Belfield. "It's true," said Cheesacre. "I'll indict you for slander, my friend," said Belfield. "Pay me the money you owe me," said Cheesacre. "You're a swindler." Mrs. Greenow cared little as to her lover being a swindler in Mr. Cheesacre's estimation. Such accusations from him she had heard before. But she did care very much as to this mission of the police against her captain. If that were true, the captain could be her captain no longer. "What is this I hear, Captain Belfield?" she said. "It's a lie and a slander. He merely wants to make a quarrel between us. What police are after me, Mr. Cheesacre?" "It's the police, or the sheriff's officer, or something of the kind," said Cheesacre. "Oh, the sheriff's officers," exclaimed Mrs. Greenow, in a tone of voice which showed how great had been her relief. "Mr. Cheesacre, you shouldn't come and say such things, you shouldn't, indeed. Sheriff's officers can be paid, and there's an end of them." "I'll indict him for the libel, I will, as sure as I'm alive," said Belfield. "Nonsense," said the widow. "Don't you make a fool of yourself. When men can't pay their way they must put up with having things like that said of them. Mr. Cheesacre, where were you going?" "I was going to Vavasor Hall, on purpose to caution you." It's too late, said Mrs. Greenow, sinking behind her veil. Why, you haven't been and married him since yesterday. He only had 24 hours start of me, I know. Or, perhaps, you had it done clandestine in Norwich. Oh, Mrs. Greenow. He got out of the gig, and the three walked back towards the hall together, while the boy drove on with Mr. Cheesacre's carpet-bag. I hardly know, said Mrs. Greenow, whether we can welcome you. There are other visitors, and the house is full. I'm not one to intrude where I'm not wanted. You may be sure of that. If I can't get my supper for love, I can get at for money. That's more than some people can say. I wonder when you're going to pay me what you owe me, Lieutenant Belfield. Nevertheless, the widow had contrived to reconcile the two men before she reached the hall. They had actually shaken hands, and the lamb Cheesacre had agreed to lie down with the wolf Belfield. Cheesacre, moreover, had contrived to whisper into the widow's ears the true extent of his errand into Westmoreland. This, however, he did not do altogether in Belfield's hearing. When Mrs. Greenow ascertained that there was something to be said, she made no scruple in sending her betrothed away from her. You won't throw a fellow over, will you, now? Whispered Belfield into her ear as he went. She merely frowned at him, and bade him begone, so that the walk which Mrs. Greenow began with one lover she ended in company with the other. Belfield, who was sent on to the house, found Alice and Kate surveying the newly arrived carpet-bag. He knows, said the boy who had driven the gig, pointing to the captain. It belongs to your old friend, Mr. Cheesacre, said Belfield to Kate. And has he come too? Said Kate. The captain shrugged his shoulders, and admitted that it was hard. And it's not the slightest use, said he, not the least in the world. He never had a chance in that quarter. Not enough of the rocks and valleys about him, was there, Captain Belfield? Said Kate. But Captain Belfield understood nothing about the rocks and valleys, though he was regarded by certain eyes as being both a rock and a valley himself. In the meantime Cheesacre was telling his story. He first asked, in a melancholy tone, whether it was really necessary that he must abandon all his hopes. He wasn't going to say anything against the captain, he said, if things were really fixed. He never begrudged any man his chance. Things are really fixed, said Mrs. Greenow. He could, however, not keep himself from hinting that Oileymead was a substantial home, and that Belfield had not as much as a straw mattress to lie upon. In answer to this Mrs. Greenow told him that there was so much more reason why someone should provide the poor man with a mattress. If you look at it in that light, of course it's true, said Cheesacre. Mrs. Greenow told him that she did look at it in that light. Then I've done about that, said Cheesacre, and as to the little bit of money he owes me, I must give him his time about it, I suppose. Mrs. Greenow assured him that it should be paid as soon as possible after the nuptial benediction had been said over them. She offered, indeed, to pay it at once if he was in distress for it, but he answered contemptuously that he never was in distress for money. He liked to have his own, that was all. After this he did not get away to his next subject quite so easily as he wished, and it must be admitted that there was a difficulty. As he could not have Mrs. Greenow, he would be content to put up with Kate for his wife. That was his next subject. Rumours as to the old squire's will had no doubt reached him, and he was now willing to take advantage of that assistance which Mrs. Greenow had before offered him in this matter. The time had come in which he ought to marry, of that he was aware. He had told many of his friends in Norfolk that Kate Vavasor had thrown herself at his head, and very probably he had thought it true. In answer to all his love speeches to herself, the aunt had always told him what an excellent wife her niece would make him. So now he had come to Westmoreland with this second string to his bow. You know you put it into my head your own self, pleaded Mr. Cheesacre. Didn't you, now? But things are so different since that, said the widow. How different? I ain't different. There's Oileymead just where it always was, and the owner of it don't owe a shilling to any man. How are things different? My niece has inherited property. And is that to make a change? Oh. Mrs. Greenow, who would have thought to find you mercenary like that? Inherited property. Is she going to fling a man over because of that? Mrs. Greenow endeavoured to explain to him that her niece could hardly be said to have flung him over, and at last pretended to become angry when he attempted to assert his position. Why, Mr. Cheesacre, I am quite sure she never gave you a word of encouragement in her life. But you always told me I might have her for the asking. And now I tell you that you mayn't. It's of no use your going on there to ask her, for she will only send you away with an answer you won't like. Look here, Mr. Cheesacre, you want to get married, and it's quite time you should. There's my dear friend Charlie Fairstairs. How could you get a better wife than Charlie? Charlie Fairstairs, said Cheesacre, turning up his nose in disgust. She hasn't got a penny, nor anyone belonging to her. The man who marries her will have to find the money for the smock she stands up in. Who's mercenary now, Mr. Cheesacre? Do you go home and think of it, and if you'll marry Charlie, I'll go to your wedding. You shan't be ashamed of her clothing. I'll see to that. They were now close to the gate, and Cheesacre paused before he entered. Do you think there's no chance at all for me, then? Said he. I know there's none. I've heard her speak about it. Somebody else, perhaps, is the happy man. I can't say anything about that, but I know that she wouldn't take you. I like farming, you know, but she doesn't. I might give that up, said Cheesacre readily, at any rate, for a time. No, 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 it would do no good. Believe me, my friend, that it is of no use. He still paused at the gate. I don't see what's the use of my going in, said he. To this she made him no answer. There's a pride about me, he continued, that I don't choose to go where I'm not wanted. I can't tell you, Mr. Cheesacre, that you are wanted in that light, certainly. Then I'll go. Perhaps you'll be so good as to tell the boy with the gig to come after me. That's £6.10 it will have cost me to come here and go back. Belfield did it cheaper, of course, he travelled second class. I heard of him as I came along. The expense does not matter to you, Mr. Cheesacre. To this he assented, and then took his leave, at first offering his hand to Mrs. Greenow with an air of offended dignity, but falling back almost into humility during the performance of his adieu. Before he was gone he had invited her to bring the captain to Oileymead when she was married, and had begged her to tell Miss Vavasor how happy he should be to receive her. And Mr. Cheesacre, said the widow, as he walked back along the road, don't forget dear Charlie Fairstairs. They were all standing at the front door of the house when Mrs. Greenow reappeared, Alice, Kate, Captain Belfield, the Shap boy, and the Shap horse and gig. Where is he? Kate asked in a low voice, and everyone there felt how important was the question. He has gone, said the widow. Belfield was so relieved that he could not restrain his joy, but took off his little straw hat and threw it up into the air. Kate's satisfaction was almost as intense. I am so glad, said she. What on earth should we have done with him? I never was so disappointed in my life, said Alice. I have heard so much of Mr. Cheesacre, but have never seen him. Kate suggested that she should get into the gig and drive after him. He ain't a been and took hisself off, suggested the boy, whose face became very dismal as the terrible idea struck him. But, with juvenile craft, he put his hand on the carpet-bag, and finding that it did not contain stones, was comforted. You drive after him, young gentleman, and you'll find him on the road to Shap, said Mrs. Greenow. Mind you give him my love, said the captain in his glee, and say I hope he'll get his turnips in well. This little episode went far to break the day, and did more than anything else could have done to put Captain Belfield at his ease. It created a little joint stock fund of merriment between the whole party, which was very much needed. The absence of such joint stock fund is always felt when a small party is thrown together without such assistance. Some bond is necessary on these occasions, and no other bond is so easy or so pleasant. Now, when the captain found himself alone for a quarter of an hour with Alice, he had plenty of subjects for small talk. Yes, indeed. Old Cheesacre, in spite of his absurdities, is not a bad sort of fellow at bottom, awfully fond of his money, you know, Miss Vavasor, and always boasting about it. That's not pleasant, said Alice. No, the most unpleasant thing in the world. There's nothing I hate so much, Miss Vavasor, as that kind of talking. My idea is this: when a man has lots of money, let him make the best use he can of it, and say nothing about it. Nobody ever heard me talking about my money. He knew that Alice knew that he was a pauper, but, nevertheless, he had the satisfaction of speaking of himself as though he were not a pauper. In this way the afternoon went very pleasantly. For an hour before dinner Captain Belfield was had into the drawing-room and was talked to by his widow on matters of business, but he had of course known that this was necessary. She scolded him soundly about those sheriff's officers. Why had he not told her? As long as there's anything kept back, I won't have you, said she. I won't become your wife till I'm quite sure there's not a penny owing that is not shown in the list. Then I think he did tell her all, or nearly all. When all was counted it was not so very much. 300 or 400 pounds would make him a new man, and what was such a sum as that to his wealthy widow? Indeed, for a woman wanting a husband of that sort, Captain Belfield was a safer venture than would be a man of a higher standing among his creditors. It is true Belfield might have been a forger, or a thief, or a returned convict, but then his debts could not be large. Let him have done his best, he could not have obtained credit for 1,000 pounds, whereas, no one could tell the liabilities of a gentleman of high standing. Burgo Fitzgerald was a gentleman of high standing, and his creditors would have swallowed up every shilling that Mrs. Greenow possessed, but with Captain Belfield she was comparatively safe. Upon the whole I think that she was lucky in her choice, or, perhaps, I might more truly say, that she had chosen with prudence. He was no forger, or thief, in the ordinary sense of the word. Nor was he a returned convict. He was simply an idle scamp, who had hung about the world for 40 years, doing nothing, without principle, shameless, accustomed to eat dirty puddings. And to be kicked, morally kicked, by such men as Cheesacre. But he was moderate in his greediness, and possessed of a certain appreciation of the comfort of a daily dinner, which might possibly suffice to keep him from straying very wide as long as his intended wife should be able to keep the purse strings altogether in her own hands. Therefore, I say that Mrs. Greenow had been lucky in her choice, and not altogether without prudence. I think of taking this house, said she, and of living here. What, in Westmoreland? Said the captain, with something of dismay in his tone. What on earth would he do with himself all his life in that gloomy place? Yes, in Westmoreland. Why not in Westmoreland as well as anywhere else? If you don't like Westmoreland, it's not too late yet, you know. In answer to this the poor captain was obliged to declare that he had no objection whatever to Westmoreland. I've been talking to my niece about it, continued Mrs. Greenow, and I find that such an arrangement can be made very conveniently. The property is left between her and her uncle, the father of my other niece, and neither of them want to live here. But won't you be rather dull, my dear? We could go to Yarmouth, you know, in the autumn. Then the captain's visage became somewhat bright again. And perhaps, if you are not extravagant, we could manage a month or so in London during the winter, just to see the plays and do a little shopping. Then the captain's face became very bright. That will be delightful, said he. And as for being dull, said the widow, when people grow old they must be dull. Dancing can't go on forever. In answer to this the widow's captain assured the widow that she was not at all old. And now, on this occasion, that ceremony came off successfully which had been interrupted on the Shap road by the noise of Mr. Cheesacre's wheels. There goes my cap, said she. What a goose you are! What will Jeanette say? Bother Jeanette, said the captain in his bliss. She can do another cap, and many more won't be wanted. Then I think the ceremony was repeated. Upon the whole the captain's visit was satisfactory, at any rate to the captain. Everything was settled. He was to go away on Saturday morning, and remain in lodgings at Penrith till the wedding, which they agreed to have celebrated at Vavasor Church. Kate promised to be the solitary bridesmaid. There was some talk of sending for Charlie Fairstairs, but the idea was abandoned. "We'll have her afterwards," said the widow to Kate, "when you are gone, and we shall want her more. And I'll get Cheesacre here, and make him marry her. There's no good in paying for 2 journeys." The captain was to be allowed to come over from Penrith twice a week previous to his marriage. Or perhaps, I might more fairly say, that he was commanded to do so. I wonder how he felt when Mrs. Greenow gave him his first £5 note, and told him that he must make it do for a fortnight. Whether it was all joy, or whether there was about his heart any touch of manly regret. Captain Belfield, of Vavasor Hall, Westmoreland. "It don't sound badly," he said to himself, as he travelled away on his first journey to Penrith. Chapter 66. Lady Monk's Plan. On the night of Lady Monk's party, Burgo Fitzgerald disappeared, and when the guests were gone and the rooms were empty, his aunt inquired for him in vain. The old butler and factotum of the house, who was employed by Sir Cosmo to put out the lamps and to see that he was not robbed beyond a certain point on these occasions of his wife's triumphs, was interrogated by his mistress, and said that he thought Mr. Burgo had left the house. Lady Monk herself knocked at her nephew's door, when she went upstairs, ascending an additional flight of stairs with her weary old limbs in order that she might do so. She even opened the door and saw the careless debris of his toilet about the room. But he was gone. "Perhaps, after all, he has arranged it," she said to herself, as she went down to her own room. But Burgo, as we know, had not arranged it. It may be remembered that when Mr. Palliser came back to his wife in the supper-room at Lady Monk's, bringing with him the scarf which Lady Glencora had left upstairs, Burgo was no longer with her. He had become well aware that he had no chance left, at any rate for that night. The poor fool, acting upon his aunt's implied advice rather than his own hopes, had secured a post-chaise, and stationed it in Bruton Street, some 5 minutes' walk from his aunt's house. And he had purchased feminine wrappings, cloaks, etc., things that he thought might be necessary for his companion. He had, too, ordered rooms at the new hotel near the Dover station, the London Bridge station, from whence was to start on the following morning a train to catch the tidal boat for Boulogne. There was a dressing bag there for which he had paid 25 guineas out of his aunt's money, not having been able to induce the tradesman to grant it to him on credit. And there were other things, slippers, collars, stockings, handkerchiefs, and what else might, as he thought, under such circumstances be most necessary. Poor thoughtful, thoughtless fool. The butler was right. He did leave the house. He saw Lady Glencora taken to her carriage from some back hiding-place in the hall, and then slipped out, unmindful of his shining boots, and dress coat and jewelled studs. He took a gibus hat, his own, or that of some other unfortunate, and slowly made his way down to the place in Bruton Street. There was the carriage and pair of horses, all in readiness. And the driver, when he had placed himself by the door of the vehicle, was not long in emerging from the neighbouring public-house. "All ready, your honour," said the man. "I shan't want you tonight," said Burgo, hoarsely, "go away." "And about the things, your honour?" "Take them to the devil." "No, stop. Take them back with you, and ask somebody to keep them till I send for them. I shall want them and another carriage in a day or 2. Then he gave the man half a sovereign, and went away, not looking at the little treasures which he had spent so much of his money in selecting for his love. When he was gone, the waterman and the driver turned them over with careful hands and gloating eyes. "It's at Paris, I'll go bail," said the waterman. "Pretty dear." "I suppose her parents was too many for her," said the driver. But neither of them imagined the enormity which the hirer of the chaise had in truth contemplated. Burgo from thence took his way back into Grosvenor Square, and from thence down Park Street, and through a narrow passage and a mews which there are in those parts, into Park Lane. He had now passed the position of Mr. Palliser's house, having come out on Park Lane at a spot nearer to Piccadilly. But he retraced his steps, walking along by the rails of the park, till he found himself opposite to the house. Then he stood there, leaning back upon the railings, and looking up at Lady Glencora's windows. What did he expect to see? Or was he, in truth, moved by love of that kind which can take joy in watching the slightest shadow that is made by the one loved object, that may be made by her, or by some violent conjecture of the mind, may be supposed to have been so made? Such love as that is, I think, always innocent. Burgo Fitzgerald did not love like that. I almost doubt whether he can be said to have loved at all. There was in his breast a mixed, feverish desire, which he took no trouble to analyze. He wanted money. He wanted the thing of which this Palliser had robbed him. He wanted revenge, though his desire for that was not a burning desire. And among other things, he wanted the woman's beauty of the woman whom he coveted. He wanted to kiss her again as he had once kissed her, and to feel that she was soft, and lovely, and loving for him. But as for seeing her shadow, unless its movement indicated some purpose in his favor, I do not think that he cared much about that. And why then was he there? Because in his unreasoning folly he did not know what step to take, or what step not to take. There are men whose energies hardly ever carry them beyond looking for the thing they want. She might see him from the window, and come to him. I do not say that he thought that it would be so. I fancy that he never thought at all about that or about anything. If you lie under a tree, and open your mouth, a plum may fall into it. It was probably an undefined idea of some such chance as this which brought him against the railings in the front of Mr. Palliser's house, that, and a feeling made up partly of despair and partly of lingering romance that he was better there, out in the night air, under the gas lamps, than he could be elsewhere. There he stood and looked, and cursed his ill luck. But his curses had none of the bitterness of those which George Vavasor was always uttering. Through it all there remained about Burgo one honest feeling, one conviction that was true, a feeling that it all served him right, and that he had better, perhaps, go to the devil at once. And give nobody any more trouble. If he loved no one sincerely, neither did he hate anyone, and whenever he made any self-inquiry into his own circumstances, he always told himself that it was all his own fault. When he cursed his fate, he only did so because cursing is so easy. George Vavasor would have ground his victims up to powder if he knew how, but Burgo Fitzgerald desired to hurt no one. There he stood till he was cold, and then, as the plum did not drop into his mouth, he moved on. He went up into Oxford Street, and walked along it the whole distance to the corner of Bond Street, passing by Grosvenor Square, to which he intended to return. At the corner of Bond Street, a girl took hold of him, and looked up into his face. "Ah," she said, "I saw you once before." "Then you saw the most miserable devil alive," said Burgo. "You can't be miserable," said the girl. "What makes you miserable?" "You've plenty of money." "I wish I had," said Burgo. "And plenty to eat and drink," exclaimed the girl, "and you are so handsome. I remember you. You gave me supper one night when I was starving. I ain't hungry now. Will you give me a kiss?" "I'll give you a shilling, and that's better," said Burgo. "But give me a kiss too," said the girl. He gave her first the kiss, and then the shilling, and after that he left her and passed on. "I'm d if I wouldn't change with her," he said to himself. "I wonder whether anything really ails him," thought the girl. "He said he was wretched before. Shouldn't I like to be good to such a one as him?" Burgo went on, and made his way into the house in Grosvenor Square, by some means probably unknown to his aunt, and certainly unknown to his uncle. He emptied his pockets as he got into bed, and counted a roll of notes which he had kept in one of them. There were still £130 left. Lady Glencora had promised that she would see him again. She had said as much as that quite distinctly. But what use would there be in that if all his money should then be gone? He knew that the keeping of money in his pocket was to him quite an impossibility. Then he thought of his aunt. What should he say to his aunt if he saw her in the course of the coming day? Might it not be as well for him to avoid his aunt altogether? He breakfasted upstairs in his bedroom, in the bed, indeed, eating a small pâté de foie gras from the supper table, as he read a French novel. There he was still reading his French novel in bed when his aunt's maid came to him, saying that his aunt wished to see him before she went out. "Tell me, Lucy," said he, "how is the old girl?" "She's as cross, Mr. Burgo." "Indeed, I shan't, not a minute longer." "Don't, now, will you? I tell you she's waiting for me." From which it may be seen that Lucy shared the general feminine feeling in favour of poor Burgo. Thus summoned, Burgo applied himself to his toilet. But as he did so, he recruited his energies from time to time by a few pages of the French novel, and also by small doses from a bottle of curaçao which he had in his bedroom. He was utterly a pauper. There was no pauper poorer than he in London that day. But, nevertheless, he breakfasted on pâté de foie gras and curaçao, and regarded those dainties very much as other men regard bread and cheese and beer. But though he was dressing at the summons of his aunt, he had by no means made up his mind that he would go to her. Why should he go to her? What good would it do him? She would not give him more money. She would only scold him for his misconduct. She might, perhaps, turn him out of the house if he did not obey her, or attempt to do so. But she would be much more likely to do this when he had made her angry by contradicting her. In neither case would he leave the house, even though its further use were positively forbidden him, because his remaining there was convenient. But as he could gain nothing by seeing the old girl, as he had called her, he resolved to escape to his club without attending to her summons. But his aunt, who was a better general than he, outmanoeuvred him. He crept down the back stairs. But as he could not quite condescend to escape through the area, he was forced to emerge upon the hall, and here his aunt pounced upon him, coming out of the breakfast parlour. "Did not Lucy tell you that I wanted to see you?" Lady Monk asked, with severity in her voice. Burgo replied, with perfect ease, that he was going out just to have his hair washed and brushed. He would have been back in 20 minutes. There was no energy about the poor fellow, unless, perhaps, when he was hunting. But he possessed a readiness which enabled him to lie at a moment's notice with the most perfect ease. Lady Monk did not believe him. But she could not confute him, and therefore she let the lie pass. "Never mind your hair now," she said. "I want to speak to you. Come in here for a few minutes." As there was no way of escape left to him, he followed his aunt into the breakfast parlour. "Burgo," she said, when she had seated herself, and had made him sit in a chair opposite to her, "I don't think you will ever do any good." "I don't much think I shall, aunt." "What do you mean, then, to do with yourself?" "Oh, I don't know. I haven't thought much about it. You can't stay here in this house. Sir Cosmo was speaking to me about you only yesterday morning. I shall be quite willing to go down to Monkshade, if Sir Cosmo likes it better, that is, when the season is a little more through. He won't have you at Monkshade. He won't let you go there again. And he won't have you here. You know that you are turning what I say into joke." "No, indeed, aunt." "Yes, you are. You know you are. You are the most ungrateful, heartless creature I ever met. You must make up your mind to leave this house at once." "Where does Sir Cosmo mean that I should go, then?" "To the workhouse, if you like." "He doesn't care." "I don't suppose he does." "The least in the world," said Burgo, opening his eyes, and stretching his nostrils, and looking into his aunt's face as though he had great ground for indignation. But the turning of Burgo out of the house was not Lady Monk's immediate purpose. She knew that he would hang on there till the season was over. After that he must not be allowed to return again, unless he should have succeeded in a certain enterprise. She had now caught him in order that she might learn whether there was any possible remaining chance of success as to that enterprise. So she received his indignation in silence, and began upon another subject. "What a fool you made of yourself last night, Burgo. Did I, more of a fool than usual? I believe that you will never be serious about anything. Why did you go on waltzing in that way when every pair of eyes in the room was watching you? I couldn't help going on, if she liked it. Oh, yes, say it was her fault. That's so like a man. Look here, Aunt, I'm not going to sit here and be abused. I couldn't take her in my arms, and fly away with her out of a crowd. Who wants you to fly away with her? For the matter of that, I suppose that you do. No, I don't. Well, then, I do. You. You haven't spirit to do that, or anything else. You are like a child that is just able to amuse itself for the moment, and never can think of anything further. You simply disgraced yourself last night, and me too, and her. But, of course, you care nothing about that. I had a plan already, only he came back. Of course he came back. Of course he came back, when they sent him word how you and she were going on. And now he will have forgiven her, and after that, of course, the thing will be all over. I tell you what, Aunt, she would go if she knew how. When I was forced to leave her last night, she promised to see me again. And as for being idle, and not doing anything, why, I was out in Park Lane last night, after you were in bed. What good did that do? It didn't do any good, as it happened. But a fellow can only try. I believe, after all, it would be easier down in the country, especially now that he has taken it into his head to look after her. Lady Monk sat silent for a few moments, and then she said in a low voice, "What did she say to you when you were parting? What were her exact words?" She, at any rate, was not deficient in energy. She was anxious enough to see her purpose accomplished. She would have conducted the matter with discretion, if the running away with Mr. Palliser's wife could, in very fact, have been done by herself. She said she would see me again. She promised it twice. And was that all? What could she say more, when she was forced to go away? Had she said that she would go with you? I had asked her, half a dozen times, and she did not once refuse. I know she means it, if she knew how to get away. She hates him, I'm sure of it. A woman, you know, wouldn't absolutely say that she would go, till she was gone. If she really meant it, she would tell you. I don't think she could have told me plainer. She said she would see me again. She said that twice over. Again Lady Monk sat silent. She had a plan in her head, a plan that might, as she thought, give to her nephew one more chance. But she hesitated before she could bring herself to explain it in detail. At first she had lent a little aid to this desired abduction of Mr. Palliser's wife, but in lending it had said no word upon the subject. During the last season she had succeeded in getting Lady Glencora to her house in London, and had taken care that Burgo should meet her there. Then a hint or two had been spoken, and Lady Glencora had been asked to Monkshade. Lady Glencora, as we know, did not go to Monkshade, and Lady Monk had then been baffled. But she did not therefore give up the game. Having now thought of it so much, she began to speak of it more boldly, and had procured money for her nephew that he might thereby be enabled to carry off the woman. But though this had been well understood between them, though words had been spoken which were sufficiently explicit, the plan had not been openly discussed. Lady Monk had known nothing of the mode in which Lady Glencora was to have been carried off after her party, nor whither she was to have been taken. But now she must arrange it herself, and have a scheme of her own, or else the thing must fail absolutely. Even she was almost reluctant to speak out plainly to her nephew on such a subject. What if he should be false to her, and tell of her? But when a woman has made such schemes, nothing distresses her so sadly as their failure. She would risk all rather than that Mr. Palliser should keep his wife. "I will try and help you," she said at last, speaking hoarsely, almost in a whisper, "if you have courage to make an attempt yourself." "Courage," said he. "What is it you think I am afraid of? Mr. Palliser? I'd fight him, or all the Pallisers, one after another, if it would do any good." "Fighting? There's no fighting wanted, as you know well enough. Men don't fight nowadays. Look here. If you can get her to call here some day, say on Thursday, at 3 o'clock, I will be here to receive her. And instead of going back into her carriage, you can have a cab for her somewhere near. She can come, as it were, to make a morning call. A cab? Yes. A cab won't kill her, and it is less easily followed than a carriage. And where shall we go? There is a train to Southampton at 4, and the boat sails for Jersey at 6:30. You will be in Jersey the next morning, and there is a boat goes on to St. Malo, almost at once. You can go direct from one boat to the other, that is, if she has strength and courage. After that, who will say that Lady Monk was not a devoted aunt? That would do excellently well, said the enraptured Burgo. She will have difficulty in getting away from me, out of the house. Of course I shall say nothing about it, and shall know nothing about it. She had better tell her coachman to drive somewhere to pick someone up, and to return. Out somewhere to Tyburnia, or down to Pimlico. Then she can leave me, and go out on foot, to where you have the cab. She can tell the hall porter that she will walk to her carriage. Do you understand? Burgo declared that he did understand. You must call on her, and make your way in, and see her, and arrange all this. It must be a Thursday, because of the boats. Then she made inquiry about his money, and took from him the notes which he had, promising to return them, with something added, on the Thursday morning. But he asked, with a little whine, for a £5 note, and got it. Burgo then told her about the travelling bags and the stockings, and they were quite pleasant and confidential. Bid her come in a stout travelling dress, said Lady Monk. She can wear some lace or something over it, so that the servants won't observe it. I will take no notice of it. Was there ever such an aunt? After this, Burgo left his aunt, and went away to his club, in a state of most happy excitement. Chapter 67. The Last Kiss. Alice, on her return from Westmoreland, went direct to Park Lane, whither Lady Glencora and Mr. Palliser had also returned before her. She was to remain with them in London one entire day, and on the morning after that they were to start for Paris. She found Mr. Palliser in close attendance upon his wife. Not that there was anything in his manner which at all implied that he was keeping watch over her, or that he was more with her, or closer to her than a loving husband might wish to be with a young wife. But the mode of life was very different from that which Alice had seen at Matching Priory. On her arrival Mr. Palliser himself received her in the hall, and took her up to his wife before she had taken off her travelling hat. "We are so much obliged to you, Miss Vavasor," he said. "I feel it quite as deeply as Glencora." "Oh, no," she said, "it is I that am under obligation to you for taking me." He merely smiled, and shook his head, and then took her upstairs. On the stairs he said one other word to her: "You must forgive me if I was cross to you that night she went out among the ruins." Alice muttered something, some little fib of courtesy as to the matter having been forgotten, or never borne in mind, and then they went on to Lady Glencora's room. It seemed to Alice that he was not so big or so much to be dreaded as when she had seen him at Matching. His descent from an expectant, or more than an expectant, Chancellor of the Exchequer, down to a simple, attentive husband, seemed to affect his gait, his voice, and all his demeanour. When he received Alice at the Priory he certainly loomed before her as something great, whereas now his greatness seemed to have fallen from him. We must own that this was hard upon him, seeing that the deed by which he had divested himself of his greatness had been so pure and good. "Dear Alice, this is so good of you. I am all in the midst of packing, and Plantagenet is helping me." Plantagenet winced a little under this, as the hero of old must have winced when he was found with the distaff. Mr. Palliser had relinquished his sword of state for the distaff which he had assumed, and could take no glory in the change. There was, too, in his wife's voice the slightest hint of mockery, which, slight as it was, he perhaps thought she might have spared. "You have nothing left to pack," continued Glencora, "and I don't know what you can do to amuse yourself." I will help you, said Alice. But we have so very nearly done. I think we shall have to pull all the things out, and put them up again, or we shall never get through tomorrow. We couldn't start tomorrow, could we, Plantagenet? Not very well, as your rooms are ordered in Paris for the next day. As if we couldn't find rooms at every inn on the road. Men are so particular. Now in travelling I should like never to order rooms, never to know where I was going or when I was going, and to carry everything I wanted in a market basket. Alice, who by this time had followed her friend along the passage to her bedroom, and had seen how widely the packages were spread about, bethought herself that the market basket should be a large one. And I would never travel among Christians. Christians are so slow, and they wear chimney-pot hats everywhere. The further one goes from London among Christians, the more they wear chimney-pot hats. I want Plantagenet to take us to see the Kurds, but he won't. I don't think that would be fair to Miss Vavasor, said Mr. Palliser, who had followed them. Don't put the blame on her head, said Lady Glencora. Women have always pluck for anything. Wouldn't you like to see a live Kurd, Alice? I don't exactly know where they live, said Alice. Nor I. I have not the remotest idea of the way to the Kurds. You see my joke, don't you, though Plantagenet doesn't? But one knows that they are Eastern, and the East is such a grand idea. I think we'll content ourselves with Rome, or perhaps Naples, on this occasion, said Mr. Palliser. The notion of Lady Glencora packing anything for herself was as good a joke as that other one of the Kurds and way. But she went flitting about from room to room, declaring that this thing must be taken, and that other, till the market basket would have become very large indeed. Alice was astonished at the extent of the preparations, and the sort of equipage with which they were about to travel. Lady Glencora was taking her own carriage. Not that I shall ever use it, she said to Alice, but he insists upon it, to show that I am not supposed to be taken away in disgrace. He is so good, isn't he? Very good, said Alice. I know no one better. And so dull, said Lady Glencora. But I fancy that all husbands are dull from the nature of their position. If I were a young woman's husband, I shouldn't know what to say to her that wasn't dull. 2 women and 2 men servants were to be taken. Alice had received permission to bring her own maid, or a dozen, if you want them, Lady Glencora had said. Mr. Palliser in his present mood would think nothing too much to do for you. If you were to ask him to go among the Kurds, he'd go at once, or on to Crim Tartary, if you made a point of it. But as both Lady Glencora's servants spoke French, and as her own did not, Alice trusted herself in that respect to her cousin. You shall have one all to yourself, said Lady Glencora. I only take 2 for the same reason that I take the carriage, just as you let a child go out in her best frock, for a treat, after you've scolded her. When Alice asked why it was supposed that Mr. Palliser was so specially devoted to her, the thing was explained to her. You see, my dear, I have told him everything. I always do tell everything. Nobody can say I am not candid. He knows about your not letting me come to your house in the old days. Oh, Alice, you were wrong then, I shall always say that. But it's done and gone. And things that are done and gone shall be done and gone for me. And I told him all that you said, about you know what. I have had nothing else to do but make confessions for the last 10 days, and when a woman once begins, the more she confesses the better. And I told him that you refused Geoffrey. You didn't. I did indeed, and he likes you the better for that. I think he'd let Geoffrey marry you now if you both wished it, and then, oh dear, supposing that you had a son and that we adopted it. Cora, if you go on in that way I will not remain with you. But you must, my dear. You can't escape now. At any rate, you can't when we once get to Paris. Oh dear. You shouldn't grudge me my little naughtinesses. I have been so proper for the last 10 days. Do you know I got into a way of driving Dandy and Flirt at the rate of 6 miles an hour, till I'm sure the poor beasts thought they were always going to a funeral. Poor Dandy and poor Flirt. I shan't see them now for another year. On the following morning they breakfasted early, because Mr. Palliser had got into an early habit. He had said that early hours would be good for them. But he never tells me why, said Lady Glencora. I think it is pleasant when people are travelling, said Alice. It isn't that, her cousin answered. But we are all to be such particularly good children. It's hardly fair, because he went to sleep last night after dinner while you and I kept ourselves awake, but we needn't do that another night, to be sure. After breakfast they all three went to work to do nothing. It was ludicrous and almost painful to see Mr. Palliser wandering about and counting the boxes, as though he could do any good by that. At this special crisis of his life he hated his papers and figures and statistics, and could not apply himself to them. He, whose application had been so unremitting, could apply himself now to nothing. His world had been brought to an abrupt end, and he was awkward at making a new beginning. I believe that they all three were reading novels before 1 o'clock. Lady Glencora and Alice had determined that they would not leave the house throughout the day. Nothing has been said about it, but I regard it as part of the bond that I'm not to go out anywhere. Who knows but what I might be found in Gloucester Square? There was, however, no absolute necessity that Mr. Palliser should remain with them, and, at about 3, he prepared himself for a solitary walk. He would not go down to the house. All interest in the house was over with him for the present. He had the Speaker's leave to absent himself for the season. Nor would he call on anyone. All his friends knew, or believed they knew, that he had left town. His death and burial had been already chronicled, and were he now to reappear, he could reappear only as a ghost. He was being talked of as the departed one, or rather, such talk on all sides had now come nearly to an end. The poor Duke of St. Bungay still thought of him with regret when more than ordinarily annoyed by some special grievance coming to him from Mr. Finespun. But even the Duke had become almost reconciled to the present order of things. Mr. Palliser knew better than to disturb all this by showing himself again in public. And prepared himself, therefore, to take another walk under the elms in Kensington Gardens. He had his hat on his head in the hall, and was in the act of putting on his gloves, when there came a knock at the front door. The hall porter was there, a stout, plethoric personage, not given to many words, who was at this moment standing with his master's umbrella in his hand, looking as though he would fain be of some use to somebody, if any such utility were compatible with the purposes of his existence. Now had come this knock at the door, while the umbrella was still in his hand, and the nature of his visage changed. And it was easy to see that he was oppressed by the temporary multiplicity of his duties. "Give me the umbrella, John," said Mr. Palliser. John gave up the umbrella, and opening the door disclosed Burgo Fitzgerald standing upon the doorstep. "Is Lady Glencora at home?" asked Burgo, before he had seen the husband. John turned a dismayed face upon his master, as though he knew that the Comer ought not to be making a morning call at that house, as no doubt he did know very well, and made no instant reply. "I am not sure," said Mr. Palliser, making his way out as he had originally purposed. "The servant will find out for you." Then he went on his way across Park Lane and into the park, never once turning back his face to see whether Burgo had effected an entrance into the house. Nor did he return a minute earlier than he would otherwise have done. After all, there was something chivalrous about the man. Yes. Lady Glencora was at home, said the porter, not stirring to make any further inquiry. It was no business of his if Mr. Palliser chose to receive such a guest. He had not been desired to say that her ladyship was not at home. Burgo was therefore admitted and shown direct up into the room in which Lady Glencora was sitting. As chance would have it, she was alone. Alice had left her and was in her own chamber, and Lady Glencora was sitting at the window of the small room upstairs that overlooked the park. She was seated on a footstool with her face between her hands when Burgo was admitted, thinking of him, and of what the world might have been to her had they left her alone. As she was in the habit of saying to Alice and to herself. She rose quickly, so that he saw her only as she was rising. Ask Miss Vavasor to come to me, she said, as the servant left the room, and then she came forward to greet her lover. Cora, he said, dashing at once into his subject, hopelessly, but still with a resolve to do as he had said that he would do. Cora, I have come to you, to ask you to go with me. I will not go with you, said she. Do not answer me in that way, without a moment's thought. Everything is arranged. Yes, everything is arranged, she said. Mr. Fitzgerald, let me ask you to leave me alone, and to behave to me with generosity. Everything is arranged. You can see that my boxes are all prepared for going. Mr. Palliser and I, and my friend, are starting tomorrow. Wish me Godspeed and go, and be generous. And is this to be the end of everything? He was standing close to her, but hitherto he had only touched her hand at greeting her. Give me your hand, Cora, he said. No, I will never give you my hand again. You should be generous to me and go. This is to be the end of everything that is common to you and to me. Go, when I ask you. Cora, did you ever love me? Yes, I did love you. But we were separated, and there was no room for love left between us. You are as dear to me now, dearer than ever you were. Do not look at me like that. Did you not tell me when we last parted that I might come to you again? Are we children, that others should come between us and separate us like that? Yes, Burgo, we are children. Here is my cousin coming. You must leave me now. As she spoke the door was opened and Alice entered the room. Miss Vavasor, Mr. Fitzgerald, said Lady Glencora. I have told him to go and leave me. Now that you have come, Alice, he will perhaps obey me. Alice was dumbfounded, and knew not how to speak either to him or to her. But she stood with her eyes riveted on the face of the man of whom she had heard so much. Yes, certainly he was very beautiful. She had never before seen man's beauty such as that. She found it quite impossible to speak a word to him then, at the spur of the moment, but she acknowledged the introduction with a slight inclination of the head, and then stood silent. As though she were waiting for him to go. Mr. Fitzgerald, why do you not leave me and go, said Lady Glencora. Poor Burgo also found it difficult enough to speak. What could he say? His cause was one which certainly did not admit of being pleaded in the presence of a strange lady. And he might have known from the moment in which he heard Glencora's request that a third person should be summoned to their meeting, and probably did know, that there was no longer any hope for him. It was not on the cards that he should win. But there remained one thing that he must do. He must get himself out of that room, and how was he to effect that? I had hoped, said he, looking at Alice, though he addressed Lady Glencora, I had hoped to be allowed to speak to you alone for a few minutes. No, Mr. Fitzgerald, it cannot be so. Alice, do not go. I sent for my cousin when I saw you, because I did not choose to be alone with you. I have asked you to go. You perhaps have not understood me. I understand you well enough. Then, Mr. Fitzgerald, said Alice, why do you not do as Lady Glencora has asked you? You must know, that you ought not to be here. I know nothing of the kind, said he, still standing his ground. Alice, said Lady Glencora, we will leave Mr. Fitzgerald here, since he drives us from the room. In such contests, a woman has ever the best of it at all points. The man plays with a button to his foil, while the woman uses a weapon that can really wound. Burgo knew that he must go, felt that he must skulk away as best he might, and perhaps hear a low titter of half-suppressed laughter as he went. Even that might be possible. No, Lady Glencora, he said, I will not drive you from the room. As one must be driven out, it shall be I. I own I did think that you would at any rate have been, less hard to me. He then turned to go, bowing again very slightly to Miss Vavasor. He was on the threshold of the door before Glencora's voice recalled him. Oh my God, she said, I am hard, harder than flint. I am cruel. Burgo. And he was back with her in a moment, and had taken her by the hand. "Glencora," said Alice, pray let him go. "Mr. Fitzgerald, if you are a man, do not take advantage of her folly." "I will speak to him," said Lady Glencora. "I will speak to him, and then he shall leave me." She was holding him by the hand now and turning to him, away from Alice, who had taken her by the arm. "Burgo," she said, repeating his name twice again, with all the passion that she could throw into the word, "Burgo, no good can come of this. Now, you must leave me. You must go. I shall stay with my husband as I am bound to do. Because I have wronged you, I will not wrong him also. I loved you, you know I loved you." She still held him by the hand, and was now gazing up into his face, while the tears were streaming from her eyes. "Sir," said Alice, "you have heard from her all that you can care to hear. If you have any feeling of honor in you, you will leave her." "I will never leave her, while she tells me that she loves me." "Yes, Burgo, you will, you must. I shall never tell you that again, never. Do as she bids you. Go, and leave us, but I could not bear that you should tell me that I was hard. You are hard. Hard and cruel, as you said, yourself. Am I? May God forgive you for saying that of me. Then why do you send me away?" "Because I am a man's wife, and because I care for his honor, if not for my own." "Alice, let us go." He still held her, but she would have been gone from him had he not stooped over her, and put his arm round her waist. In doing this, I doubt whether he was quicker than she would have been had she chosen to resist him. As it was, he pressed her to his bosom, and, stooping over her, kissed her lips. Then he left her, and making his way out of the room, and down the stairs, got himself out into the street. "Thank God, that he is gone," said Alice. "You may say so," said Lady Glencora, "for you have lost nothing. And you have gained everything." "Have I? I did not know that I had ever gained anything, as yet. The only human being to whom I have ever yet given my whole heart, the only thing that I have ever really loved, has just gone from me forever, and you bid me thank God that I have lost him. There is no room for thankfulness in any of it, either in the love or in the loss. It is all wretchedness from first to last. At any rate, he understands now that you meant it when you told him to leave you." "Of course I meant it. I am beginning to know myself by degrees. As for running away with him, I have not the courage to do it. I can think of it, scheme for it, wish for it, but as for doing it, that is beyond me. Mr. Palliser is quite safe. He need not try to coax me to remain." Alice knew that it was useless to argue with her, so she came and sat over her, for Lady Glencora had again placed herself on the stool by the window, and tried to soothe her by smoothing her hair and nursing her like a child. "Of course I know that I ought to stay where I am," she said, breaking out, almost with rage, and speaking with quick, eager voice. "I am not such a fool as to mistake what I should be if I left my husband, and went to live with that man as his mistress. You don't suppose that I should think that sort of life very blessed. But why have I been brought to such a pass as this? And, as for female purity. Ah! What was their idea of purity when they forced me, like ogres, to marry a man for whom they knew I never cared? Had I gone with him, had I now eloped with that man who ought to have been my husband, whom would a just God have punished worst, me, or those two old women and my uncle? Who tortured me into this marriage? Come, Cora, be silent." "I won't be silent. You have had the making of your own lot. You have done what you liked, and no one has interfered with you. You have suffered, too. But you, at any rate, can respect yourself. And so can you, Cora, thoroughly, now." "How?" "When he kissed me, and I could hardly restrain myself from giving him back his kiss tenfold, could I respect myself? But it is all sin. I sin towards my husband, feigning that I love him. And I sin in loving that other man, who should have been my husband. There, I hear Mr. Palliser at the door. Come away with me. Or rather, stay, for he will come up here, and you can keep him in talk while I try to recover myself." Mr. Palliser did at once as his wife had said, and came upstairs to the little front room, as soon as he had deposited his hat in the hall. Alice was, in fact, in doubt what she should do, as to mentioning, or omitting to mention, Mr. Fitzgerald's name. In an ordinary way, it would be natural that she should name any visitor who had called. And she specially disliked the idea of remaining silent because that visitor had come as the lover of her host's wife. But, on the other hand, she owed much to Lady Glencora, and there was no imperative reason, as things had gone, why she should make mischief. There was no further danger to be apprehended. But Mr. Palliser at once put an end to her doubts. "You have had a visitor here," said he. "Yes," said Alice. "I saw him as I went out," said Mr. Palliser. "Indeed, I met him at the hall door. He, of course, was wrong to come here, so wrong, that he deserves punishment, if there were any punishment for such offences." "He has been punished, I think," said Alice. "But as for Glencora," continued Mr. Palliser, without any apparent notice of what Alice had said, "I thought it better that she should see him or not, as she should herself decide. She had no choice in the matter. As it turned out, he was shown up here at once. She sent for me, and I think she was right to do that." "Glencora was alone when he came in?" "For a minute or two, till I could get to her." "I have no questions to ask about it," said Mr. Palliser, after waiting for a few moments. He had probably thought that Alice would say something further. "I am very glad that you were within reach of her, as otherwise her position might have been painful. For her, and for me perhaps, it may be as well that he has been here. As for him, I can only say, that I am forced to suppose him to be a villain. What a man does when driven by passion, I can forgive, but that he should deliberately plan schemes to ruin both her and me, is what I can hardly understand." As he made this little speech I wonder whether his conscience said anything to him about Lady Dumbello, and a certain evening in his own life, on which he had ventured to call that lady, Griselda. The little party of 3 dined together very quietly, and after dinner they all went to work with their novels. Before long Alice saw that Mr. Palliser was yawning, and she began to understand how much he had given up in order that his wife might be secure. It was then, when he had left the room for a few minutes, in order that he might wake himself by walking about the house, that Glencora told Alice of his yawning down at Matching. "I used to think that he would fall in pieces. What are we to do about it?" "Don't seem to notice it," said Alice. "That's all very well," said the other. "But he'll set us off yawning as bad as himself, and then he'll notice it. He has given himself up to politics, till nothing else has any salt in it left for him. I cannot think why such a man as that wanted a wife at all." "You are very hard upon him, Cora." "I wish you were his wife, with all my heart. But, of course, I know why he got married. And I ought to feel for him as he has been so grievously disappointed." Then Mr. Palliser, having walked off his sleep, returned to the room, and the remainder of the evening was passed in absolute tranquillity. Burgo Fitzgerald, when he left the house, turned back into Grosvenor Square, not knowing, at first, whither he was going. He took himself as far as his uncle's door, and then, having paused there for a moment, hurried on. For half an hour, or thereabouts, something like true feeling was at work within his heart. He had once more pressed to his bosom the woman he had, at any rate, thought that he had loved. He had had his arm round her, and had kissed her, and the tone with which she had called him by his name was still ringing in his ears, Burgo. He repeated his own name audibly to himself, as though in this way he could recall her voice. He comforted himself for a minute with the conviction that she loved him. He felt, for a moment, that he could live on such consolation as that. But among mortals there could, in truth, hardly be one with whom such consolation would go a shorter way. He was a man who required to have such comfort backed by pates and curaçao to a very large extent. And now it might be doubted whether the amount of pates and curaçao at his command would last him much longer. He would not go in and tell his aunt at once of his failure, as he could gain nothing by doing so. Indeed, he thought that he would not tell his aunt at all. So he turned back from Grosvenor Square, and went down to his club in St. James's Street, feeling that billiards and brandy and water might, for the present, be the best restorative. But, as he went back, he blamed himself very greatly in the matter of those banknotes which he had allowed Lady Monk to take from him. How had it come to pass that he had been such a dupe in her hands? When he entered his club in St. James's Street his mind had left Lady Glencora, and was hard at work considering how he might best contrive to get that spoil out of his aunt's possession. Chapter 68. From London to Baden. On the following morning everybody was stirring by times at Mr. Palliser's house in Park Lane, and the master of that house yawned no more. There is some life in starting for a long journey, and the life is the stronger and the fuller if the things and people to be carried are numerous and troublesome. Lady Glencora was a little troublesome, and would not come down to breakfast in time. When rebuked on account of this manifest breach of engagement, she asserted that the next train would do just as well, and when Mr. Palliser proved to her, with much trouble, that the next train could not enable them to reach Paris on that day, she declared that it would be much more comfortable to take a week in going than to hurry over the ground in one day. There was nothing she wanted so much as to see Folkestone. "If that is the case, why did not you tell me so before?" said Mr. Palliser, in his gravest voice. "Richard and the carriage went down yesterday, and are already on board the packet." "If Richard and the carriage are already on board the packet," said Lady Glencora, "of course we must follow them, and we must put off the glories of Folkestone till we come back. Alice, haven't you observed that, in travelling, you are always driven on by some Richard or some carriage, till you feel that you are a slave?" All this was trying to Mr. Palliser. But I think that he enjoyed it, nevertheless, and that he was happy when he found that he did get his freight off from the Pimlico station in the proper train. Of course Lady Glencora and Alice were very ill crossing the Channel, of course the two maids were worse than their mistresses. Of course the men kept out of their master's way when they were wanted, and drank brandy and water with the steward downstairs. And of course Lady Glencora declared that she would not allow herself to be carried beyond Boulogne that day, but, nevertheless, they did get on to Paris. Had Mr. Palliser become Chancellor of the Exchequer, as he had once hoped, he could hardly have worked harder than he did work. It was he who found out which carriage had been taken for them, and who put, with his own hands, the ladies' dressing cases and cloaks on to the seats, who laid out the novels, which, of course, were not read by the road, and made preparations as though this stage of their journey was to take them a week, instead of 5 hours and a half. "Oh, dear! How I have slept," said Lady Glencora, as they came near to Paris. "I think you've been tolerably comfortable," said Mr. Palliser, joyfully. "Since we got out of that horrid boat I have done pretty well. Why do they make the boats so nasty? I'm sure they do it on purpose." "It would be difficult to make them nice, I suppose," said Alice. "It is the sea that makes them uncomfortable," said Mr. Palliser. "Never mind, we shan't have any more of it for 12 months, at any rate. We can get to the Kurds, Alice, without getting into a packet again. That, to my way of thinking, is the great comfort of the continent. One can go everywhere without being seasick." Mr. Palliser said nothing, but he sighed as he thought of being absent for a whole year. He had said that such was his intention, and would not at once go back from what he himself had said. But how was he to live for 12 months out of the House of Commons? What was he to do with himself, with his intellect and his energy, during all these coming dreary days? And then, he might have been Chancellor of the Exchequer. He might even now, at this very moment, have been upon his legs, making a financial statement of 6 hours' duration, to the delight of one half of the House, and bewilderment of the other. Instead of dragging cloaks across that dingy, dull, dirty waiting room at the Paris station, in which British subjects are kept in prison while their boxes are being tumbled out of the carriages. "But we are not to stop here, are we?" said Lady Glencora, mournfully. "No, dear, I have given the keys to Richard. We will go on at once. But can't we have our things? In about half an hour, pleaded Mr. Palliser. I suppose we must bear it, Alice, said Lady Glencora as she got into the carriage that was waiting for her. Alice thought of the last time in which she had been in that room, when George and Kate had been with her, and the two girls had been quite content to wait patiently while their trunks were being examined. But Alice was now travelling with great people, with people who never spoke of their wealth, or seemed ever to think of it, but who showed their consciousness of it at every turn of their lives. After all, Alice had said to herself more than once, I doubt whether the burden is not greater than the pleasure. They stayed in Paris for a week, and during that time Alice found that she became very intimate with Mr. Palliser. At Matching she had, in truth, seen but little of him, and had known nothing. Now she began to understand his character, and learned how to talk to him. She allowed him to tell her of things in which Lady Glencora resolutely persisted in taking no interest. She delighted him by writing down in a little pocket-book the number of eggs that were consumed in Paris every day. Whereas Glencora protested that the information was worth nothing unless her husband could tell her how many of the eggs were good, and how many bad. And Alice was glad to find that 150,000 female operatives were employed in Paris, while Lady Glencora said it was a great shame, and that they ought all to have husbands. When Mr. Palliser explained that that was impossible, because of the redundancy of the female population, she angered him very much by asserting that she saw a great many men walking about who, she was quite sure, had not wives of their own. I do so wish you had married him, Glencora said to Alice that evening. You would always have had a pocket-book ready to write down the figures, and you would have pretended to care about the eggs, and the bottles of wine, and the rest of it. As for me, I can't do it. If I see an hungry woman, I can give her my money, or if she be a sick woman, I can nurse her, or if I hear of a very wicked man, I can hate him, but I cannot take up poverty and crime in the lump. I never believe it all. My mind isn't big enough. They went into no society at Paris, and at the end of a week were all glad to leave it. I don't know that Baden will be any better, Lady Glencora said, but, you know, we can leave that again after a bit, and so we shall go on getting nearer to the Kurds. To this, Mr. Palliser demurred. I think we had better make up our mind to stay a month at Baden. But why should we make up our minds at all, his wife pleaded. I like to have a plan, said Mr. Palliser. And so do I, said his wife, if only for the sake of not keeping it. There's nothing I hate so much as not carrying out my intentions, said Mr. Palliser. Upon this, Lady Glencora shrugged her shoulders, and made a mock grimace to her cousin. All this her husband bore for a while meekly, and it must be acknowledged that he behaved very well. But, then, he had his own way in everything. Lady Glencora did not behave very well, contradicting her husband, and not considering, as, perhaps, she ought to have done, the sacrifice he was making on her behalf. But, then, she had her own way in nothing. She had her own way in almost nothing, but on one point she did conquer her husband. He was minded to go from Paris back to Cologne, and so down the Rhine to Baden. Lady Glencora declared that she hated the Rhine, that, of all rivers, it was the most distasteful to her. That, of all scenery, the scenery of the Rhine was the most overpraised, and that she would be wretched all the time if she were carried that way. Upon this, Mr. Palliser referred the matter to Alice, and she, who had last been upon the Rhine with her cousins Kate and George Vavasor, voted for going to Baden by way of Strasbourg. We will go by Strasbourg, then, said Mr. Palliser, gallantly. Not that I want to see that horrid church again, said Glencora. Everything is alike horrid to you, I think, said her husband. You are determined not to be contented, so that it matters very little which way we go. That's the truth, said his wife. It does matter very little. They got on to Baden, with very little delay at Strasbourg, and found half an hotel prepared for their reception. Here the carriage was brought into use for the first time, and the mistress of the carriage talked of sending home for Dandy and Flirt. Mr. Palliser, when he heard the proposition, calmly assured his wife that the horses would not bear the journey. They would be so out of condition, he said, as not to be worth anything for 2 or 3 months. I only meant to ask for them if they could come in a balloon, said Lady Glencora. This angered Mr. Palliser, who had really, for a few minutes, thought of pacifying his wife by sending for the horses. Alice, she asked, one morning, how many eggs are eaten in Baden every morning before 10 o'clock? Mr. Palliser, who at the moment was in the act of eating one, threw down his spoon, and pushed his plate from him. What's the matter, Plantagenet? She asked. The matter, he said. But never mind. I am a fool to care for it. I declare I didn't know that I had done anything wrong, said Lady Glencora. Alice, do you understand what it is? Alice said that she did understand very well. Of course she understands, said Mr. Palliser. How can she help it? And, indeed, Miss Vavasor, I am more unhappy than I can express myself, to think that your comfort should be disturbed in this way. Upon my word I think Alice is doing very well, said Lady Glencora. What is there to hurt her comfort? Nobody scolds her. Nobody tells her that she is a fool. She never jokes, or does anything wicked, and, of course, she isn't punished. Mr. Palliser, as he wandered that day alone through the gambling rooms at the great Assembly House, thought that, after all, it might have been better for him to have remained in London. To have become Chancellor of the Exchequer, and to have run all risks. I wonder whether it would be any harm if I were to put a few pieces of money on the table, just once. Lady Glencora said to her cousin, on the evening of the same day, in one of those gambling salons. There had been some music on that evening in one side of the building, and the Pallisers had gone to the rooms. But as neither of the two ladies would dance, they had strayed away into the other apartments. The greatest harm in the world, said Alice, and what on earth could you gain by it? You don't really want any of those horrid people's money? I'll tell you what I want, something to live for, some excitement. Is it not a shame that I see around me so many people getting amusement, and that I can get none? I'd go and sit out there, and drink beer and hear the music, only Plantagenet wouldn't let me. I think I'll throw one piece onto the table to see what becomes of it. I shall leave you if you do, said Alice. You are such a prude. It seems to me as if it must have been my special fate, my good fate, I mean, that has thrown me so much with you. You look after me quite as carefully as Mr. Bott and Mrs. Marsham ever did. But as I chose you myself, I can't very well complain, and I can't very well get rid of you. Do you want to get rid of me, Cora? Sometimes. Do you know, there are moments when I almost make up my mind to go headlong to the devil, when I think it is the best thing to be done. It's a hard thing for a woman to do, because she has to undergo so much obloquy before she gets used to it. A man can take to drinking, and gambling, and all the rest of it, and nobody despises him a bit. The domestic old fogies give him lectures if they can catch him, but he isn't fool enough for that. All he wants is money, and he goes away and has his fling. Now I have plenty of money, or, at any rate, I had, and I never got my fling yet. I do feel so tempted to rebel, and go ahead, and care for nothing. Throwing one piece onto the table wouldn't satisfy that longing. You think I should be like the wild beast that has tasted blood, and can't be controlled. Look at all these people here. There are husbands gambling, and their wives don't know it. And wives gambling, and their husbands don't know it. I wonder whether Plantagenet ever has a fling. What a joke it would be to come and catch him. I don't think you need be afraid. Afraid? I should like him all the better for it. If he came to me, some morning, and told me that he had lost £100,000, I should be so much more at my ease with him. You have no chance in that direction, I'm quite sure. None the least. He'd make a calculation that the chances were 9 to 7 against him, and then the speculation would seem to him to be madness. I don't suppose he'd wish to try, even though he were sure of winning. Of course not. It would be a very vulgar kind of thing then. Look, there's an opening there. I'll just put on one Napoleon. You shall not. If you do, I'll leave you at once. Look at the women who are playing. Is there one there whom it would not disgrace you to touch? Look what they are. Look at their cheeks, and their eyes, and their hands. Those men who rake about the money are bad enough, but the women look like fiends. You're not going to frighten me in that hobgoblin sort of way, you know. I don't see anything the matter with any of the people. What do you think of that young woman who has just got a handful of money from the man next to her? I think she is very happy. I never get money given to me by handfuls, and the man to whom I belong gives me no encouragement when I want to amuse myself. They were now standing near to one end of the table, and suddenly there came to be an opening through the crowd up to the table itself. Lady Glencora, leaving Alice's side, at once stepped up and deposited a piece of gold on one of the marked compartments. As soon as she placed it she retreated again with flushed face, and took hold of Alice's arm. There, she said, I have done it. Alice, in her dismay, did not know what step to take. She could not scold her friend now, as the eyes of many were turned upon them, nor could she, of course, leave her, as she had threatened. Lady Glencora laughed with her peculiar little low laughter, and stood her ground. I was determined you shouldn't frighten me out of it, she said. One of the ministers at the table had in the meantime gone on with the cards, and had called the game. And another minister had gently pushed 3 or 4 more pieces of gold up to that which Lady Glencora had flung down, and had then cunningly caught her eye, and, with all the courtesy of which he was master, had pushed them further on towards her. She had supposed herself to be unknown there in the salon, but no doubt all the croupiers and half the company knew well enough who was the new customer at the table. There was still the space open, near to which she stood, and then someone motioned to her to come and take up the money which she had won. She hesitated, and then the croupier asked her, in that low, indifferent voice which these men always use, whether she desired that her money should remain. She nodded her head to him, and he at once drew the money back again to the spot on which she had placed the first Napoleon. Again the cards were turned up softly, again the game was called, and again she won. The money was dealt out to her, on this occasion with a full hand. There were lying there between 20 and 30 Napoleons, of which she was the mistress. Her face had flushed before, but now it became very red. She caught hold of Alice, who was literally trembling beside her, and tried to laugh again. But there was that in her eye which told Alice that she was really frightened. Someone then placed a chair for her at the table, and in her confusion, not knowing what she was to do, she seated herself. Come away, said Alice, taking hold of her, and disregarding everything but her own purpose, in the agony of the moment. You must come away. You shall not sit there. I must get rid of that money, said Glencora, trying to whisper her words, and then I will come away. The croupier again asked her if the money was to remain, and she again nodded her head. Everybody at the table was now looking at her. The women especially were staring at her, those horrid women with vermilion cheeks, and loud bonnets half off their heads, and hard, shameless eyes, and white gloves, which, when taken off in the ardor of the game, disclosed dirty hands. They stared at her with that fixed stare which such women have, and Alice saw it all, and trembled. Again she won. Leave it, said Alice, and come away. I can't leave it, said Glencora. If I do, there'll be a fuss. I'll go the next time. What she said was, of course, in English, and was probably understood by no one near her. But it was easy to be seen that she was troubled, and, of course, those around her looked at her the more because of her trouble. Again that little question and answer went on between her and the croupier. And on this occasion the money was piled up on the compartment, a heap of gold which made envious the hearts of many who stood around there. Alice had now both her hands on the back of the chair, needing support. If the devil should persist, and increase that stock of gold again, she must go and seek for Mr. Palliser. She knew not what else to do. She understood nothing of the table, or of its laws. But she supposed all those ministers of the game to be thieves, and believed that all villainous contrivances were within their capacity. She thought that they might go on adding to that heap so long as Lady Glencora would sit there, presuming that they might thus get her into their clutches. Of course, she did not sift her suspicions. Who does at such moments? "Come away at once, and leave it," she said, "or I shall go." At that moment the croupier raked it all up, and carried it all away. But Alice did not see that this had been done. A hand had been placed on her shoulder, and as she turned round her face her eyes met those of Mr. Palliser. "It is all gone," said Glencora, laughing. And now she, turning round, also saw her husband. "I am so glad that you are come," said Alice. "Why did you bring her here?" said Mr. Palliser. There was anger in his tone, and anger in his eye. He took his wife's arm upon his own, and walked away quickly, while Alice followed them alone. He went off at once, down the front steps of the building, towards the hotel. What he said to his wife, Alice did not hear, but her heart was swelling with the ill usage to which she herself was subjected. Though she might have to go back alone to England, she would tell him that he was ill-treating her. She followed him on, up into their drawing-room, and there he stood with the door open in his hand for her, while Lady Glencora threw herself upon a sofa, and burst out into affected laughter. "Here's a piece of work," she said, "about a little accident." "An accident," said Mr. Palliser. "Yes, an accident. You don't suppose that I sat down there meaning to win all that money?" Whereupon he looked at her with scorn. "Mr. Palliser," said Alice, "you have treated me this evening in a manner I did not expect from you. It is clear that you blame me." "I have not said a word, Miss Vavasor." "No. You have not said a word. You know well how to show your anger without speaking. As I do not choose to undergo your displeasure, I will return to England by myself." "Alice." "Alice," said Glencora, jumping up, "that is nonsense. What is all this trumpery thing about? Leave me, because he chooses to be angry about nothing? Is it nothing that I find my wife playing at a common gambling table, surrounded by all that is wretched and vile, established there, seated, with heaps of gold before her?" "You wrong me, Plantagenet," said Glencora. "There was only one heap, and that did not remain long." "Did it, Alice? It is impossible to make you ashamed of anything," he said. "I certainly don't like being ashamed," she answered, "and don't feel any necessity on this occasion." "If you don't object, Mr. Palliser," said Alice, "I will go to bed. You can think over all this at night, and so can I. Good night, Glencora." Then Alice took her candle, and marched off to her own room, with all the dignity of which she was mistress. Chapter 69. From Baden to Lucerne. The second week in July saw Mr. Palliser's party, carriage and all, established at Lucerne, in Switzerland, safe beyond the reach of the German gambling tables. Alice Vavasor was still with them, and the reader will therefore understand that that quarrel about Lady Glencora's wickedness had been settled without any rupture. It had been settled amicably, and by the time that they had reached Lucerne, Alice was inclined to acknowledge that the whole thing was not worth notice, but for many days her anger against Mr. Palliser had not been removed, and her intimacy with him had been much checked. It was now a month since the occurrence of that little scene in the salon at Baden, which was described in the last chapter, since Mr. Palliser had marched off with his wife, leaving Alice to follow as she best could by herself. After that, as the reader may remember, he had almost told her that she was to be blamed because of his wife's indiscretion. And when she had declared her intention of leaving him, and making her way home to England by herself, he had answered her not at all, and had allowed her to go off to her own room under the full ban of his displeasure. Since that he had made no apology to her, he had not, in so many words, acknowledged that he had wronged her. But Alice had become aware that he intended to apologize by his conduct. And she had been content so far to indulge his obstinacy as to accept this conduct on his part in lieu of any outspoken petition for pardon. The acknowledgement of a mistake and the asking for grace is almost too much for any woman to expect from such a man as Mr. Palliser. Early on the morning after the scene in question, Lady Glencora had gone into Alice's bedroom, and had found her cousin in her dressing gown, packing up her things. Or looking as though she intended to do so. "You are not such a fool," she said, "as to think anything of what occurred yesterday." Alice assured her that, whether fool or not, she did think a great deal of it. "In point of fact," said Alice, "I can't stand it. He expects me to take care of you, and chooses to show himself offended if you don't do just what he thinks proper. Whereas, as you know well enough, I have not the slightest influence over you." All these positions Lady Glencora contradicted vigorously. Of course, Mr. Palliser had been wrong in walking out of the assembly rooms as he had done, leaving Alice behind him. So much Lady Glencora admitted. But this had come of his intense anxiety. "And you know what a man he is," said his wife, "how stiff, and hard, and unpleasant he can be without meaning it." "There is no reason why I should bear his unpleasantness," said Alice. "Yes, there is, great reason. You are to do it for the sake of friendship. And as for my not doing what you tell me, you know that's not true. Did I not beg you to keep away from the table? Of course you did, and of course I was naughty, but that was only once. Alice, I want you more than I ever wanted you before. I cannot tell you more now, but you must stay with me." Alice consented to come down to breakfast without any immediate continuance of her active preparations for going, and at last, of course, she stayed. When she entered the breakfast room Mr. Palliser came up to her, and offered her his hand. She had no alternative but to take it, and then seated herself. That there was an intended apology in the manner in which he offered her toast and butter, she was convinced. And the special courtesy with which he handed her to the carriage, when she and Lady Glencora went out for their drive, after dinner, was almost as good as a petition for pardon. So the thing went on, and by degrees Mr. Palliser and Miss Vavasor were again friends. But Alice never knew in what way the matter was settled between Mr. Palliser and his wife, or whether there was any such settling. Probably there was none. "Of course, he understands that it didn't mean anything," Lady Glencora had said. "He knows that I don't want to gamble." But let that be as it might, their sojourn at Baden was curtailed, and none of the party went up again to the assembly rooms before their departure. Before establishing themselves at Lucerne they made a little tour round by the falls of the Rhine and Zurich. In their preparations for this journey, Alice made a struggle, but a struggle in vain, to avoid a passage through Bâle. It was only too clear to her that Mr. Palliser was determined to go by Bâle. She could not bring herself to say that she had recollections connected with that place which would make a return to it unpleasant to her. If she could have said as much, even to Glencora, Mr. Palliser would no doubt have gone round by any more distant route that might have been necessary to avoid that eternal gateway into Switzerland. But she could not say it. She was very averse to talking about herself and her own affairs, even with her cousin. Of course Lady Glencora knew the whole story of Mr. John Grey and his rejection, and knew much also of that other story of Mr. George Vavasor. And, of course, like all Alice's friends, she hated George Vavasor, and was prepared to receive Mr. John Grey with open arms, if there were any possibility that her cousin would open her arms to him also. But Alice was so stubborn about her own affairs that her friend found it almost impossible to speak of them. "It is not that you trouble me," Alice once said, "but that you trouble yourself about that which is of no use. It is all done and over. And though I know that I have behaved badly, very badly, yet I believe that everything has been done for the best. I am inclined to think that I can live alone, or perhaps with my cousin Kate, more happily than I could with any husband. That is such nonsense. Perhaps so, but, at any rate, I mean to try. We Vavasors don't seem to be good at marrying." "You want someone to break your heart for you, that's what you want," said Lady Glencora. In saying this she knew but little of the state of her friend's heart, and perhaps was hardly capable of understanding it. With all the fuss that Lady Glencora made to herself, with all the tears that she had shed about her lost lover, and was so often shedding, with all her continual thinking of the matter, she had never loved Burgo Fitzgerald as Alice Vavasor had loved Mr. Grey. But her nature was altogether different to that of Alice. Love with her had in it a gleam of poetry, a spice of fun, a touch of self-devotion, something even of hero-worship. But with it all there was a dash of devilry, and an aptitude almost for wickedness. She knew Burgo Fitzgerald to be a scapegrace, and she liked him the better on that account. She despised her husband because he had no vices. She would have given everything she had to Burgo, pouring her wealth upon him with a total disregard of herself, had she been allowed to do so. She would have forgiven him sin after sin, and might perhaps have brought him round, at last, to some life not absolutely reckless and wretched. But in all that she might have done, there would have been no thoughtfulness, no true care either for him or for herself. And now that she was married there was no thoughtfulness, or care either for herself or for her husband. She was ready to sacrifice herself for him, if any sacrifice might be required of her. She believed herself to be unfit for him, and would have submitted to be divorced, or smothered out of the way, for the matter of that, if the laws of the land would have permitted it. But she had never for a moment given to herself the task of thinking what conduct on her part might be the best for his welfare. But Alice's love had been altogether of another kind, and I am by no means sure that it was better suited for the work of this workaday world than that of her cousin. It was too thoughtful. I will not say that there was no poetry in it, but I will say that it lacked romance. Its poetry was too hard for romance. There was certainly in it neither fun nor wickedness. Nor was there, I fear, so large a proportion of hero-worship as there always should be in a girl's heart when she gives it away. But there was in it an amount of self-devotion which none of those near to her had hitherto understood, unless it were that one to whom the understanding of it was of the most importance. In all the troubles of her love, of her engagements, and her broken promises, she had thought more of others than of herself, and, indeed, those troubles had chiefly come from that self-devotion. She had left John Grey because she feared that she would do him no good as his wife, that she would not make him happy. And she had afterwards betrothed herself for a second time to her cousin, because she believed that she could serve him by marrying him. Of course she had been wrong. She had been very wrong to give up the man she did love, and more wrong again in suggesting to herself the possibility of marrying the man she did not love. She knew that she had been wrong in both, and was undergoing repentance with very bitter inward sackcloth. But she said little of all this even to her cousin. They went to Lucerne by Bâle, and put up at the big hotel with the balcony over the Rhine, which Alice remembered so well. On the first evening of her arrival she found herself again looking down upon the river, as though it might have been from the same spot which she had occupied together with George and Kate. But, in truth, that house is very large, and has many bedrooms over the water. Who has ever been through Bâle, and not stood in one of them, looking down upon the Father of Waters? Here, on this very spot, in one of these balconies, was brought to her a letter from her cousin Kate, which was filled with tidings respecting her cousin George. Mr. Palliser brought it to her with his own hands, and she had no other alternative but to read it in his presence. George has lost his election, the letter began. For one moment Alice thought of her money, and the vain struggle in which it had been wasted. For one moment, something like regret for the futility of the effort she had made came upon her. But it passed away at once. It was worth our while to try it, she said to herself, and then went on with her letter. I and Aunt Greenow are up in London, the letter went on to say, and have just heard the news. Though I have been here for 3 days, and have twice sent word to him to say so, he has not been near me. Perhaps it is best that he should stay away, as I do not know how any words could pass between us that would be pleasant. The poll was finished this afternoon, and he lost his election by a large majority. There were 5 candidates altogether for the 2 seats, 3 Liberals, and 2 Conservatives. The other 2 Liberals were seated, and he was the last of the 5. I continue to hear tidings about him from day to day, or rather, my aunt hears them and tells them to me, which fill me full of fears as to his future career. I believe that he has abandoned his business, and that he has now no source of income. I would willingly share what I have with him, or I would do more than that. After keeping back enough to repay you gradually what he owes you, I would give him all my share of the income out of the estate. But I cannot do this while we are presumed to be enemies. I am up here to see a lawyer as to some steps which he is taking to upset grandpapa's will. The lawyer says that it is all nonsense, and that George's lawyer is not really in earnest. But I cannot do anything till the matter is settled. Dear Alice, though so much of your money is for a time gone, I am bound to congratulate you on your safety, on what I may more truly call your escape. You will understand what my own feelings must be in writing this, after all that I did to bring you and him together, after all my hopes and ambition respecting him. As for the money, it shall be repaid. I do not think I shall ever dare to indulge in any strong desire again. I think you will forgive me the injury I have done you. And I know that you will pity me. I am here to see the London lawyer, but not only for that. Aunt Greenow is buying her wedding clothes, and Captain Belfield is in lodgings near to us, also buying his trousseau, or, as I should more properly say, having it bought for him. I am hardly in a mood for much mirth, but it is impossible not to laugh inwardly when she discusses before me the state of his wardrobe, and proposes economical arrangements, greatly to his disgust. At present, she holds him very tightly in hand, and makes him account for all his hours as well as all his money. Of course, he'll run wild directly he's married, she said to me, yesterday. And, of course, there'll always be a fight about it, but the more I do to tame him now, the less wild he'll be by and by. And though I dare say, I shall scold him sometimes, I shall never quarrel with him. I have no doubt all that is true, but what a fool she is to trouble herself with such a man. She says she does it for an occupation. I took courage to tell her once that a caged tiger would give her as much to do, and be less dangerous. She was angry at this, and answered me very sharply. I had tried my hand on a tiger, she said, and had felt his claws. She chose to sacrifice herself, if a sacrifice it were to be, when some good result might be possible. I had nothing further to say. And from that time to this we have been on the pleasantest terms possible as to the captain. They have settled with your father to take Vavasor Hall for 3 years, and I suppose I shall stay with them till your return. What I may do then will depend entirely upon your doings. I feel myself to be a desolate, solitary being, without any tie to any person, or to any place. I never thought that I should feel the death of my grandfather to be such a loss to me as it has been. Except you, I have nothing left to me. And, as regards you, I have the unpleasant feeling that I have for years been endeavoring to do you the worst possible injury. And that you must regard me as an enemy from whom you have escaped indeed, but not without terrible wounds. Alice was always angered by any assumption that her conduct to Mr. Grey had been affected by the advice or influence of her cousin Kate. But this very feeling seemed to preserve Kate from the worse anger, which might have been aroused against her, had Alice acknowledged the injury which her cousin had in truth done to her. It was undoubtedly true that had Alice neither seen nor heard from Kate during the progress of John Grey's courtship, John Grey would not have lost his wife. But against this truth Alice was always protesting within her own breast. She had been weak, foolish, irresolute, and had finally acted with false judgment. So much she now admitted to herself. But she would not admit that any other woman had persuaded her to such weakness. She mistakes me, Alice thought, as she put up her letter. She is not the enemy who has wounded me. Mr. Palliser, who had brought her the letter, was seated in the same balcony, and while Alice had been reading, had almost buried himself in newspapers which conveyed intelligence as to the general elections then in progress. He was now seated with a sheet of the Times in his hand, open to its full extent, for he had been too impatient to cut the paper, and as he held it up in his hands before his eyes, was completely hidden beneath it. 5 or 6 other open papers were around him, and he had not spoken a word since he had commenced his present occupation. Lady Glencora was standing on the other side of him, and she also had received letters. "Sophie tells me that you are returned for Silverbridge," she said at last. "Who? I?" "Yes. I'm returned," said Mr. Palliser, speaking with something like disdain in his voice as to the possibility of anybody having stood with a chance of success against him in his own family borough. For a full appreciation of the advantages of a private seat in the House of Commons, let us always go to those great Whig families who were mainly instrumental in carrying the Reform Bill. The House of Omnium had been very great on that occasion. It had given up much, and had retained for family use simply the single seat at Silverbridge. But that seat should be seriously disputed hardly suggested itself as possible to the mind of any Palliser. The Pallisers and the other great Whig families have been right in this. They have kept in their hands, as rewards for their own services to the country, no more than the country is manifestly willing to give them. "Yes, I have been returned," said Mr. Palliser. "I'm sorry to see, Miss Vavasor, that your cousin has not been so fortunate." "So I find," said Alice. "It will be a great misfortune to him." "Ah! I suppose so. Those metropolitan elections cost so much trouble and so much money, and under the most favourable circumstances, are so doubtful. A man is never sure there till he has fought for his seat 3 or 4 times. This has been the 3rd time with him," said Alice, "and he is a poor man." "Dear, dear," said Mr. Palliser, who himself knew nothing of such misfortunes. "I have always thought that those seats should be left to rich commercial men who can afford to spend money upon them. Instead of that, they are generally contested by men of moderate means. Another of my friends in the House has been thrown out." "Who is that unfortunate?" asked Lady Glencora. "Mr. Bott," said the unthinking husband. "Mr. Bott out!" exclaimed Lady Glencora. "Mr. Bott thrown out! I am so glad. Alice, are you not glad? The red-haired man, that used to stand about, you know, at Matching, he has lost his seat in Parliament. I suppose he'll go and stand about somewhere in Lancashire, now." A very indiscreet woman was poor Lady Glencora. Mr. Palliser's face became black beneath the Times newspaper. "I did not know," said he, "that my friend Mr. Bott and Miss Vavasor were enemies." "Enemies? I don't suppose they were enemies," said Glencora. "But he was a man whom no one could help observing, and disliking." "He was a man I specially disliked," said Alice, with great courage. "He may be very well in Parliament, but I never met a man who could make himself so disagreeable in society. I really did feel myself constrained to be his enemy." "Bravo, Alice!" said Lady Glencora. "I hope he did nothing at Matching, to, began Mr. Palliser, apologetically. "Nothing especially to offend me, Mr. Palliser, except that he had a way that I especially dislike of trying to make little secret confidences." "And then he was so ugly," said Lady Glencora. "I felt certain that he endeavoured to do mischief," said Alice. "Of course he did," said Lady Glencora. "And he had a habit of rubbing his head against the papers in the rooms, and leaving a mark behind him that was quite unpardonable." Mr. Palliser was effectually talked down, and felt himself constrained to abandon his political ally. Perhaps he did this the easier as the loss which Mr. Bott had just suffered would materially interfere with his political utility. "I suppose he will remain now among his own people," said Mr. Palliser. "Let us hope he will," said Lady Glencora, "and that his own people will appreciate the advantage of his presence." Then there was nothing more said about Mr. Bott. It was evening, and while they were still sitting among their letters and newspapers, there came a shout along the water, and the noise of many voices from the bridge. Suddenly, there shot down before them in the swift running stream the heads of many swimmers in the river, and with the swimmers came boats carrying their clothes. They went by almost like a glance of light upon the waters, so rapid was the course of the current. There was the shout of voices, the quick passage of the boats, the uprising, some 6 times, of the men's hands above the surface. And then they were gone down the river, out of sight, like morsels of wood thrown into a cataract, which are borne away instantly. "Oh, how I wish I could do that," said Lady Glencora. "It seems to be very dangerous," said Mr. Palliser. "I don't know how they can stop themselves." "Why should they want to stop themselves?" said Lady Glencora. "Think how cool the water must be, and how beautiful to be carried along so quickly, and to go on, and on, and on. I suppose we couldn't try it?" As no encouragement was given to this proposition, Lady Glencora did not repeat it, but stood leaning on the rail of the balcony, and looking enviously down upon the water. Alice was, of course, thinking of that other evening, when perhaps the same swimmers had come down under the bridge and before the balcony, and where George Vavasor was sitting in her presence. It was, I think, on that evening, that she made up her mind to separate herself from Mr. Grey. On the day after that, Mr. Palliser and his party went on to Lucerne, making that journey, as I have said, by slow stages, taking Schaffhausen and Zurich in their way. At Lucerne, they established themselves for some time, occupying nearly a dozen rooms in the great hotel which overlooks the lake. Here there came to them a visitor, of whose arrival I will speak in the next chapter. Chapter 70. At Lucerne. I am inclined to think that Mr. Palliser did not much enjoy this part of his tour abroad. When he first reached Lucerne there was no one there with whom he could associate pleasantly, nor had he any occupation capable of making his time run easily. He did not care for scenery. Clothes at his elbow was the finest to be had in Europe, but it was nothing to him. Had he been simply journeying through Lucerne at the proper time of the year for such a journey, when the business of the session was over, and a little change of air needed, he could have enjoyed the thing in a moderate way, looking about him, passing on, and knowing that it was good for him to be there at that moment. But he had none of that passion for mountains and lakes, none of that positive joy in the heather, which would have compensated many another man for the loss of all that Mr. Palliser was losing. His mind was ever at home in the House of Commons, or in that august assembly which men call the Cabinet, and of the meetings of which he read from week to week the simple records. Therein were mentioned the names of those heroes to whom fortune had been so much kinder than she had been to him, and he envied them. He took short, solitary walks, about the town, over the bridges, and along the rivers, making to himself the speeches which he would have made to full houses, had not his wife brought ruin upon all his hopes. And as he pictured to himself the glorious successes which probably never would have been his had he remained in London, so did he prophesy to himself an absolute and irremediable downfall from all political power as the result of his absence, having, in truth, no sufficient cause for such despair. As yet, he was barely 30, and had he been able to judge his own case as keenly as he could have judged the case of another, he would have known that a short absence might probably raise his value in the estimation of others rather than lower it. But his personal annoyance was too great to allow of his making such calculations aright. So he became fretful and unhappy. And though he spoke no word of rebuke to his wife, though he never hinted that she had robbed him of his glories, he made her conscious by his manner that she had brought him to this miserable condition. Lady Glencora herself had a love for the mountains and lakes, but it was a love of that kind which requires to be stimulated by society, and which is keenest among cold chickens, picnic pies, and the flying of champagne corks. When they first entered Switzerland she was very enthusiastic, and declared her intention of climbing up all the mountains, and going through all the passes. She endeavoured to induce her husband to promise that she should be taken up Mont Blanc. And I think she would have carried this on, and would have been taken up Mont Blanc, had Mr. Palliser's aspirations been congenial. But they were not congenial, and Lady Glencora soon lost all her enthusiasm. By the time that they were settled at Lucerne she had voted the mountains to be bores, and had almost learned to hate the lake, which she declared always made her wet through when she got into a small boat, and seasick when she put her foot in a large one. At Lucerne they made no acquaintances, Mr. Palliser being a man not apt to new friendships. They did not even dine at the public table, though Lady Glencora had expressed a wish to do so. Mr. Palliser did not like it, and of course Lady Glencora gave way. There were, moreover, some marital passages which were not pleasant to a third person. They did not scold each other. But Lady Glencora would make little speeches of which her husband disapproved. She would purposely irritate him by continuing her tone of badinage, and then Mr. Palliser would become fretful, and would look as though the cares of the world were too many for him. I cannot, therefore, say that Alice had much to make the first period of her sojourn at Lucerne a period of enjoyment. But when they had been there about a fortnight, a stranger arrived, whose coming at any rate lent the grace of some excitement to their lives. Their custom was to breakfast at 9, or as near 9 as Lady Glencora could be induced to appear, and then Mr. Palliser would read till 3. At that hour he would walk forth by himself, after having handed the two ladies into their carriage, and they would be driven about for 2 hours. "How I do hate this carriage," Lady Glencora said one day. "I do so wish it would come to grief, and be broken to pieces. I wonder whether the Swiss people think that we are going to be driven about here forever." There were moments, however, which seemed to indicate that Lady Glencora had something to tell her cousin, which, if told, would alter the monotony of their lives. Alice, however, would not press her for her secret. "If you have anything to tell, why don't you tell it?" Alice once said. "You are so hard," said Lady Glencora. "So you tell me very often," Alice replied, "and it is not complimentary. But hard or soft, I won't make a petition for your confidence." Then Lady Glencora said something savage, and the subject was dropped for a while. But we must go back to the stranger. Mr. Palliser had put the ladies into their carriage, and was standing between the front door of the hotel and the lake on a certain day. Doubting whether he would walk up the hill to the left or turn into the town on the right, when he was accosted by an English gentleman, who, raising his hat, said that he believed that he spoke to Mr. Palliser. "I am Mr. Palliser," said our friend, very courteously, returning the salute, and smiling as he spoke. But though he smiled, and though he was courteous, and though he raised his hat, there was something in his look and voice which would not have encouraged any ordinary stranger to persevere. Mr. Palliser was not a man with whom it was easy to open an acquaintance. "My name is John Gray," said the stranger. Then the smile was dropped, the look of extreme courtesy disappeared, the tone of Mr. Palliser's voice was altered, and he put out his hand. He knew enough of Mr. John Gray's history to be aware that Mr. John Gray was a man with whom he might permit himself to become acquainted. After the interchange of a very few words, the two men started off for a walk together. "Perhaps you don't wish to meet the carriage," said Mr. Palliser. "If so, we had better go through the town and up the river." They went through the town, and up the river, and when Mr. Palliser, on his return, was seen by Alice and Lady Glencora, he was alone. They dined together, and nothing was said. Together they sauntered out in the evening, and together came in and drank their tea, but still nothing was said. At last, Alice and her cousin took their candles from Mr. Palliser's hands and left the sitting-room for the night. "Alice," said Lady Glencora, as soon as they were in the passage together, "I have been dying for this time to come. I could not speak before, or I should have made blunders, and so would you. Let us go into your room at once. Who do you think is here, at Lucerne, in this house, at this very moment?" Alice knew at once who it was. She knew, immediately, that Mr. Gray had followed her, though no word had been written to her or spoken to her on the subject since that day on which he himself had told her that they would meet abroad. But though she was quite sure, she did not mention his name. "Who is it, Glencora?" she asked, very calmly. "Whom in all the world would you best like to see?" said Glencora. "My cousin Kate, certainly," said Alice. "Then it is not your cousin Kate. And I don't believe you, or else you're a fool." Alice was accustomed to Lady Glencora's mode of talking, and therefore did not think much of this. "Perhaps I am a fool," she said. "Only I know you are not. But I am not at all so sure as to your being no hypocrite. The person I mean is a gentleman, of course. Why don't you show a little excitement, at any rate?" When Plantagenet told me, just before dinner, I almost jumped out of my shoes. He was going to tell you himself after dinner, in the politest way in the world, no doubt, and just as the servants were carrying away the apples. I thought it best to save you from that. But, I declare, I believe I might have left him to do it, it would have had no effect upon you. Who is it that has come, do you suppose? Of course I know now, said Alice, very calmly, that Mr. John Gray has come. Yes, Mr. John Gray has come. He is here in this house at this minute, or, more probably, waiting outside by the lake till he shall see a light in your bedroom. Then Lady Glencora paused for a moment, waiting that Alice might say something. But Alice said nothing. Well, said Lady Glencora, rising up from her chair. Well? Well, said Alice. Have you nothing to say? Is it the same to you as though Mr. Smith had come? No, not exactly the same. I am quite alive to the importance of Mr. Gray's arrival, and shall probably lie awake all night thinking about it, if it will do you any good to know that, but I don't feel that I have much to say about it. I wish I had let Mr. Palliser tell you, in an ordinary way, before all the servants. I do indeed. It would not have made much difference. Not the least, I believe. I wonder whether you ever did care for anybody in your life, for him, or for that other one, or for anybody. For nobody, I believe, except your cousin Kate. Still waters, they say, run deep. And sometimes I think your waters run too deep for me to fathom. I suppose I may go now, if you have got nothing more to say. What do you want me to say? Of course I know why he has come here. He told me he should come. And you have never said a word about it. He told me he should come, and I thought it better not to say a word about it. He might change his mind, or anything might happen. I told him not to come, and it would have been much better that he should have remained away. Why would it be better? Because his being here will do no good to anyone. No good. It seems to me impossible but that it should do all the good in the world. Look here, Alice. If you do not altogether make it up with him before tomorrow evening, I shall believe you to be utterly heartless. Had I been you I should have been in his arms before this. I'll go now, and leave you to lie awake, as you say you will. Then she left the room, but returned in a moment to ask another question. What is Plantagenet to say to him about seeing you tomorrow? Of course he has asked permission to come and call. He may come if he pleases. You don't think I have quarrelled with him, or would refuse to see him? And may we ask him to dine with us? Oh, yes. And make up a picnic, and all the rest of it. In fact, he is to be regarded as only an ordinary person. Well, good night. I don't understand you, that's all. It may be doubted whether Alice understood herself. As soon as her friend was gone, she put out her candle and seated herself at the open window of her room, looking out upon the moonlight as it played upon the lake. Would he be there, thinking of her, looking up, perhaps, as Glencora had hinted, to see if he could distinguish her light among the hundred that would be flickering across the long front of the house? If it were so, at any rate he should not see her, so she drew the curtain, and sat there watching the lake. It was a pity that he should have come, and yet she loved him dearly for coming. It was a pity that he should have come, as his coming could lead to no good result. Of this she assured herself over and over again, and yet she hardly knew why she was so sure of it. Glencora had called her hard, but her conviction on that matter had not come from hardness. Now that she was alone, her heart was full of love, of the soft romance of love towards this man. And yet she felt that she ought not to marry him, even though he might still be willing to take her. That he was still willing to take her, that he desired to have her for his wife in spite of all the injury she had done him, there could be no doubt. Why else had he followed her to Switzerland? And she remembered, now at this moment, how he had told her at Cheltenham that he would never consider her to be lost to him, unless she should, in truth, become the wife of another man. Why, then, should it not be as he wished it? She asked herself the question, and did not answer it, but still she felt that it might not be so. She had no right to such happiness after the evil that she had done. She had been driven by a frenzy to do that which she herself could not pardon. And having done it, she could not bring herself to accept the position which should have been the reward of good conduct. She could not analyze the causes which made her feel that she must still refuse the love that was proffered to her. She could not clearly read her own thoughts. But the causes were as I have said, and such was the true reading of her thoughts. Had she simply refused his hand after she had once accepted it, had she refused it, and then again changed her mind, she could have brought herself to ask him to forgive her. But she had done so much more than this, and so much worse. She had affianced herself to another man since she had belonged to him, since she had been his, as his future wife. What must he not think of her, and what not suspect? Then she remembered those interviews which she had had with her cousin since she had written to him, accepting his offer. When he had been with her in Queen and Street she had shrunk from all outward signs of a love which she did not feel. There had been no caress between them. She had not allowed him to touch her with his lips. But it was impossible that the nature of that mad engagement between her and her cousin George should ever be made known to Mr. Grey. She sat there wiping the tears from her eyes as she looked for his figure among the figures by the lakeside, but, as she sat there, she promised herself no happiness from his coming. Oh! Reader, can you forgive her in that she had sinned against the softness of her feminine nature? I think that she may be forgiven, in that she had never brought herself to think lightly of her own fault. If he were there, by the lakeside, she did not see him. I think we may say that John Grey was not a man to console himself in his love by looking up at his lady's candle. He was one who was capable of doing as much as most men in the pursuit of his love, as he proved to be the case when he followed Alice to Cheltenham, and again to London, and now again to Lucerne. But I doubt whether a glimmer from her bedroom window, had it been unmistakably her own glimmer, and not that of some ugly old French woman who might chance to sleep next to her, would have done him much good. He had come to Lucerne with a purpose, which purpose, if it might be possible, he meant to carry out. But I think he was already in bed, being tired with long travel, before Lady Glencora had left Alice's room. At breakfast the next morning nothing was said for a while about the new arrival. At last Mr. Palliser ventured to speak. "Glencora has told you, I think, that Mr. Grey is here. Mr. Grey is an old friend of yours, I believe." Alice, keeping her countenance as well as she was able, said Mr. Grey had been, and, indeed, was, a very dear friend of hers. Mr. Palliser knew the whole story, and what was the use of any little attempt at dissimulation? "I shall be glad to see him, if you will allow me," she went on to say. "Glencora suggests that we should ask him to dinner," said Mr. Palliser, and then that matter was settled. But Mr. Grey did not wait till dinner time to see Alice. Early in the morning his card was brought up, and Lady Glencora, as soon as she saw the name, immediately ran away. "Indeed you need not go," said Alice. "Indeed I shall go," said her ladyship. "I know what's proper on these occasions, if you don't." So she went, whisking herself along the passages with a little run, and Mr. Grey, as he was shown into her ladyship's usual sitting-room, saw the skirt of her ladyship's dress as she whisked herself off towards her husband. "I told you I should come," he said, with his ordinary sweet smile. "I told you that I should follow you, and here I am." He took her hand, and held it, pressing it warmly. She hardly knew with what words first to address him, or how to get her hand back from him. "I am very glad to see you, as an old friend," she said, "but I hope—" "Well, you hope what?" "I hope you have had some better cause for travelling than a desire to see me." "No, dearest, no. I have had no better cause, and, indeed, none other. I have come on purpose to see you, and had Mr. Palliser taken you off to Asia or Africa, I think I should have felt myself compelled to follow him. You know why I follow you?" "Hardly," said she, not finding at the moment any other word that she could say. "Because I love you." You see what a plain-spoken John Bull I am, and how I come to the point at once. I want you to be my wife, and they say that perseverance is the best way when a man has such a want as that. You ought not to want it, she said, whispering the words as though she were unable to speak them out loud. But I do, you see. And why should I not want it? I am not fit to be your wife. I am the best judge of that, Alice. You have to make up your mind whether I am fit to be your husband. You would be disgraced if you were to take me, after all that has passed. After what I have done. What would other men say of you when they knew the story? Other men, I hope, would be just enough to say, that when I had made up my mind, I was tolerably constant in keeping to it. I do not think they could say much worse of me than that. They would say that you had been jilted, and had forgiven the jilt. As far as the forgiveness goes, they would tell the truth. But, indeed, Alice, I don't very much care what men do say of me. But I care, Mr. Gray, and though you may forgive me, I cannot forgive myself. Indeed I know now, as I have known all along, that I am not fit to be your wife. I am not good enough. And I have done that which makes me feel that I have no right to marry anyone. These words she said, jerking out the different sentences almost in convulsions. And when she had come to the end of them, the tears were streaming down her cheeks. I have thought about it, and I will not. I will not. After what has passed, I know that it will be better, more seemly, that I should remain as I am. Soon after that she left him, not, however, till she had told him that she would meet him again at dinner, and had begged him to treat her simply as a friend. In spite of everything, I hope that we may always be friends, dear friends, she said. I hope we may, he answered, the very dearest. And then he left her. In the afternoon he again encountered Mr. Palliser, and having thought over the matter since his interview with Alice, he resolved to tell his whole story to his new acquaintance, not in order that he might ask for counsel from him. For in this matter he wanted no man's advice, but that he might get some assistance. So the two men walked off together, up the banks of the clear-flowing Reuss, and Mr. Palliser felt the comfort of having a companion. I have always liked her, said Mr. Palliser, though, to tell the truth, I have twice been very angry with her. I have never been angry with her, said the lover. And my anger was in both instances unjust. You may imagine how great is my confidence in her, when I have thought she was the best companion my wife could have for a long journey, taken under circumstances that were. But I need not trouble you with that. So great had been the desolation of Mr. Palliser's life since his banishment from London that he almost felt tempted to tell the story of his troubles to this absolute stranger. But he bethought himself of the blood of the Pallisers, and refrained. There are comforts which royalty may never enjoy, and luxuries in which such men as Plantagenet Palliser may not permit themselves to indulge. About her and her character I have no doubt in the world, said Gray. In all that she has done I think that I have seen her motives. And though I have not approved of them, I have always known them to be pure and unselfish. She has done nothing that I did not forgive as soon as it was done. Had she married that man, I should have forgiven her even that, though I should have known that all her future life was destroyed, and much of mine also. I think I can make her happy if she will marry me, but she must first be taught to forgive herself. Living as she is with you, and with your wife, she may, perhaps, just now be more under your influence and your wife's than she can possibly be under mine. Whereupon, Mr. Palliser promised that he would do what he could. I think she loves me, said Mr. Gray. Mr. Palliser said that he was sure she did, though what ground he had for such assurance I am quite unable to surmise. He was probably desirous of saying the most civil thing which occurred to him. The little dinner party that evening was pleasant enough, and nothing more was said about love. Lady Glencora talked nonsense to Mr. Gray, and Mr. Palliser contradicted all the nonsense which his wife talked. But this was all done in such a way that the evening passed away pleasantly. It was tacitly admitted among them that Mr. Gray was to be allowed to come among them as a friend, and Lady Glencora managed to say one word to him aside, in which she promised to give him her most cordial cooperation. Chapter 71. Showing how George Vavasor received a visit. We must go back for a few pages to scenes which happened in London during this summer, so that the reader may understand Mr. Grey's position when he reached Lucerne. He had undergone another quarrel with George Vavasor, and something of the circumstances of that quarrel must be told. It has been already said that George Vavasor lost his election for the Chelsea districts, after all the money which he had spent, money which he had been so ill able to spend, and on which he had laid his hands in a manner so disreputable. He had received £2,000 from the bills which Alice had executed on his behalf, or rather, had received the full value of 3 out of the 4 bills, and a part of the value of the 4th, on which he had been driven to raise what immediate money he had wanted by means of a Jew bill discounter. £1,000 he had paid over at once into the hands of Mr. Scrubby, his parliamentary election agent, towards the expenses of his election. And when the day of polling arrived had exactly in his hands the sum of £500. Where he was to get more when this was gone he did not know. If he were successful, if the enlightened constituents of the Chelsea districts, contented with his efforts on behalf of the river bank, should again send him to Parliament, he thought that he might still carry on the war. A sum of ready money he would have in hand, and, as to his debts, he would be grandly indifferent to any consideration of them. Then there might be pickings in the way of a member of Parliament of his calibre. Companies, mercantile companies, would be glad to have him as a director, paying him £1 a day, or perhaps more, for his hour's attendance. Railways in want of vice-chairman might bid for his services, and in the city he might turn that MP which belonged to him to good account in various ways. With such a knowledge of the city world as he possessed, he thought that he could pick up a living in London, if only he could retain his seat in Parliament. But what was he to do if he could not retain it? No sooner had Mr. Scrubby got the £1,000 into his clutches than he pressed for still more money. George Vavasor, with some show of justice on his side, pointed out to this all-devouring agent that the sum demanded had already been paid. This Mr. Scrubby admitted, declaring that he was quite prepared to go on without any further immediate remittance, although by doing so might subject himself to considerable risk. But another £500, paid at once, would add greatly to the safety of the seat, whereas 800 judiciously thrown in at the present moment would make the thing quite secure. But Vavasor swore to himself that he would not part with another shilling. Never had he felt such love for money as he did for that £500 which he now held in his pocket. "It's no use," he said to Mr. Scrubby. "I have done what you asked, and would have done more had you asked for more at that time. As it is, I cannot make another payment before the election." Mr. Scrubby shrugged his shoulders, and said that he would do his best. But George Vavasor soon knew that the man was not doing his best, that the man had, in truth, abandoned his cause. The landlord of the handsome man jeered him when he went there canvassing. "Laws, Mr. Vavasor," said the landlord of the handsome man, "you're not at all the fellow for us chaps along the river, you ain't. You're afraid to come down with the stumpy, that's what you are." George put his hand upon his purse, and acknowledged to himself that he had been afraid to come down with the stumpy. For the last 5 days of the affair George Vavasor knew that his chance was gone. Mr. Scrubby's face, manner, and words, told the result of the election as plainly as any subsequent figures could do. He would be absent when Vavasor called, or the clerk would say that he was absent. He would answer in very few words, constantly shrugging his shoulders. He would even go away and leave the anxious candidate while he was in the middle of some discussion as to his plans. It was easy to see that Mr. Scrubby no longer regarded him as a successful man, and the day of the poll showed very plainly how right Mr. Scrubby had been. George Vavasor was rejected, but he still had his £500 in his pocket. Of course he was subject to that mortification which a man feels when he reflects that some little additional outlay would have secured his object. Whether it might have been so, or not, who can say? But there he was, with the gateway between the lamps barred against him, ex-member of Parliament for the Chelsea districts, with £500 in his pocket. And little or nothing else that he could call his own. What was he to do with himself? After trying to make himself heard upon the hustings when he was rejected, and pledging himself to stand again at the next election, he went home to his lodgings in Cecil Street. And endeavoured to consider calmly his position in the world. He had lost his inheritance. He had abandoned one profession after another, and was now beyond the pale of another chance in that direction. His ambition had betrayed him, and there were no longer possible to him any hopes of political activity. He had estranged from himself every friend that he had ever possessed. He had driven from him with violence the devotion even of his sister. He had robbed the girl whom he intended to marry of her money, and had so insulted her that no feeling of amity between them was any longer possible. He had nothing now but himself and that £500, which he still held in his pocket. What should he do with himself and his money? He thought over it all with outer calmness for a while, as he sat there in his armchair. From the moment in which he had first become convinced that the election would go against him, and that he was therefore ruined on all sides, he had resolved that he would be calm amidst his ruin. Sometimes he assumed a little smile, as though he were laughing at his own position. Mr. Bott's day of rejection had come before his own, and he had written to Mr. Bott a drolling note of consolation and mock sympathy. He had shaken hands with Mr. Scrubby, and had poked his fun at the agent, bidding him be sure to send in his little bill soon. To all who accosted him, he replied in a subrisive tone, and he bantered Calder Jones, whose seat was quite sure, till Calder Jones began to have fears that were quite unnecessary. And now, as he sat himself down, intending to come to some final decision as to what he would do, he maintained the same calmness. He smiled in the same way, though there was no one there to see the smile. He laughed even audibly once or twice, as he vainly endeavoured to persuade himself that he was able to regard the world and all that belonged to it as a bubble. There came to him a moment in which he laughed out very audibly. "Ha! Ha!" he shouted, rising up from his chair, and he walked about the room, holding a large paper knife in his hand. "Ha! Ha!" Then he threw the knife away from him, and thrusting his hands into his trousers pockets, laughed again. "Ha! Ha!" He stood still in the centre of the room, and the laughter was very plainly visible on his face, had there been anybody there to see it. But suddenly there was a change upon his face, as he stood there all alone, and his eyes became fierce, and the cicatrice that marred his countenance grew to be red and ghastly. And he grinned with his teeth, and he clenched his fists as he still held them within his pockets. "Curse him," he said out loud. "Curse him, now and forever." He had broken down in his calmness, when he thought of that old man who had opposed him during his life, and had ruined him at his death. May all the evils which the dead can feel cling to him forever and ever. His laughter was all gone, and his assumed tranquillity had deserted him. Walking across the room, he struck his foot against a chair. Upon this, he took the chair in his hands, and threw it across the room. But he hardly arrested the torrent of his maledictions as he did so. What good was it that he should lie to himself by that mock tranquillity, or that false laughter? He lied to himself no longer, but uttered a song of despair that was true enough. What should he do? Where should he go? From what fountain should he attempt to draw such small draughts of the water of comfort as might support him at the present moment? Unless a man have some such fountain to which he can turn, the burden of life cannot be borne. For the moment, Vavasor tried to find such fountain in a bottle of brandy which stood near him. He half filled a tumbler, and then, dashing some water on it, swallowed it greedily. "By," he said, "I believe it is the best thing a man can do." But where was he to go? To whom was he to turn himself? He went to a high desk which stood in one corner of the room, and unlocking it, took out a revolving pistol, and for a while carried it about with him in his hand. He turned it up, and looked at it, and tried the lock, and snapped it without caps, to see that the barrel went round fairly. "It's a beggarly thing to do," he said, and then he turned the pistol down again, "and if I do it, I'll use it first for another purpose." Then he poured out for himself more brandy and water, and having drunk it, he threw himself upon the sofa, and seemed to sleep. But he did not sleep, and by there came a slight single knock at the door, which he instantly answered. But he did not answer it in the usual way by bidding the comer to come in. "Who's there?" he said. Then the comer attempted to enter, turning the handle of the door. But the door had been locked, and the key was on Vavasor's side. "Who's there?" he asked again, speaking out loudly, but in an angry voice. "It is I," said a woman's voice. "D-ation," said George Vavasor. The woman heard him, but she made no sign of having heard him. She simply remained standing where she was till something further should be done with him. She knew the man well, and knew that she must bide his time. She was very patient, and for the time was meek, though it might be that there would come an end to her meekness. Vavasor, when he had heard her voice, and knew who was there, had again thrown himself on the sofa. There flashed across his mind another thought or two as to his future career, another idea about the pistol, which still lay upon the table. Why should he let the intruder in, and undergo the nuisance of a disagreeable interview, if the end of all things might come in time to save him from such trouble? There he lay for 10 minutes thinking, and then the low single knock was heard again. He jumped upon his feet, and his eyes were full of fire. He knew that it was useless to bid her go and leave him. She would sit there, if it were through the whole night. Should he open the door and strangle her, and pass out over her with the pistol in his hand, so that he might make that other reckoning which he desired to accomplish? And then never come back any more? He took a turn through the room, and then walked gently up to the door, and undid the lock. He did not open the door, nor did he bid his visitor enter, but having made the way easy for her if she chose to come in, he walked back to the sofa and threw himself on it again. As he did so, he passed his hand across the table so as to bring the pistol near to himself at the place where he would be lying. She paused a moment after she had heard the sound of the key, and then she made her way into the room. He did not at first speak to her. She closed the door very gently, and then, looking around, came up to the foot of the sofa. She paused a moment, waiting for him to address her. But as he said nothing, but lay there looking at her, she was the first to speak. "George," she said, "what am I to do?" She was a woman of about 30 years of age, dressed poorly, in old garments, but still with decency, and with some attempt at feminine prettiness. There were flowers in the bonnet on her head, though the bonnet had that unmistakable look of age which is quite as distressing to bonnets as it is to women. And the flowers themselves were battered and faded. She had long black ringlets on each cheek, hanging down much below her face, and brought forward so as to hide in some degree the hollowness of her jaws. Her eyes had a peculiar brightness, but now they left on those who looked at her cursorily no special impression as to their color. They had been blue, that dark violet blue, which is so rare, but is sometimes so lovely. Her forehead was narrow, her mouth was small, and her lips were thin. But her nose was perfect in its shape, and, by the delicacy of its modeling, had given a peculiar grace to her face in the days when things had gone well with her. When her cheeks had been full with youth and good living, and had been dimpled by the softness of love and mirth. There were no dimples there now, and all the softness which still remained was that softness which sorrow and continual melancholy give to suffering women. On her shoulders she wore a light shawl, which was fastened to her bosom with a large clasp brooch. Her faded dress was supported by a wide crinoline, but the undergarment had lost all the grace of its ancient shape. And now told that woman's tale of poverty and taste for dress which is to be read in the outward garb of so many of Eve's daughters. The whole story was told so that those who ran might read it. When she had left her home this afternoon, she had struggled hard to dress herself so that something of the charm of apparel might be left to her. But she had known of her own failure at every twist that she had given to her gown, and at every jerk with which she had settled her shawl. She had despaired at every push she had given to her old flowers, vainly striving to bring them back to their old forms, but still she had persevered. With long tedious care she had mended the old gloves which would hardly hold her fingers. She had carefully hidden the rags of her sleeves. She had washed her little shriveled collar, and had smoothed it out painfully. It had been a separate grief to her that she could find no cuffs to put round her wrists. And yet she knew that no cuffs could have availed her anything. Nothing could avail her now. She expected nothing from her visit. Yet she had come forth anxiously, and would have waited there throughout the whole night had access to his room been debarred to her. "George," she said, standing at the bottom of the sofa, "what am I to do?" As he lay there with his face turned towards her, the windows were at her back, and he could see her very plainly. He saw and appreciated the little struggles she had made to create by her appearance some reminiscence of her former self. He saw the shining coarseness of the long ringlets which had once been softer than silk. He saw the sixpenny brooch on her bosom where he had once placed a jewel, the price of which would now have been important to him. He saw it all, and lay there for a while, silently reading it. "Don't let me stand here," she said, "without speaking a word to me." "I don't want you to stand there," he said. "That's all very well, George. I know you don't want me to stand here. I know you don't want to see me ever again. Never. I know it. Of course I know it. But what am I to do? Where am I to go for money? Even you would not wish that I should starve." "That's true, too. I certainly would not wish it. I should be delighted to hear that you had plenty to eat and plenty to drink, and plenty of clothes to wear. I believe that's what you care for the most, after all. It was only for your sake, because you liked it." "Well, I did like it, but that has come to an end, as have all my other likings. You know very well that I can do nothing more for you. What good do you do yourself by coming here to annoy me? Have I not told you over and over again that you were never to look for me here? Is it likely that I should give you money now, simply because you have disobeyed me? Where else was I to find you? Why should you have found me at all? I don't want you to find me. I shall give you nothing, not a penny. You know very well that we've had all that out before. When I put you into business I told you that we were to see no more of each other." "Business," she said. "I never could make enough out of the shop to feed a bird. That wasn't my fault. Putting you there cost me over £100, and you consented to take the place." "I didn't consent. I was obliged to go there because you took my other home away from me. Have it as you like, my dear. That was all I could do for you. And more than most men would have done, when all things are considered." Then he got up from the sofa, and stood himself on the hearth rug, with his back to the fireplace. "At any rate, you may be sure of this, Jane, that I shall do nothing more. You have come here to torment me, but you shall get nothing by it. I have come here because I am starving. I have nothing for you. Now go," and he pointed to the door. Nevertheless, for more than 3 years of his life this woman had been his closest companion, his nearest friend, the being with whom he was most familiar. He had loved her according to his fashion of loving, and certainly she had loved him. "Go," he said, repeating the word very angrily. "Do as I bid you, or it will be the worse for you. Will you give me a sovereign?" "No, I will give you nothing. I have desired you not to come to me here, and I will not pay for you coming." "Then I will not go." And the woman sat down upon a chair at the foot of the table. "I will not go till you have given me something to buy food. You may put me out of the room if you can, but I will lie at the door of the stairs. And if you get me out of the house, I will sit upon the doorstep. If you play that game, my poor girl, the police will take you. Let them. It has come to that with me, that I care for nothing. Out of this I will not go till you give me money, unless I am put out." And for this she had dressed herself with so much care, mending her gloves, and darning her little fragments of finery. He stood looking at her, with his hands thrust deep into his pockets, looking at her and thinking what he had better do to rid himself of her presence. If he even quite resolved to take that little final journey of which we have spoken, with the pistol in his hand, why should he not go and leave her there? Or, for the matter of that, why should he not make her his heir to all remainder of his wealth? What he still had left was sufficient to place her in a seventh heaven of the earth. He cared but little for her, and was at this moment angry with her, but there was no one for whom he cared more, and no friend with whom he was less angry. But then his mind was not quite made up as to that final journey. Therefore he desired to rid himself and his room of the nuisance of her presence. "Jane," he said, looking at her again with that assumed tranquillity of which I have spoken, "you talk of starving and of being ruined. I am starving. I have not a shilling in the world. Perhaps it may be a comfort to you in your troubles to know that I am, at any rate, as badly off as you are. I won't say that I am starving, because I could get food to eat at this moment if I wanted it, but I am utterly ruined. My property, what should have been mine, has been left away from me. I have lost the trumpery seat in Parliament for which I have paid so much. All my relations have turned their backs upon me. Are you not going to be married?" she said, rising quickly from her chair and coming close to him. "Married? No, but I am going to blow my brains out. Look at that pistol, my girl. Of course you won't think that I am in earnest, but I am." She looked up into his face piteously. "Oh, George," she said, "you won't do that." "But I shall do that. There is nothing else left for me to do. You talk to me about starving. I tell you that I should have no objection to be starved, and so be put an end to in that way. It's not so bad as some other ways when it comes gradually. You and I, Jane, have not played our cards very well. We have staked all that we had, and we've been beaten. It's no good whimpering after what's lost. We'd better go somewhere else and begin a new game." "Go where?" said she. "Ah, that's just what I can't tell you. George," she said, "I'll go anywhere with you. If what you say is true, if you're not going to be married, and will let me come to you, I will work for you like a slave. I will indeed. I know I'm poorly looking now. My girl, where I'm going, I shall not want any slave, and as for your looks, when you go there too, they'll be of no matter, as far as I am able to judge. But, George, where are you going?" "Wherever people do go when their brains are knocked out of them, or, rather, when they have knocked out their own brains, if that makes any difference." "George," she came up to him now, and took hold of him by the front of his coat, and for the moment he allowed her to do so. "George, you frighten me. Do not do that. Say that you will not do that." "But I am just saying that I shall. Are you not afraid of God's anger? You and I have been very wicked." "I have, my poor girl. I don't know much about your wickedness. I've been like Topsy, indeed I am a kind of second Topsy myself. But what's the good of whimpering when it's over? It isn't over. It isn't over, at any rate for you. I wish I knew how I could begin again. But all this is nonsense, Jane, and you must go. You must tell me, first, that you are not going to kill yourself. I don't suppose I shall do it tonight, or, perhaps, not tomorrow. Very probably I may allow myself a week, so that your staying here can do no good. I merely wanted to make you understand that you are not the only person who has come to grief. And you are not going to be married?" "No, I'm not going to be married, certainly. And I must go now." "Yes, I think you'd better go now." Then she rose and went, and he let her leave the room without giving her a shilling. His bantering tone, in speaking of his own position, had been successful. It had caused her to take herself off quietly. She knew enough of his usual manner to be aware that his threats of self-destruction were probably unreal. But, nevertheless, what he had said had created some feeling in her heart which had induced her to yield to him, and go away in peace. Chapter 72. Showing how George Vavasor paid a visit. It was nearly 7 o'clock in the evening, a hot, July evening, when the woman went from Vavasor's room, and left him there alone. It was necessary that he should immediately do something. In the first place he must dine, unless he meant to carry out his threat, and shoot himself at once. But he had no such intention as that, although he stood for some minutes with the pistol in his hand. He was thinking then of shooting someone else. But he resolved that, if he did so at all, he would not do it on that evening, and he locked up the pistol again in the standing desk. After that, he took up some papers, referring to steam packets, which were lying on his table. They contained the programs of different companies, and showed how one vessel went on one day to New York. And another on another day would take out a load of emigrants for New Zealand and Australia. "That's a good line," said he, as he read a certain prospectus. "They generally go to the bottom, and save a man from any further trouble on his own account." Then he dressed himself, putting on his boots and coat, and went out to his club for his dinner. London was still fairly full, that is to say, the West End was not deserted, although Parliament had been broken up 2 months earlier than usual, in preparation for the new elections. Many men who had gone down into the country were now back again in town, and the dining room at the club was crowded. Men came up to him condoling with him, telling him that he was well rid of a great nuisance, that the present members for the Chelsea districts would not sit long, or that there would be another general election in a year or 2. To all these little speeches he made cheerful replies, and was declared by his acquaintance to bear his disappointment well. Calder Jones came to him and talked hunting talk, and Vavasor expressed his intention of being at Roebury in November. "You had better join our club," said Calder Jones. In answer to which Vavasor said that he thought he would join the club. He remained in the smoking room till nearly 11. Then he took himself home, and remained up half the night destroying papers. Every written document on which he could lay his hands he destroyed. All the pigeonholes of his desk were emptied out, and their contents thrown into the flames. At first he looked at the papers before he burned them. But the trouble of doing so soon tired him, and he condemned them all, as he came to them, without examination. Then he selected a considerable amount of his clothes, and packed up 2 portmanteaus, folding his coats with care, and inspecting his boots narrowly, so that he might see which, out of the large number before him, it might be best worth his while to take with him. When that was done, he took from his desk a bag of sovereigns, and, pouring them out upon the table, he counted them out into parcels of 25 each, and made them up carefully into rouleaus with paper. These, when complete, he divided among the 2 portmanteaus and a dressing bag which he also packed in a travelling desk, which he filled with papers, pens, and the like. But he put into it no written document. He carefully looked through his linen, and anything that had been marked with more than his initials he rejected. Then he took out a bundle of printed cards, and furnished a card case with them. On these cards was inscribed the name of Gregory Vance. When all was finished, he stood for a while with his back to the fireplace contemplating his work. "After all," he said to himself, "I know that I shall never start. And, if I do, nobody can hinder me, and my own name would be as good as any other. As for a man with such a face as mine not being known, that is out of the question." But still he liked the arrangements which he had made, and when he had looked at them for a while he went to bed. He was up early the next morning, and had some coffee brought to him by the servant of the house, and as he drank it he had an interview with his landlady. He was going, he said. Going that very day. It might be possible that he would change his mind. But as he would desire to start without delay, if he did go, he would pay her then what he owed her, and what would be due for her lodgings under a week's notice. The woman stared, and curtsied, and took her money. Vavasor, though he had lately been much pressed for money, had never been so foolish as to owe debts where he lived. "There will be some things left about, Mrs. Bunsby," he said, "and I will get you to keep them till I call or send." Mrs. Bunsby said that she would, and then looked her last at him. After that interview she never saw him again. When he was left alone he put on a rough morning coat, and taking up the pistol, placed it carefully in his pocket, and sallied forth. It was manifest enough that he had some decided scheme in his head, for he turned quickly towards the west when he reached the Strand, went across Trafalgar Square to Pall Mall East, and then turned up Suffolk Street. Just as he reached the clubhouse at the corner he paused and looked back, facing first one way and then the other. The chances are that I shall never see anything of it again, he said to himself. Then he laughed in his own silent way, shook his head slightly, and turning again quickly on his heel, walked up the street till he reached the house of Mr. Jones, the pugilistic tailor. The reader, no doubt, has forgotten all he ever knew of Mr. Jones, the pugilistic tailor. It can soon be told again. At Mr. Jones's house John Gray lodged when he was in London, and he was in London at this moment. Vavasor rang the bell, and as soon as the servant came he went quickly into the house, and passed her in the passage. "Mr. Gray is at home," he said. "I will go up to him." The girl said that Mr. Gray was at home, but suggested that she had better announce the gentleman. But Vavasor was already halfway up the stairs, and before the girl had reached the first landing place, he had entered Mr. Gray's room and closed the door behind him. Gray was sitting near the open window, in a dressing gown, and was reading. The breakfast things were on the table, but he had not as yet breakfasted. As soon as he saw George Vavasor, he rose from his chair quickly, and put down his book. "Mr. Vavasor," he said, "I hardly expected to see you in my lodgings again." "I dare say not," said Vavasor. "But, nevertheless, here I am." He kept his right hand in the pocket which held the pistol, and held his left hand under his waistcoat. "May I ask why you have come?" said Gray. "I intend to tell you, at any rate, whether you ask me or not. I have come to declare in your own hearing, as I am in the habit of doing occasionally behind your back, that you are a blackguard, to spit in your face, and defy you." As he said this he suited his action to his words, but without any serious result. "I have come here to see if you are man enough to resent any insult that I can offer you. But I doubt whether you are. Nothing that you can say to me, Mr. Vavasor, will have any effect upon me, except that you can, of course, annoy me. And I mean to annoy you, too, before I have done with you. Will you fight me? Fight a duel with you, with pistols? Certainly not. Then you are a coward, as I supposed. I should be a fool if I were to do such a thing as that. Look here, Mr. Gray. You managed to worm yourself into an intimacy with my cousin, Miss Vavasor, and to become engaged to her. When she found out what you were, how paltry, and mean, and vile, she changed her mind, and bade you leave her. Are you here at her request? I am here as her representative. Self-appointed, I think. Then, sir, you think wrong. I am at this moment her affianced husband. And I find that, in spite of all that she has said to you, which was enough, I should have thought, to keep any man of spirit out of her presence, you still persecute her by going to her house. And forcing yourself upon her presence. Now, I give you two alternatives. You shall either give me your written promise never to go near her again, or you shall fight me. I shall do neither one nor the other, as you know very well yourself. Stop till I have done, sir. If you have courage enough to fight me, I will meet you in any country. I will fight you here in London, or, if you are afraid of that, I will go over to France, or to America, if that will suit you better. Nothing of the kind will suit me at all. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Then you are a coward. Perhaps I am, but your saying so will not make me one. You are a coward, and a liar, and a blackguard. I have given you the option of behaving like a gentleman, and you have refused it. Now, look here. I have come here with arms, and I do not intend to leave this room without using them, unless you will promise to give me the meeting that I have proposed. And he took the pistol out of his pocket. Do you mean that you are going to murder me? Gray asked. There were two windows in the room, and he had been sitting near to that which was furthest removed from the fireplace, and consequently furthest removed from the bell. And his visitor was now standing immediately between him and the door. He had to think what steps he might best take, and to act upon his decision instantly. He was by no means a timid man, and was one, moreover, very little prone to believe in extravagant action. He did not think, even now, that this disappointed, ruined man had come there with any intention of killing him. But he knew that a pistol in the hands of an angry man is dangerous, and that it behoved him to do his best to rid himself of the nuisance which now encumbered him. "Do you mean that you are going to murder me?" he had said. "I mean that you shall not leave this room alive unless you promise to meet me, and fight it out." Upon hearing this, Grey turned himself towards the bell. "If you move a step, I will fire at you," said Vavasor. Grey paused a moment, and looked him full in the face. "I will," said Vavasor again. "That would be murder," said Grey. "Don't think that you will frighten me by ugly words," said Vavasor. "I am beyond that." Grey had stopped for a moment to fix his eyes on the other man's face. But it was only for a moment, and then he went on to the bell. He had seen that the pistol was pointed at himself, and had once thought of rushing across the room at his adversary, calculating that a shot fired at him as he did so might miss him, and that he would then have a fair chance of disarming the madman. But his chief object was to avoid any personal conflict, to escape the indignity of a scramble for the pistol, and especially to escape the necessity of a consequent appearance at some police office, where he would have to justify himself, and answer the questions of a lawyer hired to cross-question him. He made, therefore, towards the bell, trusting that Vavasor would not fire at him, but having some little thought also as to the danger of the moment. It might be that everything was over for him now, that the fatal hour had come, and that eternity was close upon him. Something of the spirit of a prayer flashed across his mind as he moved. Then he heard the click of the pistol's hammer as it fell, and was aware that his eyes were dazzled, though he was unconscious of seeing any flame. He felt something in the air, and knew that the pistol had been fired, but he did not know whether the shot had struck him or had missed him. His hand was out for the bell handle, and he had pulled it, before he was sure that he was unhurt. "D-ation!" exclaimed the murderer. But he did not pull the trigger again. Though the weapon had of late been so often in his hands, he forgot, in the agitation of the moment, that his missing once was but of small matter if he chose to go on with his purpose. Were there not 5 other barrels for him, each making itself ready by the discharge of the other? But he had paused, forgetting, in his excitement, the use of his weapon, and before he had bethought himself that the man was still in his power, he heard the sound of the bell. "D-ation!" he exclaimed. Then he turned round, left the room, hurried down the stairs, and made his way out into the street, having again passed the girl on his way. Grey, when he perceived that his enemy was gone, turned round to look for the bullet or its mark. He soon found the little hole in the window shutter, and probing it with the point of his pencil, came upon the morsel of lead which might now just as readily have been within his own brain. There he left it for the time, and then made some not inaccurate calculation as to the narrowness of his own escape. He had been standing directly between Vavasor and the shutter, and he found, from the height of the hole, that the shot must have passed close beneath his ear. He remembered to have heard the click of the hammer, but he could not remember the sound of the report, and when the girl entered the room, he perceived at once from her manner that she was unaware that firearms had been used. "Has that gentleman left the house?" Grey asked. The girl said that he had left the house. "Don't admit him again," said he, "that is, if you can avoid it. I believe he is not in his right senses." Then he asked for Mr. Jones, his landlord, and in a few minutes the pugilistic tailor was with him. During those few minutes he had been called upon to resolve what he would do now. Would he put the police at once upon the track of the murderer, who was, as he remembered too well, the first cousin of the woman whom he still desired to make his wife? That cross-examination which he would have to undergo at the police office, and again probably in an assize court, in which all his relations with the Vavasor family would be made public, was very vivid to his imagination. That he was called upon by duty to do something he felt almost assured. The man who had been allowed to make such an attempt once with impunity, might probably make it again. But he resolved that he need not now say anything about the pistol to the pugilistic tailor, unless the tailor said something to him. "Mr. Jones," he said, "that man whom I had to put out of the room once before, has been here again. Has there been another tussle, sir?" "No, nothing of that kind. But we must take some steps to prevent his getting in again, if we can help it. Jones promised his aid, and offered to go at once to the police. To this, however, Mr. Gray demurred, saying that he should himself seek assistance from some magistrate. Jones promised to be very vigilant as to watching the door, and then John Gray sat down to his breakfast. Of course he thought much of what had occurred. It was impossible that he should not think much of so narrow an escape. He had probably been as near death as a man may well be without receiving any injury. And the more he thought of it, the more strongly he was convinced that he could not allow the thing to pass by without some notice, or some precaution as to the future. At 11 o'clock he went to Scotland Yard, and saw some officer great in power over policemen, and told him all the circumstances, confidentially. The powerful officer recommended an equally confidential reference to a magistrate. And towards evening a very confidential policeman in plain clothes paid a visit to Vavasor's lodgings in Cecil Street. But Vavasor lodged there no longer. Mrs. Bunsby, who was also very confidential, and at her wits' end because she could not learn the special business of the stranger who called, stated that Mr. George Vavasor left her house in a cab at 10 o'clock that morning, having taken with him such luggage as he had packed, and having gone, she was afraid, for good, as Mrs. Bunsby expressed it. He had gone for good, and at the moment in which the policeman was making the inquiry in Cecil Street, was leaning over the side of an American steamer which had just got up her steam and weighed her anchor in the Mersey. He was on board at 6 o'clock, and it was not till the next day that the cabman was traced who had carried him to Euston Square Station. Of course, it was soon known that he had gone to America, but it was not thought worth while to take any further steps towards arresting him. Mr. Gray himself was decidedly opposed to any such attempt, declaring his opinion that his own evidence would be insufficient to obtain a conviction. The big men in Scotland Yard were loath to let the matter drop. Their mouths watered after the job, and they had very numerous and very confidential interviews with John Gray. But it was decided that nothing should be done. Pity, said one enterprising superintendent, in answer to the condolings of a brother superintendent. Pity's no name for it. It's the greatest shame as ever I knew since I joined the force. A man as was a member of Parliament only last session, as belongs to no end of swell clubs, a gent as well known in London as any gent about the town. And I'd have had him back in 3 months, as sure as my name's Walker. And that superintendent felt that his profession and his country were alike disgraced. And now George Vavasor vanishes from our pages, and will be heard of no more. Rowberry knew him no longer, nor Pall Mall, nor the Chelsea districts. His disappearance was a 9 days' wonder, but the world at large knew nothing of the circumstances of that attempt in Suffolk Street. Mr. Gray himself told the story to no one, till he told it to Mr. Palliser at Lucerne. Mr. Scrubby complained bitterly of the way in which Vavasor had robbed him. But I doubt whether Scrubby, in truth, lost much by the transaction. To Kate, down in Westmoreland, no tidings came of her brother, and her sojourn in London with her aunt had nearly come to an end before she knew that he was gone. Even then the rumour reached her through Captain Belfield, and she learned what few facts she knew from Mrs. Bunsby in Cecil Street. He was always mysterious, said Mrs. Greenow, and now he has vanished. I hate mysteries, and, as for myself, I think it will be much better that he should not come back again. Perhaps Kate was of the same opinion, but, if so, she kept it to herself. Chapter 73. In which come tidings of great moment to all Pallisers. It was not till they had been for a day or two together at Lucerne that Mr. Gray told Mr. Palliser the story of George Vavasor's visit to him in Suffolk Street. Having begun the history of his connection with Alice, he found himself obliged to go with it to the end. And as he described the way in which the man had vanished from the sight of all who had known him, that he had in truth gone, so as no longer to be a cause of dread, he could not without dissimulation, keep back the story of that last scene. And he tried to murder you, said Mr. Palliser. He should be caught and, Mr. Palliser hesitated, not liking to say boldly that the first cousin of the lady who was now living with him ought to be hung. "It is better as it is," said Grey. "He actually walked into your rooms in the daytime, and fired a pistol at you as you were sitting at your breakfast. He did that in London, and then walked off and went abroad, as though he had nothing to fear." "That was just it," said Grey. Mr. Palliser began to think that something ought to be done to make life more secure in the metropolis of the world. Had he not known Mr. Grey, or been accustomed to see the other man in Parliament, he would not have thought so much about it. But it was almost too much for him when he reflected that one man whom he now called his friend, had been nearly murdered in daylight, in the heart of his own part of London, by another man whom he had reckoned among his parliamentary supporters. "And he has got your money too," said Palliser, putting all the circumstances of the case together. In answer to this Mr. Grey said that he hoped the loss might eventually be his own, but that he was bound to regard the money which had been taken as part of Miss Vavasor's fortune. "He is simply the greatest miscreant of whom I ever heard in my life," said Mr. Palliser. "The wonder is that Miss Vavasor should ever have brought herself to like him." Then Mr. Grey apologized for Alice, explaining that her love for her cousin had come from her early years. That the man himself was clever and capable of assuming pleasant ways, and that he had not been wholly bad till ruin had come upon him. He attempted public life and made himself miserable by failing, as most men do who make that attempt, said Grey. This was a statement which Mr. Palliser could not allow to pass without notice. Whereupon the two men got away from George Vavasor and their own individual interests, and went on seriously discussing the merits and demerits of public life. "The end of it all is," said Grey at last, "that public men in England should be rich like you, and not poor like that miserable wretch, who has now lost everything that the fates had given him." They continued to live at Lucerne in this way for a fortnight. Mr. Grey, though he was not unfrequently alone with Alice, did not plead his suit in direct words, but continued to live with her on terms of close and easy friendship. He had told her that her cousin had left England, that he had gone to America immediately after his disappointment in regard to the seat in Parliament, and that he would probably not return. "Poor George!" Alice had said, "He is a man very much to be pitied." "He is a man very much to be pitied," Grey had replied. After that, nothing more was said between them about George Vavasor. From Lady Glencora Alice did hear something, but Lady Glencora herself had not heard the whole story. "I believe he misbehaved himself, my dear," Lady Glencora said. "But then, you know, he always does that. I believe that he saw Mr. Grey and insulted him. Perhaps you had better not ask anything about it till by and by. You'll be able to get anything out of him then." In answer to this Alice made her usual protest, and Lady Glencora, as was customary, told her that she was a fool. "I am inclined to think that Mr. Grey knew what he was about." Lady Glencora once scolded him very vehemently for not bringing the affair to an end. "We shall be going on to Italy before it's settled," she said. "And I don't suppose you can go with us, unless it is settled." Mr. Grey protested that he had no intention of going to Italy in either case. "Then it will be put off for another year or two, and you are both of you as old as Adam and Eve already." "We ancient people are never impatient," said Grey, laughing. "If I were you I would go to her and tell her, roundly, that she should marry me, and then I would shake her. If you were to scold her, till she did not know whether she stood on her head or her heels, she would come to reason. Suppose you try that, Lady Glencora." "I can't. It's she that always scolds me, as you will her, when she's your wife. You and Mr. Palliser are very much alike. You're both of you so very virtuous that no woman would have a chance of picking a hole in your coats." But Lady Glencora was wrong. Alice would, no doubt, have submitted herself patiently to her lover's rebukes, and would have confessed her own sins towards him with any amount of self-accusation that he might have required. But she would not, on that account, have been more willing to obey him in that one point, as to which he now required present obedience. He understood that she must be taught to forgive herself for the evil she had done, to forgive herself, at any rate in part, before she could be induced to return to her old allegiance to him. Thus they went on together at Lucerne, passing quiet, idle days, with some pretence of reading, with a considerable amount of letter-writing. With boat excursions and pony excursions, till the pony excursions came to a sudden end by means of a violent edict, as to which, and the cause of it, a word or two must be said just now. During these days of the boats and the ponies, the carriage which Lady Glencora hated so vehemently was shut up in limbo, and things went very pleasantly with her. Mr. Palliser received political letters from England, which made his mouth water sadly, and was often very fidgety. Parliament was not now sitting, and the government would, of course, remain intact till next February. Might it not be possible that when the rent came in the cabinet, he might yet be present at the darning? He was a constant man, and had once declared his intention of being absent for a year. He continued to speak to Grey of his coming travels, as though it was impossible that they should be over until after the next Easter. But he was sighing for Westminster, and regretting the blue books which were accumulating themselves at Matching. Till on a sudden, there came to him tidings which upset all his plans, which routed the ponies, which made everything impossible, which made the Alps impassable and the railways dangerous. Which drove Burgo Fitzgerald out of Mr. Palliser's head, and so confused him that he could no longer calculate the blunders of the present Chancellor of the Exchequer. All the Palliser world was about to be moved from its lowest depths, to the summits of its highest mountains. Lady Glencora had whispered into her husband's ear that she thought it probable. She wasn't sure, she didn't know. And then she burst out into tears on his bosom as he sat by her on her bedside. He was beside himself when he left her, which he did with the primary intention of telegraphing to London for half a dozen leading physicians. He went out by the lake side, and walked there alone for 10 minutes in a state of almost unconscious exaltation. He did not quite remember where he was, or what he was doing. The one thing in the world which he had lacked, the one joy which he had wanted so much, and which is so common among men, was coming to him also. In a few minutes it was to him as though each hand already rested on the fair head of a little male Palliser, of whom one should rule in the halls at Gatherum, and the other be eloquent among the commons of England. Hitherto, for the last 8 or 9 months, since his first hopes had begun to fade, he had been a man degraded in his own sight amidst all his honours. What good was all the world to him if he had nothing of his own to come after him? We must give him his due, too, when we speak of this. He had not had wit enough to hide his grief from his wife. His knowledge of women and of men in social life had not been sufficient to teach him how this should be done, but he had wished to do it. He had never willingly rebuked her for his disappointment, either by a glance of his eye, or a tone of his voice, and now he had already forgiven everything. Burgo Fitzgerald was a myth. Mrs. Marsham should never again come near her. Mr. Bott was, of course, a thing abolished. He had not even had the sense to keep his seat in Parliament. Dandy and flirt should feed on gilded corn, and there should be an artificial moon always ready in the ruins. If only those able saddle ponies of Lucerne had not come across his wife's path. He went at once into the yard and ordered that the ponies should be abolished, sent away, one and all, to the furthest confines of the canton. And then he himself inspected the cushions of the carriage. Were they dry? As it was August in those days, and August in Lucerne is a warm month, it may be presumed that they were dry. He then remembered that he had promised to send Alice up to his wife, and he hurried back into the house. She was alone in the breakfast room, waiting for him and for his wife. In these days, Mr. Grey would usually join them at dinner, but he seldom saw them before 11 or 12 o'clock in the day. Then he would saunter in and join Mr. Palliser, and they would all be together till the evening. When the expectant father of embryo dukes entered the room, Alice perceived at once that some matter was astir. His manner was altogether changed, and he showed by his eye that he was eager and moved beyond his wont. "Alice," he said, "would you mind going up to Glencora's room? She wishes to speak to you." He had never called her Alice before, and as soon as the word was spoken, he remembered himself and blushed. "She isn't ill, I hope," said Alice. "No, she isn't ill. At least I think she had better not get up quite yet. Don't let her excite herself, if you can help it." "I'll go to her at once," said Alice, rising. "I'm so much obliged to you." "But, Miss Vavasor, you called me Alice just now, Mr. Palliser, and I took it as a great compliment." He blushed again. "Did I? Very well. Then I'll do it again, if you'll let me. But, if you please, do be as calm with her as you can. She is so easily excited, you know. Of course, if there's anything she fancies, we'll take care to get it for her, but she must be kept quiet." Upon this Alice left him, having had no moment of time to guess what had happened, or was about to happen, and he was again alone, contemplating the future glories of his house. Had he a thought for his poor cousin Geoffrey, whose nose was now so terribly out of joint? No, indeed. His thoughts were all of himself, and the good things that were coming to him, of the new world of interest that was being opened for him. It would be better to him, this, than being Chancellor of the Exchequer. He would rather have it in store for him to be father of the next Duke of Omnium, than make half a dozen consecutive annual speeches in Parliament as to the ways and means and expenditure of the British nation. Could it be possible that this foreign tour had produced for him this good fortune? If so, how luckily had things turned out. He would remember even that ball at Lady Monk's with gratitude. Perhaps a residence abroad would be best for Lady Glencora at this particular period of her life. If so, abroad she should certainly live. Before resolving, however, on anything permanently on this head, he thought that he might judiciously consult those 6 first-rate London physicians, whom, in the first moment of his excitement, he had been desirous of summoning to Lucerne. In the meantime Alice had gone up to the bedroom of the lady who was now to be the subject of so much anxious thought. When she entered the room, her friend was up and in her dressing gown, lying on a sofa which stood at the foot of the bed. "Oh, Alice, I'm so glad you've come," said Lady Glencora. "I do so want to hear your voice." Then Alice knelt beside her, and asked her if she were ill. "He hasn't told you?" "But of course he wouldn't. How could he?" "But, Alice, how did he look? Did you observe anything about him? Was he pleased?" "I did observe something, and I think he was pleased." "But what is it?" "He called me Alice. And seemed to be quite unlike himself." "But what is it?" "He told me that I was to come to you instantly." "Oh, Alice, can't you guess?" Then suddenly Alice did guess the secret, and whispered her guess into Lady Glencora's ear. "I suppose it is so," said Lady Glencora. "I know what they'll do. They'll kill me by fussing over me. If I could go about my work like a washerwoman, I should be all right." "I am so happy," she said, some 2 or 3 hours afterwards. "I won't deny that I am very happy. It seemed as though I were destined to bring nothing but misery to everybody, and I used to wish myself dead so often. I shan't wish myself dead now. We shall all have to go home, I suppose," said Alice. "He says so, but he seems to think that I oughtn't to travel above 1.5 miles a day. When I talked of going down the Rhine in one of the steamers, I thought he would have gone into a fit. When I asked him why, he gave me such a look. I know he'll make a goose of himself. And he'll make geese of us, too, which is worse." On that afternoon, as they were walking together, Mr. Palliser told the important secret to his new friend, Mr. Grey. He could not deny himself the pleasure of talking about this great event. "It is a matter, you see, of such immense importance to me," Mr. Palliser said. "Indeed, it is," said Grey. "Every man feels that when a child is about to be born to him." But this did not at all satisfy Mr. Palliser. "Yes," said he. "That's of course. It is an important thing to everybody. Very important, no doubt. But, when a man—" "You see, Grey, I don't think a man is a bit better because he is rich, or because he has a title. Nor do I think he is likely to be in any degree the happier. I am quite sure that he has no right to be in the slightest degree proud of that which he has had no hand in doing for himself. Men usually are very proud of such advantages, said Gray. I don't think that I am, I don't, indeed. I am proud of some things. Whenever I can manage to carry a point in the house, I feel very proud of it. I don't think I ever knocked under to anyone, and I am proud of that. Perhaps, Mr. Palliser was thinking of a certain time when his uncle the Duke had threatened him, and he had not given way to the Duke's threats. But I don't think I'm proud because chance has made me my uncle's heir. Not in the least, I should say. But I do feel that a son to me is of more importance than it is to most men. A strong anxiety on the subject is, I think, more excusable in me than it might be in another. I don't know whether I quite make myself understood. Oh, yes. When there's a dukedom and heaven knows how many thousands a year to be disposed of, the question of their future ownership does become important. This property is so much more interesting to one, if one feels that all one does to it is done for one's own son. And yet, said Gray, of all the great plunderers of property throughout Europe, the popes have been the most greedy. Perhaps it's different, when a man can't have a wife, said Mr. Palliser. From all this it may be seen that Mr. Palliser and Mr. Gray had become very intimate. Had chance brought them together in London they might have met a score of times before Mr. Palliser would have thought of doing more than bowing to such an acquaintance. Mr. Gray might have spent weeks at Matching, without having achieved anything like intimacy with its noble owner. But things of that kind progress more quickly abroad than they do at home. The deck of an ocean steamer is perhaps the most prolific hotbed of the growth of sudden friendships. But an hotel by the side of a Swiss lake does almost as well. For some time after this Lady Glencora's conduct was frequently so indiscreet as to drive her husband almost to frenzy. On the very day after the news had been communicated to him, she proposed a picnic, and made the proposition not only in the presence of Alice, but in that of Mr. Gray also. Mr. Palliser, on such an occasion, could not express all that he thought, but he looked it. "What is the matter, now, Plantagenet?" said his wife. "Nothing," said he, "nothing." "Never mind. And shall we make this party up to the chapel?" The chapel in question was Tell's Chapel, ever so far up the lake. A journey in a steamboat would have been necessary. "No," said he, shouting out his refusal at her. "We will not." "You needn't be angry about it," said she, as though he could have failed to be stirred by such a proposition at such a time. On another occasion she returned from an evening walk, showing on her face some sign of the exercise she had taken. "Good G. Glencora," said he, "do you mean to kill yourself?" He wanted her to eat 6 or 7 times a day, and always told her that she was eating too much, remembering some ancient proverb about little and often. He watched her now as closely as Mrs. Marsham and Mr. Bott had watched her before, and she always knew that he was doing so. She made the matter worse by continually proposing to do things which she knew he would not permit, in order that she might enjoy the fun of seeing his agony and amazement. But this, though it was fun to her at the moment, produced anything but fun, as its general result. "Upon my word, Alice, I think this will kill me," she said. "I am not to stir out of the house now, unless I go in the carriage, or he is with me. It won't last long. I don't know what you call long. As for walking with him, it's out of the question. He goes about a mile an hour. And then he makes me look so much like a fool. I had no idea that he would be such an old coddle. The coddling will all be given to someone else, very soon. No baby could possibly live through it, if you mean that. If there is a baby. I suppose there will be one, by and by," said Alice. "Don't be a fool. But, if there is, I shall take that matter into my own hands. He can do what he pleases with me, and I can't help myself, but I shan't let him or anybody do what they please with my baby. I know what I'm about in such matters a great deal better than he does. I've no doubt he's a very clever man in Parliament, but he doesn't seem to me to understand anything else." Alice was making some very wise speech in answer to this, when Lady Glencora interrupted her. "Mr. Grey wouldn't make himself so troublesome, I'm quite sure." Then Alice held her tongue. When the first consternation arising from the news had somewhat subsided, say in a fortnight from the day in which Mr. Palliser was made so triumphant, and when tidings had been duly sent to the Duke, and an answer from his Grace had come, arrangements were made for the return of the party to England. The Duke's reply was very short. "My dear Plantagenet, give my kind love to Glencora. If it's a boy, of course I will be one of the godfathers. The Prince, who is very kind, will perhaps oblige me by being the other. I should advise you to return as soon as convenient. Your affectionate uncle. Omnium." That was the letter. And short as it was probably the longest that Mr. Palliser had ever received from the Duke. There was great trouble about the mode of their return. "Oh, what nonsense," said Glencora. "Let us get into an express train, and go right through to London." Mr. Palliser looked at her with a countenance full of rebuke and sorrow. He was always so looking at her now. "If you mean, Plantagenet, that we are to be dragged all across the continent in that horrible carriage, and be 1,000 days on the road, I for one won't submit to it." "I wish I had never told him a word about it," she said afterwards to Alice. "He would never have found it out himself, till this thing was all over." Mr. Palliser did at last consent to take the joint opinion of a Swiss doctor and an English one who was settled at Bern, and who, on the occasion, was summoned to Lucerne. They suggested the railway. And as letters arrived for Mr. Palliser, medical letters, in which the same opinion was broached, it was agreed, at last, that they should return by railway. But they were to make various halts on the road, stopping at each halting place for a day. The first was, of course, Ball, and from Ball they were to go on to Baden. "I particularly want to see Baden again," Lady Glencora said, "and perhaps I may be able to get back my Napoleon." Chapter 74. Showing what happened in the churchyard. These arrangements as to the return of Mr. Palliser's party to London did not, of course, include Mr. Grey. They were generally discussed in Mr. Grey's absence, and communicated to him by Mr. Palliser. "I suppose we shall see you in England before long," said Mr. Palliser. "I shall be able to tell you that before you go," said Grey. "Not but that in any event I shall return to England before the winter." "Then come to us at Matching," said Mr. Palliser. "We shall be most happy to have you. Say that you'll come for the first fortnight in December. After that we always go to the Duke, in Barsetshire. Though, by the by, I don't suppose we shall go anywhere this year, Mr. Palliser added, interrupting the warmth of his invitation, and reflecting that, under the present circumstances, perhaps, it might be improper to have any guests at Matching in December. But he had become very fond of Mr. Grey, and on this occasion, as he had done on some others, pressed him warmly to make an attempt at Parliament. "It isn't nearly so difficult as you think," said he, when Grey declared that he would not know where to look for a seat. "See the men that get in. There was Mr. Vavasor. Even he got a seat. But he had to pay for it very dearly. You might easily find some quiet little borough." "Quiet little boroughs have usually got their own quiet little members," said Grey. "They're fond of change, and if you like to spend £1,000, the thing isn't difficult. I'll put you in the way of it." But Mr. Grey still declined. He was not a man prone to be talked out of his own way of life. And the very fact that George Vavasor had been in Parliament would of itself have gone far towards preventing any attempt on his part in that direction. Alice had also wanted him to go into public life, but he had put aside her request as though the thing were quite out of the question, never giving a moment to its consideration. Had she asked him to settle himself and her in Central Africa, his manner and mode of refusal would have been the same. It was this immobility on his part, this absolute want of any of the weakness of indecision, which had frightened her, and driven her away from him. He was partly aware of this. But that which he had declined to do at her solicitation, he certainly would not do at the advice of anyone else. So it was that he argued the matter with himself. Had he now allowed himself to be so counselled, with what terrible acknowledgments of his own faults must he not have presented himself before Alice? "I suppose books, then, will be your object in life," said Mr. Palliser. "I hope they will be my aids," Gray answered. "I almost doubt whether any object such as that you mean is necessary for life, or even expedient. It seems to me that if a man can so train himself that he may live honestly and die fearlessly, he has done about as much as is necessary." "He has done a great deal, certainly," said Mr. Palliser, who was not ready enough to carry on the argument as he might have done had more time been given to him to consider it. He knew very well that he himself was working for others, and not for himself. And he was aware, though he had not analyzed his own convictions on the matter, that good men struggle as they do in order that others, besides themselves, may live honestly, and, if possible, die fearlessly. The recluse of Nethercoats had thought much more about all this than the rising star of the House of Commons. But the philosophy of the rising star was the better philosophy of the two, though he was by far the less brilliant man. "I don't see why a man should not live honestly and be a member of Parliament as well," continued Mr. Palliser, when he had been silent for a few minutes. "Nor I either," said Gray. "I am sure that there are such men, and that the country is under great obligation to them. But they are subject to temptations which a prudent man like myself may perhaps do well to avoid." But though he spoke with an assured tone, he was shaken, and almost regretted that he did not accept the aid which was offered to him. It is astonishing how strong a man may be to those around him, how impregnable may be his exterior, while within he feels himself to be as weak as water, and as unstable as chaff. But the object which he had now in view was a renewal of his engagement with Alice, and he felt that he must obtain an answer from her before they left Lucerne. If she still persisted in refusing to give him her hand, it would not be consistent with his dignity as a man to continue his immediate pursuit of her any longer. In such case he must leave her, and see what future time might bring forth. He believed himself to be aware that he would never offer his love to another woman. And if Alice were to remain single, he might try again, after the lapse of a year or two. But if he failed now, then, for that year or two, he would see her no more. Having so resolved, and being averse to anything like a surprise, he asked her, as he left her one evening, whether she would walk with him on the following morning. That morning would be the morning of her last day at Lucerne, and as she assented she knew well what was to come. She said nothing to Lady Glencora on the subject, but allowed the coming prospects of the Palliser family to form the sole subject of their conversation that night. As it had done on every night since the great news had become known. They were always together for an hour every evening before Alice was allowed to go to bed. And during this hour the anxieties of the future father and mother were always discussed till Alice Vavasor was almost tired of them. But she was patient with her friend, and on this special night she was patient as ever. But when she was released and was alone, she made a great endeavour to come to some fixed resolution as to what she would do on the morrow, some resolution which should be absolutely resolute, and from which no eloquence on the part of anyone should move her. But such resolutions are not easily reached, and Alice laboured through half the night almost in vain. She knew that she loved the man. She knew that he was as true to her as the sun is true to the earth. She knew that she would be, in all respects, safe in his hands. She knew that Lady Glencora would be delighted, and her father gratified. She knew that the countesses would open their arms to her, though I doubt whether this knowledge was in itself very persuasive. She knew that by such a marriage she would gain all that women generally look to gain when they give themselves away. But, nevertheless, as far as she could decide at all, she decided against her lover. She had no right of her own to be taken back after the evil that she had done, and she did not choose to be taken back as an object of pity and forgiveness. "Where are you going?" said her cousin, when she came in with her hat on, soon after breakfast. "I am going to walk, with Mr. Gray." "By appointment?" Yes, by appointment. He asked me yesterday. Then it's all settled, and you haven't told me. All that is settled I have told you very often. He asked me yesterday to walk with him this morning, and I could not well refuse him. Why should you have wished to refuse him? I haven't said that I did wish it. But I hate scenes, and I think it would have been pleasanter for us to have parted without any occasion for special words. Alice, you are such a fool. So you tell me very often. Of course he is now going to say the very thing that he has come all this way for the purpose of saying. He has been wonderfully slow about it, but then slow as he is, you are slower. If you don't make it up with him now, I really shall think you are very wicked. I am becoming like Lady Midlothian, I can't understand it. I know you want to be his wife, and I know he wants to be your husband, and the only thing that keeps you apart is your obstinacy, just because you have said you wouldn't have him. My belief is that if Lady Midlothian and the rest of us were to pat you on the back, and tell you how right you were, you'd ask him to take you, out of defiance. You may be sure of this, Alice. If you refuse him now, it'll be for the last time. This, and much more of the same kind, she bore before Mr. Grey came to take her, and she answered to it all as little as she could. You are making me very unhappy, Glencora, she said once. I wish I could break you down with unhappiness, Lady Glencora answered, so that he might find you less stiff, and hard, and unmanageable. Directly upon that he came in, looking as though he had no business on hand more exciting than his ordinary morning's tranquil employments. Alice at once got up to start with him. So you and Alice are going to make your adieus, said Lady Glencora. It must be done sooner or later, said Mr. Grey, and then they went off. Those who know Lucerne, and almost everybody now does know Lucerne, will remember the big hotel which has been built close to the landing pier of the steamers. And will remember also the church that stands upon a little hill or rising ground, to the left of you, as you come out of the inn upon the lake. The church is immediately over the lake, and round the church there is a burying ground, and skirting the burying ground there are cloisters. Through the arches and apertures of which they who walk and sit there look down immediately upon the blue water, and across the water upon the frowning menaces of Mount Pilate. It is one of the prettiest spots in that land of beauty, and its charm is to my feeling enhanced by the sepulchral monuments over which I walk, and by which I am surrounded, as I stand there. Up here, into these cloisters, Alice and John Grey went together. I doubt whether he had formed any purpose of doing so. She certainly would have gone without question in any direction that he might have led her. The distance from the inn up to the church gate did not take them 10 minutes, and when they were there their walk was over. But the place was solitary, and they were alone. And it might be as well for Mr. Grey to speak what words he had to say there as elsewhere. They had often been together in those cloisters before, but on such occasions either Mr. Palliser or Lady Glencora had been with them. On their slow passage up the hill very little was spoken, and that little was of no moment. We will go in here for a few minutes, he said. It is the prettiest spot about Lucerne, and we don't know when we may see it again. So they went in, and sat down on one of the embrasures that opened from the cloisters over the lake. Probably never again, said Alice. And yet I have been here now 2 years running. She shuddered as she remembered that in that former year George Vavasor had been with her. As she thought of it all she hated herself. Over and over again she had told herself that she had so mismanaged the latter years of her life that it was impossible for her not to hate herself. No woman had a clearer idea of feminine constancy than she had, and no woman had sinned against that idea more deeply. He gave her time to think of all this as he sat there looking down upon the water. And yet I would sooner live in Cambridgeshire, were the first words he spoke. Why so? Partly because all beauty is best enjoyed when it is sought for with some trouble and difficulty, and partly because such beauty, and the romance which is attached to it, should not make up the staple of one's life. Romance, if it is to come at all, should always come by fits and starts. I should like to live in a pretty country. And would like to live a romantic life, no doubt. But all those things lose their charm if they are made common. When a man has to go to Vienna or St. Petersburg 2 or 3 times a month, you don't suppose he enjoys traveling? All the same, I should like to live in a pretty country, said Alice. And I want you to come and live in a very ugly country. Then he paused for a minute or two, not looking at her, but gazing still on the mountain opposite. She did not speak a word, but looked as he was looking. She knew that the request was coming, and had been thinking about it all night, but now that it had come she did not know how to bear herself. I don't think, he went on to say, that you would let that consideration stand in your way, if on other grounds you were willing to become my wife. What consideration? Because Nethercoats is not so pretty as Lucerne. It would have nothing to do with it, said Alice. It should have nothing to do with it. Nothing, nothing at all, repeated Alice. Will you come, then? Will you come and be my wife, and help me to be happy amidst all that ugliness? Will you come and be my one beautiful thing, my treasure, my joy, my comfort, my counselor? You want no counselor, Mr. Gray. No man ever wanted one more. Alice, this has been a bad year to me, and I do not think that it has been a happy one for you. Indeed, no. Let us forget it, or rather, let us treat it as though it were forgotten. 12 months ago you were mine. You were, at any rate, so much mine that I had a right to boast of my possession among my friends. It was a poor boast. They did not seem to think so. I had but 1 or 2 to whom I could speak of you, but they told me that I was going to be a happy man. As to myself, I was sure that I was to be so. No man was ever better contented with his bargain than I was with mine. Let us go back to it, and the last 12 months shall be as though they had never been. That cannot be, Mr. Gray. If it could, I should be worse even than I am. Why cannot it be? Because I cannot forgive myself what I have done, and because you ought not to forgive me. But I do. There has never been an hour with me in which there has been an offence of yours rankling in my bosom unforgiven. I think you have been foolish, misguided, led away by a vain ambition, and that in the difficulty to which these things brought you, you endeavoured to constrain yourself to do an act, which, when it came near to you, when the doing of it had to be more closely considered, you found to be contrary to your nature. Now, as he spoke thus, she turned her eyes upon him, and looked at him, wondering that he should have had power to read her heart so accurately. I never believed that you would marry your cousin. When I was told of it, I knew that trouble had blinded you for a while. You had driven yourself to revolt against me, and upon that your heart misgave you, and you said to yourself that it did not matter then how you might throw away all your sweetness. You see that I speak of your old love for me with the frank conceit of a happy lover. No, 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 she ejaculated. But the storm passes over the tree and does not tear it up by the roots or spoil it of all its symmetry. When we hear the winds blowing, and see how the poor thing is shaken, we think that its days are numbered and its destruction at hand. Alice, when the winds were shaking you, and you were torn and buffeted, I never thought so. There may be some who will forgive you slowly. Your own self-forgiveness will be slow. But I, who have known you better than anyone, yes, better than anyone, I have forgiven you everything, have forgiven you instantly. Come to me, Alice, and comfort me. Come to me, for I want you sorely. She sat quite still, looking at the lake and the mountain beyond, but she said nothing. What could she say to him? My need of you is much greater now, he went on to say, than when I first asked you to share the world with me. Then I could have borne to lose you, as I had never boasted to myself that you were my own, had never pictured to myself the life that might be mine if you were always to be with me. But since that day I have had no other hope but this for which I plead now. Am I to plead in vain? You do not know me, she said, how vile I have been. You do not think what it is, for a woman to have promised herself to one man while she loved another. But it was me you loved. Ah! Alice, I can forgive that. Do I not tell you that I did forgive it the moment that I heard it? Do you not hear me say that I never for a moment thought that you would marry him? Alice, you should scold me for my vanity, for I have believed all through that you loved me, and me only. Come to me, dear, and tell me that it is so, and the past shall be only as a dream." "I am dreaming it always," said Alice. "They will cease to be bitter dreams if your head be upon my shoulder. You will cease to reproach yourself when you know that you have made me happy. I shall never cease to reproach myself. I have done that which no woman can do and honor herself afterwards. I have been a jilt. The noblest jilt that ever yet halted between two minds. There has been no touch of selfishness in your fickleness. I think I could be hard enough upon a woman who had left me for greater wealth, for a higher rank, who had left me even that she might be gay and merry. It has not been so with you." "Yes, it has. I thought you were too firm in your own will, Anne. And you think so still. Is that it? It does not matter what I think now. I am a fallen creature, and have no longer a right to such thoughts. It will be better for us both that you should leave me, and forget me. There are things which, if a woman does them, should never be forgotten, which she should never permit herself to forget. And am I to be punished, then, because of your fault? Is that your sense of justice?" He got up, and standing before her, looked down upon her. "Alice, if you will tell me that you do not love me, I will believe you, and will trouble you no more. I know that you will say nothing to me that is false. Through it all you have spoken no word of falsehood. If you love me, after what has passed, I have a right to demand your hand. My happiness requires it, and I have a right to expect your compliance. I do demand it. If you love me, Alice, I tell you that you dare not refuse me. If you do so, you will fail hereafter to reconcile it to your conscience before God." Then he stopped his speech, and waited for a reply, but Alice sat silent beneath his gaze, with her eyes turned upon the tombstones beneath her feet. Of course she had no choice but to yield. He, possessed of power and force infinitely greater than hers, had left her no alternative but to be happy. But there still clung to her what I fear we must call a perverseness of obstinacy. A desire to maintain the resolution she had made, a wish that she might be allowed to undergo the punishment she had deserved. She was as a prisoner who would fain cling to his prison after pardon has reached him, because he is conscious that the pardon is undeserved. And it may be that there was still left within her bosom some remnant of that feeling of rebellion which his masterful spirit had ever produced in her. He was so imperious in his tranquillity, he argued his question of love with such a manifest preponderance of right on his side, that she had always felt that to yield to him would be to confess the omnipotence of his power. She knew now that she must yield to him, that his power over her was omnipotent. She was pressed by him as in some countries the prisoner is pressed by the judge, so pressed that she acknowledged to herself silently that any further antagonism to him was impossible. Nevertheless, the word which she had to speak still remained unspoken, and he stood over her, waiting for her answer. Then slowly he sat down beside her, and gradually he put his arm round her waist. She shrank from him, back against the stonework of the embrasure, but she could not shrink away from his grasp. She put up her hand to impede his, but his hand, like his character and his words, was full of power. It would not be impeded. "Alice," he said, as he pressed her close with his arm, "the battle is over now, and I have won it." "You win everything, always," she said, whispering to him, as she still shrank from his embrace. "In winning you I have won everything." Then he put his face over her and pressed his lips to hers. I wonder whether he was made happier when he knew that no other touch had profaned those lips since last he had pressed them. Chapter 75. Rouge et Noir. Alice insisted on being left up in the churchyard, urging that she wanted to think about it all, but, in truth, fearing that she might not be able to carry herself well if she were to walk down with her lover to the hotel. To this he made no objection, and, on reaching the inn, met Mr. Palliser in the hall. Mr. Palliser was already inspecting the arrangement of certain large trunks which had been brought downstairs, and was preparing for their departure. He was going about the house, with a nervous solicitude to do something, and was flattering himself that he was of use. As he could not be Chancellor of the Exchequer, and as, by the nature of his disposition, some employment was necessary to him, he was looking to the cording of the boxes. "Good morning." "Good morning," he said to Grey, hardly looking at him, as though time were too precious with him to allow of his turning his eyes upon his friend. "I am going up to the station to see after a carriage for tomorrow. Perhaps you'll come with me." To this proposition Mr. Grey assented. "Sometimes, you know," continued Mr. Palliser, "the springs of the carriages are so very rough." Then, in a very few words, Mr. Grey told him what had been his own morning's work. He hated secrets and secrecy, and as the Pallisers knew well what had brought him upon their track, it was, he thought, well that they should know that he had been successful. Mr. Palliser congratulated him very cordially, and then, running upstairs for his gloves or his stick, or, more probably, that he might give his wife one other caution as to her care of herself. He told her also that Alice had yielded at last. "Of course she has," said Lady Glencora. "I really didn't think she would," said he. "That's because you don't understand things of that sort," said his wife. Then the caution was repeated, the mother of the future Duke was kissed, and Mr. Palliser went off on his mission about the carriage, its cushions, and its springs. In the course of their walk Mr. Palliser suggested that, as things were settled so pleasantly, Mr. Grey might as well return with them to England, and to this suggestion Mr. Grey assented. Alice remained alone for nearly an hour, looking out upon the rough sides and gloomy top of Mount Pilot. No one disturbed her in the churchyard, no steps were heard along the tombstones, no voice sounded through the cloisters. She was left in perfect solitude to think of the past, and form her plans of the future. Was she happy, now that the manner of her life to come was thus settled for her? That all further question as to the disposal of herself was taken out of her hands? And that her marriage with a man she loved was so firmly arranged that no further folly of her own could disarrange it? She was happy, though she was slow to confess her happiness to herself. She was happy, and she was resolute in this, that she would now do all she could to make him happy also. And there must now, she acknowledged, be an end to her pride, to that pride which had hitherto taught her to think that she could more wisely follow her own guidance than that of any other who might claim to guide her. She knew now that she must follow his guidance. She had found her master, as we sometimes say, and laughed to herself with a little inward laughter as she confessed that it was so. She was from henceforth altogether in his hands. If he chose to tell her that they were to be married at Michaelmas, or at Christmas, or on Lady Day, they would, of course, be married accordingly. She had taken her fling at having her own will, and she and all her friends had seen what had come of it. She had assumed the command of the ship, and had thrown it upon the rocks, and she felt that she never ought to take the captain's place again. It was well for her that he who was to be captain was one whom she respected as thoroughly as she loved him. She would write to her father at once, to her father and Lady MacLeod, and would confess everything. She felt that she owed it to them that they should be told by herself that they had been right and that she had been wrong. Hitherto she had not mentioned to either of them the fact that Mr. Grey was with them in Switzerland. And, then, what must she do as to Lady Midlothian? As to Lady Midlothian, she would do nothing. Lady Midlothian, of course, would triumph. Would jump upon her, as Lady Glencora had once expressed it, with very triumphant heels, would try to patronize her, or, which would be almost worse, would make a parade of her forgiveness. But she would have nothing to do with Lady Midlothian, unless, indeed, Mr. Grey should order it. Then she laughed at herself again with that inward laughter, and, rising from her seat, proceeded to walk down the hill to the hotel. "Vanquished at last," said Lady Glencora, as Alice entered the room. "Yes, vanquished, if you like to call it so," said Alice. "It is not what I call it, but what you feel it," said the other. "Do you think that I don't know you well enough to be sure that you regard yourself now as an unfortunate prisoner, as a captive taken in war, to be led away in triumph, without any hope of a ransom? I know that it is quite a misery to you that you should be made a happy woman of at last. I understand it all, my dear, and my heart bleeds for you. Of course. I knew that was the way you would treat me. In what way would you have me treat you? If I were to hug you with joy, and tell you how good he is, and how fortunate you are, if I were to praise him, and bid you triumph in your success. As might be expected on such an occasion, you would put on a long face at once, and tell me that though the thing is to be, it would be much better that the thing shouldn't be. Don't I know you, Alice? I shouldn't have said that, not now. I believe in my heart you would, that, or something like it. But I do wish you joy all the same, and you may say what you please. He has got you in his power now, and I don't think even you can go back. No, I shall not go back again. I would join with Lady Midlothian in putting you into a madhouse, if you did. But I am so glad, I am, indeed. I was afraid to the last, terribly afraid, you are so hard and so proud. I don't mean hard to me, dear. You have never been half hard enough to me. But you are hard to yourself, and, upon my word, you have been hard to him. What a deal you will have to make up to him. I feel that I ought to stand before him always as a penitent, in a white sheet. He will like it better, I dare say, if you will sit upon his knee. Some penitents do, you know. And how happy you will be. He'll never explain the sugar duties to you, and there'll be no Mr. Bott at Nethercoats. They sat together the whole morning, while Mr. Palliser was seeing to the springs and cushions, and by degrees Alice began to enjoy her happiness. As she did so her friend enjoyed it with her, and at last they had something of the comfort and excitement which such an occasion should give. I'll tell you what, Alice. You shall come and be married at Matching, in August, or perhaps September. That's the only way in which I can be present, and if we can bespeak some sun, we'll have the breakfast out in the ruins. On the following morning they all started together, a first-class compartment having been taken for the Palliser family, and a second-class compartment close to them for the Palliser servants. Mr. Palliser, as he slowly handed his wife in, was a triumphant man, as was also Mr. Grey, as he handed in his ladylove, though, in a manner, much less manifest. We may say that both the gentlemen had been very fortunate while at Lucerne. Mr. Palliser had come abroad with a feeling that all the world had been cut from under his feet. A great change was needed for his wife, and he had acknowledged at once that everything must be made to yield to that necessity. He certainly had his reward, now in his triumphant return. Terrible troubles had afflicted him as he went, which seemed now to have dissipated themselves altogether. When he thought of Burgo Fitzgerald he remembered him only as a poor, unfortunate fellow, for whom he should be glad to do something, if the doing of anything were only in his power. And he had in his pocket a letter which he had that morning received from the Duke of St. Bungay, marked private and confidential, which was in its nature very private and confidential, and in which he was told that Lord Brock and Mr. Finespun were totally at variance about French wines. Mr. Finespun wanted to do something, now in the recess, to send some political agent over to France, to which Lord Brock would not agree. And no one knew what would be the consequence of this disagreement. Here might be another chance, if only Mr. Palliser could give up his winter in Italy. Mr. Palliser, as he took his place opposite his wife, was very triumphant. And Mr. Grey was triumphant, as he placed himself gently in his seat opposite to Alice. He seemed to assume no right, as he took that position apparently because it was the one which came naturally to his lot. No one would have been made aware that Alice was his own simply by seeing his arrangements for her comfort. He made no loud assertion as to his property and his rights, as some men do. He was quiet and subdued in his joy, but not the less was he triumphant. From the day on which Alice had accepted his first offer, nay, from an earlier day than that. From the day on which he had first resolved to make it, down to the present hour, he had never been stirred from his purpose. By every word that he had said, and by every act that he had done, he had shown himself to be unmoved by that episode in their joint lives, which Alice's other friends had regarded as so fatal. When she first rejected him, he would not take his rejection. When she told him that she intended to marry her cousin, he silently declined to believe that such marriage would ever take place. He had never given her up for a day, and now the event proved that he had been right. Alice was happy, very happy. But she was still disposed to regard her lover as fate, and her happiness as an enforced necessity. They stopped a night at ball, and again she stood upon the balcony. He was close to her as she stood there, so close that, putting out her hand for his, she was able to take it and press it closely. "You are thinking of something, Alice," he said. "What is it?" "It was here," she said, "here, on this very balcony, that I first rebelled against you, and now you have brought me here that I should confess and submit on the same spot. I do confess. How am I to thank you for forgiving me?" On the following morning they went on to Baden, and there they stopped for a couple of days. Lady Glencora had positively refused to stop a day at ball, making so many objections to the place that her husband had at last yielded. "I could go from Vienna to London without feeling it," she said, with indignation, "and to tell me that I can't do 2 easy days' journey running." Mr. Palliser had been afraid to be imperious, and therefore, immediately on his arrival at one of the stations in Ball, he had posted across the town, in the heat and the dust, to look after the cushions and the springs at the other. "I've a particular favour to ask of you," Lady Glencora said to her husband, as soon as they were alone together in their rooms at Baden. Mr. Palliser declared that he would grant her any particular favour, only premising that he was not to be supposed to have thereby committed himself to any engagement under which his wife should have authority to take any exertion upon herself. "I wish I were a milkmaid," said Lady Glencora. "But you are not a milkmaid, my dear. You haven't been brought up like a milkmaid." But what was the favour? If she would only ask for jewels, though they were the Grand Duchess's diamond eardrops, he would endeavour to get them for her. If she would have quaffed molten pearls, like Cleopatra, he would have procured the beverage, having first fortified himself with a medical opinion as to the fitness of the drink for a lady in her condition. There was no expenditure that he would not willingly incur for her, nothing costly that he would grudge. But when she asked for a favour, he was always afraid of an imprudence. Very possibly she might want to drink beer in an open garden. And her request was, at last, of this nature: "I want you to take me up to the gambling rooms," said she. "The gambling rooms?" said Mr. Palliser in dismay. "Yes, Plantagenet, the gambling rooms. If you had been with me before, I should not have made a fool of myself by putting my piece of money on the table. I want to see the place, but then I saw nothing, because I was so frightened when I found that I was winning." Mr. Palliser was aware that all the world of Baden, or rather the world of the strangers at Baden, assembles itself in those salons. It may be also that he himself was curious to see how men looked when they lost their own money, or won that of others. He knew how a minister looked when he lost or gained a tax. He was familiar with millions and tens of millions in a committee of the whole house. He knew the excitement of a near division upon the estimates. But he had never yet seen a poor man stake his last Napoleon, and rake back from off the table a small hatful of gold. A little exercise after an early dinner was, he had been told, good for his wife, and he agreed therefore that, on their second evening at Baden, they would all walk up and see the play. "Perhaps I shall get back my Napoleon," said Glencora to Alice. "And perhaps I shall be forgiven when somebody sees how difficult it is to manage you," said Alice, looking at Mr. Palliser. "She isn't in earnest," said Mr. Palliser, almost fearing the result of the experiment. "I don't know that," said Lady Glencora. They started together, Mr. Palliser with his wife, and Mr. Grey with Alice on his arm, and found all the tables at work. They at first walked through the different rooms, whispering to each other their comments on the people that they saw, and listening to the quick, low, monotonous words of the croupiers as they arranged and presided over the games. Each table was closely surrounded by its own crowd, made up of players, embryo players, and simple lookers-on, so that they could not see much as they walked. But this was not enough for Lady Glencora. She was anxious to know what these men and women were doing, to see whether the croupiers wore horns on their heads and were devils indeed, to behold the faces of those who were wretched and of those who were triumphant, to know how the thing was done. And to learn something of that lesson in life. "Let us stand here a moment," she said to her husband, arresting him at one corner of the table which had the greatest crowd. "We shall be able to see in a few minutes." So he stood with her there, giving way to Alice, who went in front with his wife. And in a minute or two an aperture was made, so that they could all see the marked cloth, and the money lying about, and the rakes on the table, and the croupier skillfully dealing his cards. And, more interesting than all the rest, the faces of those who were playing. Gray looked on, over Alice's shoulder, very attentively, as did Palliser also, but both of them kept their eyes upon the ministers of the work. Alice and Glencora did the same at first, but as they gained courage they glanced round upon the gamblers. It was a long table, having, of course, 4 corners, and at the corner appropriated by them they were partly opposite to the man who dealt the cards. The corner answering to theirs at the other end was the part of the table most removed from their sight, and that on which their eyes fell last. As Lady Glencora stood she could hardly see, indeed, at first she could not see, 1 or 2 who were congregated at this spot. Mr. Palliser, who was behind her, could not see them at all. But to Alice, and to Mr. Gray, had he cared about it, every face at the table was visible except the faces of those who were immediately close to them. Before long Alice's attention was riveted on the action and countenance of one young man who sat at that other corner. He was leaning, at first listlessly, over the table, dressed in a velveteen jacket, and with his round top hat brought far over his eyes, so that she could not fully see his face. But she had hardly begun to observe him before he threw back his hat, and taking some pieces of gold from under his left hand, which lay upon the table, pushed 3 or 4 of them on to one of the divisions marked on the cloth. He seemed to show no care, as others did, as to the special spot which they should occupy. Many were very particular in this respect, placing their ventures on the lines, so as to share the fortunes of 2 compartments or sometimes of 4. Or they divided their coins, taking 3 or 4 numbers, selecting the numbers with almost grotesque attention to some imagined rule of their own. But this man let his gold go altogether, and left it where his half-stretched rake deposited it by chance. Alice could not but look at his face. His eyes she could see were bloodshot, and his hair, when he pushed back his hat, was rough and dishevelled, but still there was that in his face which no woman could see and not regard. It was a face which at once prepossessed her in his favour, as it had always prepossessed all others. On this occasion he had won his money, and Alice saw him drag it in as lazily as he had pushed it out. "Do you see that little Frenchman?" said Lady Glencora. "He has just made half a Napoleon, and has walked off with it. Isn't it interesting? I could stay here all the night." Then she turned round to whisper something to her husband, and Alice's eyes again fell on the face of the man at the other end of the table. After he had won his money, he had allowed the game to go on for a turn without any action on his part. The gold again went under his hand, and he lounged forward with his hat over his eyes. One of the croupiers had said a word, as though calling his attention to the game, but he had merely shaken his head. But when the fate of the next turn had been decided, he again roused himself, and on this occasion, as far as Alice could see, pushed his whole stock forward with the rake. There was a little mass of gold, and, from his manner of placing it, all might see that he left its position to chance. One piece had got beyond its boundary, and the croupier pushed it back with some half-expressed inquiry as to his correctness. "All right," said a voice in English. Then Lady Glencora started and clutched Alice's arm with her hand. Mr. Palliser was explaining to Mr. Gray, behind them, something about German finance as connected with gambling tables, and did not hear the voice, or see his wife's motion. I need hardly tell the reader that the gambler was Burgo Fitzgerald. But Lady Glencora said not a word, not as yet. She looked forward very gently, but still with eager eyes, till she could just see the face she knew so well. His hat was now pushed back, and his countenance had lost its listlessness. He watched narrowly the face of the man as he told out the amount of the cards as they were dealt. He did not try to hide his anxiety, and when, after the telling of some 6 or 7 cards, he heard a certain number named, and a certain colour called, he made some exclamation which even Glencora could not hear. And then another croupier put down, close to Burgo's money, certain rolls of gold done up in paper, and also certain loose Napoleons. "Why doesn't he take it?" said Lady Glencora. "He is taking it," said Alice, not at all knowing the cause of her cousin's anxiety. Burgo had paused a moment, and then prepared to rake the money to him. But as he did so, he changed his mind, and pushed it all back again, now, on this occasion, being very careful to place it on its former spot. Both Alice and Glencora could see that a man at his elbow was dissuading him, had even attempted to stop the arm which held the rake. But Burgo shook him off, speaking to him some word roughly, and then again he steadied the rolls upon their appointed place. The croupier who had paused for a moment now went on quickly with his cards, and in 2 minutes the fate of Burgo's wealth was decided. It was all drawn back by the croupier's unimpassioned rake, and the rolls of gold were restored to the tray from whence they had been taken. Burgo looked up and smiled at them all round the table. By this time most of those who stood around were looking at him. He was a man who gathered eyes upon him wherever he might be, or whatever he was doing. And it had been clear that he was very intent upon his fortune, and on the last occasion the amount staked had been considerable. He knew that men and women were looking at him, and therefore he smiled faintly as he turned his eyes round the table. Then he got up, and, putting his hands in his trousers pockets, whistled as he walked away. His companion followed him, and laid a hand upon his shoulder. But Burgo shook him off, and would not turn round. He shook him off, and walked on whistling, the length of the whole salon. "Alice," said Lady Glencora, "it is Burgo Fitzgerald." Mr. Palliser had gone so deep into that question of German finance that he had not at all noticed the gambler. "Alice, what can we do for him?" "It is Burgo," said Lady Glencora. Many eyes were now watching him. Used as he was to the world and to misfortune, he was not successful in his attempt to bear his loss with a show of indifference. The motion of his head, the position of his hands, the tone of his whistling, all told the tale. Even the unimpassioned croupiers furtively cast an eye after him, and a very big guard, in a cocked hat, and uniform, and sword, who hitherto had hardly been awake, seemed evidently to be interested by his movements. If there is to be a tragedy at these places, and tragedies will sometimes occur, it is always as well that the tragic scene should be as far removed as possible from the salons, in order that the public eye should not suffer. Lady Glencora and Alice had left their places, and had shrunk back, almost behind a pillar. "Is it he, in truth?" Alice asked. "In very truth," said Glencora. "What can I do? Can I do anything? Look at him, Alice. If he were to destroy himself, what should I do then?" Burgo, conscious that he was the regarded of all eyes, turned round upon his heel and again walked the length of the salon. He knew well that he had not a franc left in his possession, but still he laughed and still he whistled. His companion, whoever he might be, had slunk away from him, not caring to share the notoriety which now attended him. "What shall I do, Alice?" said Lady Glencora, with her eyes still fixed on him who had been her lover. "Tell Mr. Palliser," whispered Alice. Lady Glencora immediately ran up to her husband, and took him away from Mr. Grey. Rapidly she told her story, with such rapidity that Mr. Palliser could hardly get in a word. "Do something for him, do. Unless I know that something is done, I shall die. You needn't be afraid." "I'm not afraid," said Mr. Palliser. Lady Glencora, as she went on quickly, got hold of her husband's hand, and caressed it. "You are so good," said she. "Don't let him out of your sight. There. He is going. I will go home with Mr. Grey. I will be ever so good, I will, indeed. You know what he'll want, and for my sake you'll let him have it. But don't let him gamble. If you could only get him home to England, and then do something. You owe him something, Plantagenet, do you not? If money can do anything, he shall have it. God bless you, dearest. I shall never see him again, but if you could save him. There, he is going now. Go, go. She pushed him forward, and then retreating, put her arm within Mr. Gray's, still keeping her eye upon her husband. Burgo, when he first got to the door leading out of the salon, had paused a moment, and, turning round, had encountered the big gendarme close to him. "Well, old buffer, what do you want?" said he, accosting the man in English. The big gendarme simply walked on through the door, and said nothing. Then Burgo also passed out, and Mr. Palliser quickly went after him. They were now in the large front salon, from whence the chief door of the building opened out upon the steps. Through this door Burgo went without pausing, and Mr. Palliser went after him. They both walked to the end of the row of buildings, and then Burgo, leaving the broad way, turned into a little path which led up through the trees to the hills. That hillside among the trees is a popular resort at Baden, during the day, but now, at 9 in the evening, it was deserted. Palliser did not press on the other man, but followed him, and did not accost Burgo till he had thrown himself on the grass beneath a tree. "You are in trouble, I fear, Mr. Fitzgerald," said Mr. Palliser, as soon as he was close at Burgo's feet. "We will go home. Mr. Palliser has something to do," said Lady Glencora to Mr. Gray, as soon as the two men had disappeared from her sight. "Is that a friend of Mr. Palliser?" said Mr. Gray. "Yes, that is, he knows him, and is interested about him. Alice, shall we go home?" "Oh, Mr. Gray, you must not ask any questions. Mr. Palliser, will tell you everything when he sees you, that is, if there is anything to be told." Then they all went home, and soon separated for the night. "Of course I shall sit up for him," said Lady Glencora to Alice, "but I will do it in my own room. You can tell Mr. Gray, if you like." But Alice told nothing to Mr. Gray, nor did Mr. Gray ask any questions. Chapter 76. The Landlord's Bill. "You are in trouble, Mr. Fitzgerald, I fear," said Mr. Palliser, standing over Burgo as he lay upon the ground. They were now altogether beyond the gaslights, and the evening was dark. Burgo, too, was lying with his face to the ground, expecting that the footsteps which he had heard would pass by him. "Who is that?" said he, turning round suddenly, but still he was not at once able to recognize Mr. Palliser, whose voice was hardly known to him. "Perhaps I have been wrong in following you," said Mr. Palliser, "but I thought you were in distress, and that probably I might help you." "My name is Palliser. Plantagenet Palliser," said Burgo, jumping up onto his legs and looking close into the other's face. "By heavens! It is Plantagenet Palliser. Well, Mr. Palliser, what do you want of me?" "I want to be of some use to you, if I can. I and my wife saw you leave the gaming table just now. Is she here too?" "Yes, she is here. We are going home, but chance brought us up to the salon. She seemed to think that you are in distress, and that I could help you. I will, if you will let me." Mr. Palliser, during the whole interview, felt that he could afford to be generous. He knew that he had no further cause for fear. He had no lingering dread of this poor creature who stood before him. All that feeling was over, though it was as yet hardly 4 months since he had been sent back by Mrs. Marsham to Lady Monk's house to save his wife, if saving her were yet possible. "So she is here, is she, and saw me there when I staked my last chance? I should have had over 20,000 francs now, if the cards had stood to me. The cards never do stand to anyone, Mr. Fitzgerald." "Never, never, never," said Burgo. "At any rate, they never did to me. Nothing ever does stand to me. If you want 20,000 francs, that's £800, I think, I can let you have it without any trouble." The devil you can. Oh, yes. As I am travelling with my family, I wonder whether Mr. Palliser considered himself to be better entitled to talk of his family than he had been some 3 or 4 weeks back, as I am travelling with my family. I have been obliged to carry large bills with me, and I can accommodate you without any trouble. There was something pleasant in this, which made Burgo Fitzgerald laugh. Mr. Palliser, the husband of Lady Glencora McCluskey, and the heir of the Duke of Omnium happening to have money with him. As if Mr. Palliser could not bring down showers of money in any quarter of the globe by simply holding up his hand. And then to talk of accommodating him, Burgo Fitzgerald, as though it were simply a little matter of convenience, as though Mr. Palliser would of course find the money at his banker's when he next examined his book. Burgo could not but laugh. I was not in the least doubting your ability to raise the money, said he. But how would you propose to get it back again? That would be at your convenience, said Mr. Palliser, who hardly knew how to put himself on a proper footing with his companion, so that he might offer to do something effectual for the man's aid. I never have any such convenience, said Burgo. Who were those women whose tubs always had holes at the bottom of them? My tub always has such a hole. You mean the daughters of Danaus, said Mr. Palliser. I don't know whose daughters they were, but you might just as well lend them all £800 apiece. There were so many of them, said Mr. Palliser, trying a little joke. But as you are only one, I shall be most happy, as I said before, to be of service. They were now walking slowly together up towards the hills, and near to them they heard a step. Upon this, Burgo turned round. Do you see that fellow? Said he. Mr. Palliser, who was somewhat short-sighted, said that he did not see him. I do, though. I don't know his name, but they have sent him out from the hotel with me, to see what I do with myself. I owe them 600 or 700 francs, and they want to turn me out of the house and not let me take my things with me. That would be very uncomfortable, said Mr. Palliser. It would be uncomfortable, but I shall be too many for them. If they keep my traps they shall keep me. They think I'm going to blow my brains out. That's what they think. The man lets me go far enough off to do that, so long as it's nowhere about the house. I hope you're not thinking of such a thing. As long as I can help it, Mr. Palliser, I never think of anything. The stranger was now standing near to them, almost so near that he might hear their words. Burgo, perceiving this, walked up to him, and, speaking in bad French, desired him to leave them. Don't you see that I have a friend with me? Oh. A friend, said the man, answering in bad English. Perhaps the friend can advance moneys. Never mind what he can do, said Burgo. You do as you are bid, and leave me. Then the gentleman from the hotel retreated down the hill, but Mr. Palliser, during the rest of the interview, frequently fancied that he heard the man's footfall at no great distance. They continued to walk on up the hill very slowly, and it was some time before Mr. Palliser knew how to repeat his offer. So Lady Glencora is here? Burgo said again. Yes, she is here. It was she who asked me to come to you, Mr. Palliser answered. Then they both walked on a few steps in silence, for neither of them knew how to address the other. By George! Isn't it odd, said Burgo, at last, that you and I, of all men in the world, should be walking together here at Baden? It's not only that you're the richest man in London, and that I'm the poorest, but, there are other things, you know, which make it so funny. There have been things which make me and my wife very anxious to give you aid. And have you considered, Mr. Palliser, that those things make you the very man in the world, indeed, for the matter of that, the only man in the world, from whom I can't take aid? I would have taken it all if I could have got it, and I tried hard. I know you have been disappointed, Mr. Fitzgerald. Disappointed? By G. Yes. Did you ever know any man who had so much right to be disappointed as I have? I did love her, Mr. Palliser. Nay, by heavens! I do love her. Out here I will dare to say as much even to you. I shall never try to see her again. All that is over, of course. I've been a fool about her as I have been about everything. But I did love her. I believe it, Mr. Fitzgerald. It was not altogether her money. But think what it would have been to me, Mr. Palliser. Think what a chance I had, and what a chance I lost. I should have been at the top of everything, as now I am at the bottom. I should not have spent that. There would have been enough of it to have saved me. And then I might have done something good instead of crawling about almost in fear of that beast who is watching us. It has been ordered otherwise, said Mr. Palliser, not knowing what to say. Yes, it has been ordered, with a vengeance. It seems to have been ordered that I'm to go to the devil, but I don't know who gave the orders, and I don't know why. Mr. Palliser had not time to explain to his friend that the orders had been given, in a very peremptory way, by himself, as he was anxious to bring back the conversation to his own point. He wished to give some serviceable, and, if possible, permanent aid to the poor and ne'er-do-well, but he did not wish to talk more than could be helped about his own wife. There is an old saying, which you will remember well, said he, that the way to good manners is never too late. That's nonsense, said Burgo. It's too late when the man feels the knot round his neck at the Old Bailey. Perhaps not, even then. Indeed, we may say, certainly not, if the man be still able to take the right way. But I don't want to preach to you. It wouldn't do any good, you know. But I do want to be of service to you. There is something of truth in what you say. You have been disappointed. And I, perhaps, of all men am the most bound to come to your assistance now that you are in need. How can I take it from you, said Burgo, almost crying. You shall take it from her. No. That would be worse, 20 times worse. What? Take her money, when she would not give me herself. I do not see why you should not borrow her money, or mine. You shall call it which you will. No, I won't have it. And what will you do then? What will I do? Ah. That's the question. I don't know what I will do. I have the key of my bedroom in my pocket, and I will go to bed tonight. It's not very often that I look forward much beyond that. Will you let me call on you, tomorrow? I don't see what good it will do. I shan't get up till late, for fear they should shut the room against me. I might as well have as much out of them as I can. I think I shall say I'm ill, and keep my bed. Will you take a few Napoleons? No, not a rap. Not from you. You are the first man from whom I ever refused to borrow money, and I should say that you'll be about the last to offer to lend it me. I don't know what else I can offer, said Mr. Palliser. You can offer nothing. If you will say to your wife from me that I bade her adieu, that is all you can do for me. Good night, Mr. Palliser, good night. Mr. Palliser left him and went his way, feeling that he had no further eloquence at his command. He shook Burgo's hand, and then walked quickly down the hill. As he did so he passed, or would have passed the man who had been dodging them. Missed her, said the man in a whisper. What do you want of me? Asked Mr. Palliser, in French. Then the man spoke in French, also. Has he got any money? Have you given him any money? I have not given him any money, said Mr. Palliser, not quite knowing what he had better do or say under such circumstances. Then he will have a bad time with it, said the man. And he might have carried away 2,000 francs just now. Dear, dear, dear. Has he got any friends, sir? Yes, he has friends. I do not know that I can assist him, or you. Fitzgerald, his name is Fitzgerald. Yes, said Mr. Palliser. His name is Fitzgerald. Ah. There are so many Fitzgeralds in England. Mr. Fitzgerald, London, he has no other address. If he had, and I knew it, I should not give it you without his sanction. But what shall we do? How shall we act? Perhaps with his own hand he will himself kill. For 5 weeks his pension he owes, yes, for 5 weeks. And for wine, oh so much. There came through Baden a my lord, and then, I think he got money. But he went and played. That was of course. But. Oh my gee. He might have carried away this night 2,000 francs, yes, 2,000 francs. Are you the hotel keeper? His friend, sir, only his friend. That is, I am the head commissionaire. I look after the gentlemen who sometimes are not all, exactly what they should be, the commissioner intended to explain, and Mr. Palliser understood him although the words were not quite spoken. The interview was ended by Mr. Palliser taking the name of the hotel, and promising to call before Mr. Fitzgerald should be up in the morning, a purposed visit, which we need not regard as requiring any very early energy on Mr. Palliser's part, when we remember Burgo's own programme for the following day. Lady Glencora received her husband that night with infinite anxiety, and was by no means satisfied with what had been done. He described to her as accurately as he could the nature of his interview with Burgo, and he described to her also his other interview with the head commissioner. He will, said Lady Glencora, when she heard from her husband the man's surmise that perhaps he might destroy himself. He will, and if he does, how can you expect that I shall bear it? Mr. Palliser tried to soothe her by telling her of his promised visit to the landlord. And Lady Glencora, accepting this as something, strove to instigate her husband to some lavish expenditure on Burgo's behalf. There can be no reason why he should not take it, said Glencora. None the least. Had it not been promised to him? Had he not a right to it? The subject was one which Mr. Palliser found it very hard to discuss. He could not tell his wife that Fitzgerald ought to accept his bounty, but he assured her that his money should be forthcoming, almost to any extent, if it could be made available. On the following morning he went down to the hotel, and saw the real landlord. He found him to be a reasonable, tranquil, and very good-natured man, who was possessed by a not irrational desire that his customers' bills should be paid. But who seemed to be much less eager on the subject than our English landlords in general. His chief anxiety seemed to arise from the great difficulty of doing anything with the gentleman who was now lying in his bed upstairs. Has he had any breakfast? Mr. Palliser asked. Breakfast? Oh yes, and the landlord laughed. He had been very particular in the orders he had given. He had desired his cutlets to be dressed in a particular way, with a great deal of cayenne pepper, and they had been so dressed. He had ordered a bottle of Sauterne. But the landlord had thought, or the head waiter acting for him had thought, that a bottle of ordinary wine of the country would do as well. The bottle of ordinary wine of the country had just that moment been sent upstairs. Then Mr. Palliser sat down in the landlord's little room, and had Burgo Fitzgerald's bill brought to him. I think I might venture to pay it, said Mr. Palliser. That was as monsieur pleased, said the landlord, with something like a sparkle in his eye. What was Mr. Palliser to do? He did not know whether, in accordance with the rules of the world in which he lived, he ought to pay it, or ought to leave it, and certainly the landlord could not tell him. Then he thought of his wife. He could not go back to his wife without having done something, so, as a first measure, he paid the bill. The landlord's eyes glittered, and he receipted it in the most becoming manner. Should he now send up the bottle of Sauterne? But to this Mr. Palliser demurred. And to whom should the receipted bill be given? Mr. Palliser thought that the landlord had better keep it himself for a while. Perhaps there is some little difficulty, suggested the landlord. Mr. Palliser acknowledged that there was a little difficulty. He knew that he must do something more. He could not simply pay the bill and go away. That would not satisfy his wife. He knew that he must do something more, but how was he to do it? So at last he let the landlord into his confidence. He did not tell the whole of Burgo's past history. He did not tell that little episode in Burgo's life which referred to Lady Glencora. But he did make the landlord understand that he was willing to administer money to Mr. Fitzgerald, if only it could only be administered judiciously. You can't keep him out of the gambling salon, you know, sir, that is, not if he has a franc in his pocket. As to that the landlord was very confident. It was at last arranged, that the landlord was to tell Burgo that his bill did not signify at present, and that the use of the hotel was to be at Burgo's command for the next 3 months. At the end of that time he was to have notice to quit. No money was to be advanced to him, but the landlord, even in this respect, had a discretion. "When I get home, I will see what can be done with his relations there," said Mr. Palliser. Then he went home and told his wife. "But he'll have no clothes," said Lady Glencora. Mr. Palliser said that the judicious landlord would manage that also, and in that way Lady Glencora was appeased, till something final could be done for the young man, on Mr. Palliser's return home. Poor Burgo! He must now be made to end his career as far as these pages are concerned. He soon found that something had been done for him at the hotel, and no doubt he must have made some guess near the truth. The discreet landlord told him nothing, would tell him nothing. But that his bill did not signify as yet. Burgo, thinking about it, resolved to write about it in an indignant strain to Mr. Palliser, but the letter did not get itself written. When in England, Mr. Palliser saw Sir Cosmo Monk, and with many apologies, told him what he had done. "I regret it," said Sir Cosmo, in anger. "I regret it, not for the money's sake, but I regret it." The amount expended, was however repaid to Mr. Palliser, and an arrangement was made for remitting a weekly sum of £15 to Burgo, through a member of the diplomatic corps. As long as he should remain at a certain small German town which was indicated, and in which there was no public gambling table. Lady Glencora expressed herself satisfied for the present, but I must doubt whether poor Burgo lived long in comfort on the allowance made to him. Here we must say farewell to Burgo Fitzgerald. Chapter 77. The Travellers Return Home. Mr. Palliser did not remain long in Baden after the payment of Burgo's bill. Perhaps I shall not throw any undeserved discredit on his courage if I say that he was afraid to do so. What would he have said, what would he have been able to say, if that young man had come to him demanding an explanation? So he hurried away to Strasbourg the same day, much to his wife's satisfaction. The journey home from thence was not marked by any incidents. Gradually Mr. Palliser became a little more lenient to his wife and slightly less oppressive in his caution. If he still inquired about the springs of the carriages, he did so in silence, and he ceased to enjoin the necessity of a day's rest after each day's journey. By the time that they reached Dover he had become so used to his wife's condition that he made but little fluttering as she walked out of the boat by that narrow gangway which is so contrived as to make an arrival there a serious inconvenience to a lady, and a nuisance even to a man. He was somewhat staggered when a big man, in the middle of the night, insisted on opening the little basket which his wife carried, and was uncomfortable when obliged to stop her on the plank while he gave up the tickets which he thought had been already surrendered. But he was becoming used to his position, and bore himself like a man. During their journey home Mr. Palliser had by no means kept his seat opposite to Lady Glencora with constancy. He had soon found that it was easier to talk to Mr. Grey than to his wife, and, consequently, the two ladies had been much together, as had also the two gentlemen. What the ladies discussed may be imagined. One was about to become a wife and the other a mother, and that was to be their fate after each had made up her mind that no such lot was to be hers. It may, however, be presumed that for every one word that Alice spoke Lady Glencora spoke 10. The two men, throughout these days of close intimacy, were intent upon politics. Mr. Palliser, who may be regarded as the fox who had lost his tail, the tail being, in this instance, the comfort of domestic privacy, was eager in recommending his new friend to cut off his tail also. "Your argument would be very well," said he, "if men were to be contented to live for themselves only." "Your argument would be very well," said the other, "if it were used to a man who felt that he could do good to others by going into public life. But it is wholly inefficacious if it recommends public life simply or chiefly because a man may gratify his own ambition by public services. Of course there is personal gratification, and of course there is good done, said Mr. Palliser. Is, or should be, said Mr. Gray. Exactly, and the two things must go together. The chief gratification comes from the feeling that you are of use. But if you feel that you would not be of use, we need not follow the argument any further. We all know its nature, and what between two such men would be said on both sides. We all know that neither of them would put the matter altogether in a true light. Men never can do so in words, let the light within themselves be ever so clear. I do not think that any man yet ever had such a gift of words as to make them a perfect exponent of all the wisdom within him. But the effect was partly that which the weaker man of the two desired, the weaker in the gifts of nature, though art had in some respects made him stronger. Mr. Gray was shaken in his quiescent philosophy, and startled Alice, startled her as much as he delighted her, by a word or two he said as he walked with her in the courts of the Louvre. "It's all hollow here," he said, speaking of French politics. "Very hollow," said Alice, who had no love for the French mode of carrying on public affairs. "Of all modes of governing this seems to me to be the surest of coming to a downfall. Men are told that they are wise enough to talk, but not wise enough to have any power of action. It is as though men were cautioned that they were walking through gunpowder, and that no fire could be allowed them, but were at the same time enjoined to carry lucifer matches in their pockets. I don't believe in the gunpowder, and I think there should be fire, and plenty of it, but if I didn't want the fire I wouldn't have the matches." "It's so odd to hear you talk politics," said Alice, laughing. After this he dropped the subject for a while, as though he were ashamed of it, but in a very few minutes he returned to it manfully. "Mr. Palliser wants me to go into Parliament." Upon hearing this Alice said nothing. She was afraid to speak. After all that had passed she felt that it would not become her to show much outward joy on hearing such a proposition, so spoken by him. And yet she could say nothing without some sign of exultation in her voice. So she walked on without speaking, and was conscious that her fingers trembled on his arm. "What do you say about it?" he asked. "What do I say? Oh, John, what right can I have to say anything? No one else can have so much right, putting aside of course myself, who must be responsible for my own actions. He asked me whether I could afford it, and he seems to think that a smaller income suffices for such work now than it did a few years since. I believe that I could afford it, if I could get a seat that was not very expensive at the first outset. He could help me there. On that point, of course, I can have no opinion. No. Not on that point. I believe we may take that for granted. Living in London for 4 or 5 months in the year might be managed. But as to the mode of life—" Then Alice was unable to hold her tongue longer, and spoke out her thoughts with more vehemence than discretion. No doubt he combated them with some amount of opposition. He seldom allowed outspoken enthusiasm to pass by him without some amount of hostility. But he was not so perverse as to be driven from his new views by the fact that Alice approved them, and she, as she drew near home, was able to think that the only flaw in his character was in process of being cured. When they reached London they all separated. It was Mr. Palliser's purpose to take his wife down to Matching with as little delay as possible. London was at this time nearly empty, and all the doings of the season were over. It was now the first week of August, and as Parliament had not been sitting for nearly 2 months, the town looked as it usually looks in September. Lady Glencora was to stay but 1 day in Park Lane, and it had been understood between her and Alice that they were not to see each other. "How odd it is parting in this way, when people have been together so long," said Lady Glencora. "It always seems as though there had been a separate little life of its own which was now to be brought to a close. I suppose, Mr. Gray, you and I, when we next meet, will be far too distant to fight with each other." "I hope that may never be the case," said Mr. Gray. "I suppose nothing would prevent his fighting. Would it, Alice? But, remember, there must be no fighting when we do meet next, and that must be in September." "With all my heart," said Mr. Gray. But Alice said nothing. Then Mr. Palliser made his little speech. "Alice," he said, as he gave his hand to Miss Vavasor, "give my compliments to your father. And tell him that I shall take the liberty of asking him to come down to Matching for the early shooting in September, and that I shall expect him to bring you with him. You may tell him also that he will have to stay to see you off, but that he will not be allowed to take you away." Lady Glencora thought that this was very pretty as coming from her husband, and so she told him on their way home. Alice insisted on going to Queen Anne Street in a cab by herself. Mr. Palliser had offered a carriage, and Mr. Grey, of course, offered himself as a protector, but she would have neither the one nor the other. If he had gone with her he might by chance have met her father. And she was most anxious that she should not be encumbered by her lover's presence when she first received her father's congratulations. They had slept at Dover, and had come up by a midday train. When she reached Queen Anne Street, the house was desolate, and she might therefore have allowed Mr. Grey to attend her. But she found a letter waiting for her which made her for the moment forget both him and her father. Lady MacLeod, at Cheltenham, was very ill, and wished to see her niece, as she said, before she died. "I have got your letter," said the kind old woman, "and am now quite happy. It only wanted that to reconcile me to my departure. I thought through it all that my girl would be happy at last. Will she forgive me if I say that I have forgiven her?" The letter then went on to beg Alice to come to Cheltenham at once. "It is not that I am dying now," said Lady MacLeod, "though you will find me much altered in keeping my bed. But the doctor says he fears the first cold weather. I know what that means, my dear, and if I don't see you now, before your marriage, I shall never see you again. Pray get married as soon as you can. I want to know that you are Mrs. Grey before I go. If I were to hear that it was postponed because of my illness, I think it would kill me at once." There was another letter for her from Kate, full, of course, of congratulations, and promising to be at the wedding. "That is," said Kate, "unless it takes place at the house of some one of your very grand friends," and telling her that Aunt Greenow was to be married in a fortnight. Telling her of this, and begging her to attend that wedding. "You should stand by your family," said Kate. "And only think what my condition will be if I have no one here to support me. Do come. Journeys are nothing nowadays. Don't you know I would go 7 times the distance for you? Mr. Cheesacre and Captain Belfield are friends after all, and Mr. Cheesacre is to be best man. Is it not beautiful? As for poor me, I'm told I haven't a chance left of becoming mistress of Oileymead and all its wealth." Alice began to think that her hands were almost too full. If she herself were to be married in September, even by the end of September, her hands were very full indeed. Yet she did not know how to refuse any of the requests made to her. As to Lady MacLeod, her visit to her was a duty which must of course be performed at once. She would stay but one day in London, and then go down to Cheltenham. Having resolved upon this she at once wrote to her aunt to that effect. As to that other affair down in Westmoreland, she sighed as she thought of it, but she feared that she must go there also. Kate had suffered too much on her behalf to allow of her feeling indifferent to such a request. Then her father came in. "I didn't in the least know when you might arrive," said he, beginning with an apology for his absence. "How could I, my dear?" Alice scorned to remind him that she herself had named the precise hour of the train by which they had arrived. "It's all right, papa," said she. "I was very glad to have an hour to write a letter or two. Poor Lady MacLeod is very ill. I must go to her the day after tomorrow. Dear, dear, dear. I had heard that she was poorly. She is very old, you know. So, Alice, you've made it all square with Mr. Grey at last." "Yes, papa, if you call that square." "Well, I do call it square. It has all come round to the proper thing. I hope he thinks so. What do you think yourself, my dear?" "I've no doubt it's the proper thing for me, papa." "Of course not, of course not. And I can tell you this, Alice, he is a man in 1,000. You've heard about the money." "What money, papa?" The money that George had. As the reader is aware, Alice had heard nothing special about this money. She only knew, or supposed she knew, that she had given £3,000 to her cousin. But now her father explained to her the whole transaction. "We couldn't have realized your money for months, perhaps," said he. But Gray knew that some men must have rope enough before they can hang themselves. Alice was unable to say anything on this subject to her father, but to herself she did declare that not in that way or with that hope had John Gray produced his money. "He must be paid, Papa," she said. "Paid," he answered, "he can pay himself now. It may make some difference in the settlements, perhaps, but he and the lawyers may arrange that. I shan't think of interfering with such a man as Gray. If you could only know, my dear, what I've suffered." Alice in a penitential tone expressed her sorrow, and then he too assured her that he had forgiven her. "Bless you, my child," he said, "and make you happy, and good, and very comfortable." After that he went back to his club. Alice made her journey down to Cheltenham without any adventure, and was received by Lady MacLeod with open arms. "Dearest Alice, it is so good of you." "Good," said Alice, "would I not have gone 1,000 miles to you?" Lady MacLeod was very eager to know all about the coming marriage. "I can tell you now, my dear, though I couldn't do it before, that I knew he'd persist forever. He told me so himself in confidence. He has persisted, Aunt, that is certain. And I hope you'll reward him. A beautiful woman without discretion is like a pearl in a swine's snout, but a good wife is a crown of glory to her husband. Remember that, my dear, and choose your part for his sake. I won't be that unfortunate pearl, if I can help it, Aunt. We can all help it, if we set about it in the right way. And Alice, you must be careful to find out all his likes and his dislikes. Dear me. I remember how hard I found it, but then I don't think I was so clever as you are. Sometimes I think nobody has ever been so stupid as I have. Not stupid, my dear, if I must say the word, it is self-willed. But, dear, all that is forgiven now. Is it not? There is a forgiveness which it is rather hard to get, said Alice. There was something said then as to the necessity of looking for pardon beyond this world, which I need not here repeat. To all her old friends' little sermons Alice was infinitely more attentive than had been her wont, so that Lady MacLeod was comforted and took heart of grace. And at last brought forth from under her pillow a letter from the Countess of Midlothian, which she had received a day or two since, and which bore upon Alice's case. I was not quite sure whether I'd show it you, said Lady MacLeod, because you wouldn't answer her when she wrote to you. But when I'm gone, as I shall be soon, she will be the nearest relative you have on your mother's side, and from her great position, you know, Alice. But here Alice became impatient for the letter. Her aunt handed it to her, and she read as follows. Castle Reekie, July, 186-. Dear Lady MacLeod. I am sorry to hear of the symptoms you speak about. I strongly advise you to depend chiefly on beef tea. They should be very careful to send it up quite free from grease, and it should not be too strong of the meat. There should be no vegetables in it. Not soup, you know, but beef tea. If anything acts upon your strength, that will. I need not tell one who has lived as you have done where to look for that other strength which alone can support you at such a time as this. I would go to you if I thought that my presence would be any comfort to you, but I know how sensitive you are, and the shock might be too much for you. If you see Alice Vavasor on her return to England, as you probably will, pray tell her from me that I give her my warmest congratulations, and that I am heartily glad that matters are arranged. I think she treated my attempts to heal the wound in a manner that they did not deserve, but all that shall be forgiven, as shall also her original bad behavior to poor Mr. Gray. Alice was becoming weary of so much forgiveness, and told herself, as she was reading the letter, that that of Lady Midlothian was at any rate unnecessary. I trust that we may yet meet and be friends, continued Lady Midlothian. I am extremely gratified at finding that she has been thought so much of by Mr. Palliser. I'm told that Mr. Palliser and Mr. Grey have become great friends, and if this is so, Alice must be happy to feel that she has had it in her power to confer so great a benefit on her future husband as he will receive from this introduction. I ain't a bit happy, and I have conferred no benefit on Mr. Grey, exclaimed Alice, who was unable to repress the anger occasioned by the last paragraph. But it is a great benefit, my dear. Mr. Palliser has every bit as much cause to be gratified for that as Mr. Grey, and perhaps more. Poor Lady MacLeod could not argue the matter in her present state. She merely sighed, and moved her shriveled old hand up and down upon the counterpane. Alice finished the letter without further remarks. It merely went on to say how happy the writer would be to know something of her cousin as Mrs. Grey, as also to know something of Mr. Grey, and then gave a general invitation to both Mr. and Mrs. Grey, asking them to come to Castle Reekie whenever they might be able. The Marchioness, with whom Lady Midlothian was staying, had expressly desired her to give this message. Alice, however, could not but observe that Lady Midlothian's invitation applied only to another person's house. "I'm sure she means well," said Alice. "Indeed she does," said Lady MacLeod, "and then you know you'll probably have children, and think what a thing it will be for them to know the Midlothian family. You shouldn't rob them of their natural advantages." Alice remained a week with her aunt, and went from thence direct to Westmoreland. Some order as to bridal preparations we must presume she gave on that single day which she passed in London. Much advice she had received on this head from Lady Glencora. And no inconsiderable amount of assistance was to be rendered to her at Matching during the fortnight she would remain there before her marriage. Something also, let us hope, she might do at Cheltenham. Something no doubt she did do. Something also might probably be achieved among the wilds in Westmoreland, but that something would necessarily be of a nature not requiring fashionable tradespeople. While at Cheltenham, she determined that she would not again return to London before her marriage. This resolve was caused by a very urgent letter from Mr. Grey, and by another, almost equally urgent, from Lady Glencora. If the marriage did not take place in September she would not be present at it. The gods of the world, of Lady Glencora's world, had met together and come to a great decision. Lady Glencora was to be removed in October to Gatherum Castle, and remain there till the following spring, so that the heir might, in truth, be born in the purple. "It is such a bore," said Lady Glencora, "and I know it will be a girl. But the Duke isn't to be there, except for the Christmas week." An invitation for the ceremony at Matching had been sent from Mr. Palliser to Mr. Vavasor, and another from Lady Glencora to Kate, whom I long to know, said her ladyship, and with whom I should like to pick a crow, if I dared, as I'm sure she did all the mischief. Chapter 78. Mr. Cheesacre's Fate. It must be acknowledged that Mrs. Greenow was a woman of great resources, and that she would be very prudent for others, though I fear the verdict of those who know her must go against her in regard to prudence in herself. Her marriage with Captain Belfield was a rash act, certainly a rash act, although she did take so much care in securing the payment of her own income into her own hands. But the manner in which she made him live discreetly for some months previous to his marriage, the tact with which she renewed the friendship which had existed between him and Mr. Cheesacre, and the skill she used in at last providing Mr. Cheesacre with a wife, oblige us all to admit that, as a general, she had great powers. When Alice reached Vavasor Hall she found Charlie Fairstairs established there on a long visit. Charlie and Kate were to be the two bridesmaids, and, as Kate told her cousin in their first confidential intercourse on the evening of Alice's arrival, there were already great hopes in the household that the master of Oileymead might be brought to surrender. It was true that Charlie had not a shilling, and that Mr. Cheesacre had set his heart on marrying an heiress. It was true that Miss Fairstairs had always stood low in the gentleman's estimation, as being connected with people who were as much without rank and fashion as they were without money. And that the gentleman loved rank and fashion dearly. It was true that Charlie was no beauty, and that Cheesacre had an eye for feminine charms. It was true that he had despised Charlie, and had spoken his contempt openly. That he had seen the girl on the sands at Yarmouth every summer for the last 10 years, and about the streets of Norwich every winter, and had learned to regard her as a thing poor and despicable. Because she was common in his eyes. It is thus that the Cheesacres judge of people. But in spite of all these difficulties Mrs. Greenow had taken up poor Charlie's case, and Kate Vavasor expressed a strong opinion that her aunt would win. "What has she done to the man?" Alice asked. "Coaxed him, simply that. She has made herself so much his master that he doesn't know how to say no to her. Sometimes I have thought that he might possibly run away, but I have abandoned that fear now. She has little confidences with him from day to day, which are so alluring to him that he cannot tear himself off. In the middle of one of them he will find himself engaged. But, the unfortunate girl. Won't it be a wretched marriage for her?" "Not at all. She'll make him a very good wife. He's one of those men to whom any woman, after a little time, will come to be the same. He'll be rough with her once a month or so, and perhaps tell her that she brought no money with her. But that won't break any bones, and Charlie will know how to fight her own battles. She'll save his money if she brings none, and in a few years' time they will quite understand each other." Mr. Cheesacre and Captain Belfield were at this time living in lodgings together, at Penrith, but came over and spent every other day at Vavasor, returning always to their lodgings in the evening. It wanted but 8 days to the marriage when Alice arrived, and preparations for that event were in progress. "It's to be very quiet, Alice," said her aunt, "as quiet as such a thing can be made. I owe that to the memory of the departed one. I know that he is looking down upon me, and that he approves all that I do. Indeed, he told me once that he did not want me to live desolate for his sake. If I didn't feel that he was looking down and approving it, I should be wretched indeed." She took Alice up to see her trousseau, and gave the other expectant bride some little hints which, under present circumstances, might be useful. "Yes, indeed. Only 3 and 6 apiece, and they're quite real. Feel them. You wouldn't get them in the shops under 6. Alice did feel them, and wondered whether her aunt could have saved the half-crown honestly. "I had my eyes about me when I was up in town, my dear. And look here, these are quite new, have never been on yet, and I had them when I was married before. There is nothing like being careful, my dear. I hate meanness, as everybody knows who knows me. But there is nothing like being careful. You have a lot of rich people about you just now, and will have ever so many things given you which you won't want. Do you put them all by, and be careful. They may turn out useful, you know." Saying this, Mrs. Greenow folded up, among her present bridal belongings, sundries of the wealth which had accrued to her in an earlier stage of her career. And then Mrs. Greenow opened her mind to Alice about the captain. "He's as good as gold, my dear, he is, indeed, in his own way. Of course, I know that he has faults, and I should like to know who hasn't. Although poor dear Greenow certainly was more without them than anybody else I ever knew." As this remembrance came upon Mrs. Greenow she put her handkerchief to her eyes, and Alice observed that that which she held still bore the deepest hem of widowhood. They would be used, no doubt, till the last day, and then put by in lavender for future possible occasions. Belfield may have been a little extravagant. I dare say he has. But how can a man help being extravagant when he hasn't got any regular income? He has been ill-treated in his profession, very. It makes my blood curdle when I think of it. After fighting his country's battles through blood, and dust, and wounds, but I'll tell you about that another time. I suppose a man seldom does make a fortune, and, by being a soldier. Never, my dear, much better be a tailor. Don't you ever marry a soldier. But as I was saying, he is the best-tempered creature alive, and the staunchest friend I ever met. You should hear what Mr. Cheesacre says of him. But you don't know Mr. Cheesacre. No, aunt, not yet. If you remember, he went away before I saw him when he came here before. Yes, I know, poor fellow. Between you and me, Kate might have had him if she liked, but perhaps Kate was right. I don't think he would have suited Kate at all. Because of the farmyard, you mean? Kate shouldn't give herself airs. Money's never dirty, you know. But perhaps it's all for the best. There's a sweet girl here to whom he is violently attached, and who I hope will become Mrs. Cheesacre. But as I was saying, the friendship between these two men is quite wonderful, and I have always observed that when a man can create that kind of affection in the bosom of another man, he invariably is, the sort of man, in fact, who makes a good husband. Alice knew the story of Charlie Fairstairs and her hopes, knew of the quarrels between Belfield and Cheesacre, knew almost as much of Belfield's past life as Mrs. Greenow did herself, and Mrs. Greenow was no doubt aware that such was the case. Nevertheless, she had a pleasure in telling her own story, and told it as though she believed every word that she spoke. On the following day the two gentlemen came over, according to custom, and Alice observed that Miss Fairstairs hardly spoke to Mr. Cheesacre. Indeed, her manner of avoiding that gentleman was so very marked, that it was impossible not to observe it. They drank tea out of doors, and when Mr. Cheesacre on one occasion sauntered across towards the end of the bench on which Charlie was sitting, Charlie got up and walked away. And in strolling about the place afterwards, and in going up through the wood, she was at great pains to attach herself to some other person, so that there should be no such attaching between her and the owner of Oileymead. At one time Mr. Cheesacre did get close up to her and spoke some very indifferent word. He knew that he was being cut and he wanted to avoid the appearance of a scene. "I don't know, sir," said Charlie, again moving away with excellent dignity, and she at once attached herself to Alice, who was close by. "I know you have just come home from Switzerland," said Charlie. "Beautiful Switzerland. My heart pants for Switzerland. Do tell me something about Switzerland." Mr. Cheesacre had heard that Alice was the dear friend of a lady who would probably some day become a duchess. He therefore naturally held her in awe, and slunk away. On this occasion Mrs. Greenow clung lovingly to her future husband, and the effect was that Mr. Cheesacre found himself to be very much alone and unhappy. He had generally enjoyed these days at Vavasor Hall, having found himself, or fancied himself, to be the dominant spirit there. That Mrs. Greenow was always in truth the dominant spirit I need hardly say, but she knew how to make a companion happy, and well also how to make him wretched. On the whole of this day poor Cheesacre was very wretched. "I don't think I shall go there any more," he said to Belfield, as he drove the gig back to Penrith that evening. "Not go there any more, Cheesy," said Belfield, "why, we are to have the dinner out in the field on Friday." "It's your own bespeak." "Well, yes, I'll go on Friday, but not after that. You'll stop and see me turned off, old fellow. What's the use? You'll get your wife, and that's enough for you. The truth is, that since that girl came down from London with her D airs. The girl from London with the airs was poor Alice, the place is quite changed. I'm blessed if the whole thing isn't as dark as ditch water. I'm a plain man, I am, and I do hate your swells." Against this view of the case Captain Belfield argued stoutly, but Cheesacre had been offended, and throughout the next day he was cross and touchy. He wouldn't play billiards, and on one occasion hinted that he hoped he should get that money soon. "You did it admirably, my dear," said Mrs. Greenow that night to Charlie Fairstairs. The widow was now on terms almost more confidential with Miss Fairstairs than with her own niece, Kate Vavasor. She loved a little bit of intrigue. And though Kate could intrigue, as we have seen in this story, Kate would not join her aunt's intrigues. "You did it admirably. I really did not think you had so much in you." "Oh, I don't know," said Charlie, blushing at the praise. "And it's the only way, my dear, the only way, I mean, for you with such a one as him. And if he does come round, you'll find him an excellent husband." "I don't think he cares for me a bit," said Charlie whimpering. "Pooh, nonsense. Girls never know whether men care for them or not. If he asks you to marry him, won't that be a sign that he cares for you? And if he don't, why, there'll be no harm done." If he thinks it's his money, began Charlie. Now, don't talk nonsense, Charlie, said Mrs. Greenow, or you'll make me sick. Of course it's his money, more or less. You don't mean to tell me you'd go and fall in love with him if he was like Belfield, and hadn't got a rap? I can afford that sort of thing, you can't. I don't mean to say you ain't to love him. Of course, you're to love him, and I've no doubt you will, and make him a very good wife. I always think that worldliness and sentimentality are like brandy and water. I don't like either of them separately, but taken together they make a very nice drink. I like them warm, with, as the gentlemen say. To this little lecture Miss Fairstairs listened with dutiful patience, and when it was over she said nothing more of her outraged affections or of her disregard for money. And now, my dear, mind you look your best on Friday. I'll get him away immediately after dinner, and when he's done with me you can contrive to be in his way, you know. The next day was what Kate called the blank day at the Hall. The ladies were all alone, and devoted themselves, as was always the case on the blank days, to millinery and household cares. Mrs. Greenow, as has before been stated, had taken a lease of the place, and her troubles extended beyond her mere bridal wardrobe. Large trunks of household linen had arrived, and all this linen was marked with the name of Greenow, Greenow, 558, Greenow, 752. And a good deal had to be done before this ancient wealth of housewifery could probably be converted to Belfield purposes. We must cut out the pieces, Jeanette, and work them in again ever so carefully, said the widow, after some painful consideration. It will always show, said Jeanette, shaking her head. But the other would show worse, said the widow, and if you fine draw it, not 1 person in 10 will notice it. We'd always put them on with the name to the feet, you know. It was not quite true that Cheesacre had bespoke the dinner out in the field, although no doubt he thought he had done so. The little treat, if treat it was, had all been arranged by Mrs. Greenow, who was ever ready to create festivities. There was not much scope for a picnic here. Besides their own party, which, of course, included the captain and Mr. Cheesacre, no guest could be caught except the clergyman, that low church clergyman, who was so anxious about his income, and with whom the old squire had quarrelled. Mrs. Greenow had quickly obtained the advantage of his alliance, and he, who was soon to perform on her behalf the marriage ceremony, had promised to grace this little festival. The affair simply amounted to this, that they were to eat their dinner uncomfortably in the field instead of comfortably in the dining-room. But Mrs. Greenow knew that Charlie's charms would be much strengthened by a dinner out of doors. Nothing, she said to Kate, nothing makes a man come forward so well as putting him altogether out of his usual tack. A man who wouldn't think of such a thing in the drawing-room would be sure to make an offer if he spent an evening with a young lady downstairs in the kitchen. At 2 o'clock the gig from Penrith arrived at the Hall, and for the next hour both Cheesacre and the captain were engaged in preparing the tables and carrying out the viands. The captain and Charlie Fairstairs were going to lay the cloth. "Let me do it," said Cheesacre, taking it out of the captain's hands. "Oh, certainly," said the captain, giving up his prize. "Captain Belfield would do it much better," said Charlie, with a little toss of her head. "He's as good as a married man, and they always do these things best." The day was fine, and although the shade was not perfect, and the midges were troublesome, the dinner went off very nicely. It was beautiful to see how well Mrs. Greenow remembered herself about the grace, seeing that the clergyman was there. She was just in time, and would have been very angry with herself, and have thought herself awkward, had she forgotten it. Mr. Cheesacre sat on her right hand, and the clergyman on her left, and she hardly spoke a word to Belfield. Her sweetest smiles were all given to Cheesacre. She was specially anxious to keep her neighbour, the parson, in good humour, and therefore illuminated him once in every 5 minutes with a passing ray. But the full splendour of her light was poured out upon Cheesacre, as it never had before been poured. How she did flatter him, and with what a capacious gullet did he swallow her flatteries. Oileymead was the only paradise she had ever seen. Ah, me, when I think of it sometimes, but never mind. A moment came to him when he thought that even yet he might win the race, and send Belfield away howling into outer darkness. A moment came to him, and the widow saw the moment well. "I know I have done for the best," said she, "and therefore I shall never regret it. At any rate, it's done now." "Not done yet," said he plaintively. "Yes, done, and done, and done. Besides, a man in your position in the county should always marry a wife younger than yourself, a good deal younger." Cheesacre did not understand the argument, but he liked the allusion to his position in the county, and he perceived that it was too late for any changes in the present arrangements. But he was happy, and all that feeling of animosity to Alice had vanished from his breast. Poor Alice! She, at any rate, was innocent. With so much of her own to fill her mind, she had been but little able to take her share in the Greenow festivities, and we may safely say, that if Mr. Cheesacre's supremacy was on any occasion attacked, it was not attacked by her. His supremacy on this occasion was paramount, and during the dinner, and after the dinner, he was allowed to give his orders to Belfield in a manner that must have gratified him much. "You must have another glass of champagne with me, my friend," said Mrs. Greenow, and Mr. Cheesacre drank the other glass of champagne. It was not the second or the third that he had taken. After dinner they started off for a ramble through the fields, and Mrs. Greenow and Mr. Cheesacre were together. I think that Charlie Fairstairs did not go with them at all. I think she went into the house and washed her face, and brushed her hair, and settled her muslin. I should not wonder if she took off her frock and ironed it again. Captain Belfield, I know, went with Alice, and created some astonishment by assuring her that he fully meant to correct the error of his ways. "I know what it is," he said, "to be connected with such a family as yours, Miss Vavasor." He too had heard about the future Duchess, and wished to be on his best behaviour. Kate fell to the lot of the parson. "This is the last time we shall ever be together in this way," said the widow to her friend. "Oh, no," said Cheesacre, "I hope not. The last time. On Wednesday I become Mrs. Belfield, and I need hardly say that I have many things to think of before that, but Mr. Cheesacre, I hope we are not to be strangers hereafter." Mr. Cheesacre said that he hoped not. Oileymead would always be open to Captain and Mrs. Belfield. "We all know your hospitality," said she. "It is not today nor tomorrow that I or my husband, that is to be, will have to learn that. He always declares that you are the very beau ideal of an English country gentleman." "Merely a poor Norfolk farmer," said Cheesacre. "I never want to put myself beyond my own place. There has been some talk about the commission of the peace, but I don't think anything of it. It has been the greatest blessing in the world for him that he has ever known you," said Mrs. Greenow, still talking about her future husband. "I've tried to be good-natured, that's all." Me, Mrs. Greenow, what's the use of living if one doesn't try to be good-natured? There isn't a better fellow than Belfield living. He and I ran for the same plate, and he has won it. He's a lucky fellow, and I don't begrudge him his luck." "That's so manly of you, Mr. Cheesacre. But, indeed, the plate you speak of was not worth your running for. I may have my own opinion about that, you know." "It was not. Nobody knows that as well as I do, or could have thought over the whole matter so often. I know very well what my mission is in life. The mistress of your house, Mr. Cheesacre, should not be any man's widow. She wouldn't be a widow then, you know. A virgin heart should be yours. And a virgin heart may be yours, if you choose to accept it." "Oh, bother. If you choose to take my solicitude on your behalf in that way, of course I have done. You were good enough to say just now that you wished to see me and my husband in your hospitable halls. After all that has passed, do you think that I could be a visitor at your house unless there is a mistress there?" "Upon my word, I think you might." "No, Mr. Cheesacre, certainly not. For all our sakes I should decline." "But if you were married?" "You are always wanting to marry me, Mrs. Greenow." I do. It is the only way in which there can be any friendship between us, and not for worlds would I lose that advantage for my husband, let alone what I may feel for myself. Why didn't you take me yourself, Mrs. Greenow? If you can't understand, it is not for me to say anything more, Mr. Cheesacre. If you value the warm affection of a virgin heart. Why, Mrs. Greenow, all yesterday she wouldn't say a word to me. Not say a word to you. Is that all you know about it? Are you so ignorant that you cannot see when a girl's heart is breaking beneath her stays? This almost improper allusion had quite an effect on Mr. Cheesacre's sensitive bosom. Did you say a word to her yesterday? And if not, why have you said so many words before? Oh, Mrs. Greenow, come. It is, oh, Mrs. Greenow. But it is time that we should go back to them. They had been sitting all this time on a bank, under a hedge. We will have our tea, and you shall have your pipe and brandy and water, and Charlie shall bring it to you. Shall she, Mr. Cheesacre? If she likes she shall, of course. Do you ask her, and she'll like it quick enough. But remember, Mr. Cheesacre, I'm quite serious in what I say about your having a mistress for your house. Only think what an age you'll be when your children grow up, if you don't marry soon now. They returned to the field in which they had dined, and found Charlie under the trees, with her muslin looking very fresh. What, all est mort, said Mrs. Greenow. Charlie did not quite understand this, but replied that she preferred being alone. I have told him that you should fill his pipe for him, said Mrs. Greenow. He doesn't care for ladies to fill his pipe for him, said Charlie. Do you try, said the widow, while I go indoors and order the tea. It had been necessary to put the bait very close before Cheesacre's eyes, or there would have been no hope that he might take it. The bait had been put so very close that we must feel sure that he saw the hook. But there are fish so silly that they will take the bait although they know the hook is there. Cheesacre understood it all. Many things he could not see, but he could see that Mrs. Greenow was trying to catch him as a husband for Charlie Fairstairs. And he knew also that he had always despised Charlie, and that no worldly advantage whatever would accrue to him by a marriage with such a girl. But there she was, and he didn't quite know how to avoid it. She did look rather nice in her clear-starched muslin frock, and he felt that he should like to kiss her. He needn't marry her because he kissed her. The champagne which had created the desire also gave him the audacity. He gave one glance around him to see that he was not observed, and then he did kiss Charlie Fairstairs under the trees. Oh, Mr. Cheesacre, said Charlie. Oh, Mr. Cheesacre, echoed a laughing voice, and poor Cheesacre, looking round, saw that Mrs. Greenow, who ought to have been inside the house looking after the boiling water, was moving about for some unknown reason within sight of the spot which he had chosen for his dalliance. Mr. Cheesacre, said Charlie sobbing, how dare you do that, and where all the world could see you? It was only Mrs. Greenow, said Cheesacre. And what will she think of me? Lord bless you, she won't think anything about it. But I do, I think a great deal about it. I don't know what to do, I don't. Whereupon Charlie got up from her seat under the trees and began to move away slowly. Cheesacre thought about it for a moment or two. Should he follow her or should he not? He knew that he had better not follow her. He knew that she was bait with a very visible hook. He knew that he was a big fish for whom these two women were angling. But after all, perhaps it wouldn't do him much harm to be caught. So he got up and followed her. I don't suppose she meant to take the way towards the woods, towards the little path leading to the old summer house up in the trees. She was too much beside herself to know where she was going, no doubt. But that was the path she did take, and before long she and Cheesacre were in the summer house together. Don't, Sam, don't. Somebody really will be coming. Well, then, there. Now I won't do it again. 'Twas thus she spoke when the last kiss was given on this occasion. Unless there may have been one or two later in the evening, to which it is not necessary more especially to allude here. But on the occasion of that last kiss in the summer house Miss Fairstairs was perfectly justified by circumstances, for she was then the promised bride of Mr. Cheesacre. But how was he to get down again among his friends? That consideration troubled Mr. Cheesacre as he rose from his happy seat after that last embrace. He had promised Charlie, and perhaps he would keep his promise, but it might be as well not to make it all too public at once. But Charlie wasn't going to be thrown over. Not if she knew it, as she said to herself. She returned therefore triumphantly among them all, blushing indeed, and with her eyes turned away, and her hand now remained upon her lover's arm. But still so close to him that there could be no mistake. "Goodness gracious, Charlie! Where have you and Mr. Cheesacre been?" said Mrs. Greenow. "We got up into the woods and lost ourselves," said Charlie. "Oh, indeed," said Mrs. Greenow. "It would be too long to tell now, in these last pages of our story, how Cheesacre strove to escape, and with what skill Mrs. Greenow kept him to his bargain. I hope that Charlie Fairstairs was duly grateful. Before that evening was over, under the comfortable influence of a glass of hot brandy and water, the widow had, I think, herself mixed the second glass for Mr. Cheesacre. Before the influence became sufficiently comfortable, he was forced to own that he had made himself the happy possessor of Charlie Fairstairs' heart and hand. "And you are a lucky man," said the widow with enthusiasm, "and I congratulate you with all my heart. Don't let there be any delay now, because a good thing can't be done too soon." And indeed, before that night was over, Mrs. Greenow had the pair together in her own presence, and then fixed the day. "A fellow ought to be allowed to turn himself," Cheesacre said to her, pleading for himself in a whisper. But no, Mrs. Greenow would give him no such mercy. She knew to what a man turning himself might probably lead. She was a woman who was quite in earnest when she went to work, and I hope that Miss Fairstairs was grateful. Then, in that presence, was in truth the last kiss given on that eventful evening. "Come, Charlie, be good-natured to him. He's as good as your own now," said the widow. And Charlie was good-natured. "It's to be as soon as ever we come back from our trip," said Mrs. Greenow to Kate, the next day, "and I'm lending her money to get all her things at once. He shall come to the scratch, though I go all the way to Norfolk by myself and fetch him by his ears. He shall come, as sure as my name's Greenow, or Belfield, as it will be then, you know." "And I shouldn't wonder if she did have to go to Norfolk," said Kate to her cousin. That event, however, cannot be absolutely concluded in these pages. I can only say that, when I think of Mrs. Greenow's force of character and warmth of friendship, I feel that Miss Fairstairs' prospects stand on good ground. Mrs. Greenow's own marriage was completed with perfect success. She took Captain Belfield for better or for worse, with a thorough determination to make the best of his worst, and to put him on his legs, if any such putting might be possible. He, at any rate, had been in luck. If any possible stroke of fortune could do him good, he had found that stroke. He had found a wife who could forgive all his past offences, and also, if necessary, some future offences. Who had money enough for all his wants, and kindness enough to gratify them, and who had, moreover, which for the captain was the most important, strength enough to keep from him the power of ruining them both. Reader, let us wish a happy married life to Captain and Mrs. Belfield. The day after the ceremony Alice Vavasor and Kate Vavasor started for Matching Priory. Chapter 79. Diamonds are diamonds. Kate and Alice, as they drew near to their journey's end, were both a little flurried, and I cannot but own that there was cause for nervousness. Kate Vavasor was to meet Mr. Grey for the first time. Mr. Grey was now staying at Matching and was to remain there until a week of his marriage. He was then to return to Cambridgeshire for a day or two, and after that was to become a guest at the rector's house at Matching the evening before the ceremony. Why not let him come here at once? Lady Glencora had said to her husband. It is such nonsense, you know. But Mr. Palliser would not hear of it. Mr. Palliser, though a radical in public life, would not for worlds transgress the social laws of his ancestors, and so the matter was settled. Kate on this very day of her arrival at Matching would thus see Mr. Grey for the first time, and she could not but feel that she had been the means of doing Mr. Grey much injury. She had moreover something, not much indeed, but still something, of that feeling which made the Pallisers terrible to the imagination, because of their rank and wealth. She was a little afraid of the Pallisers, but of Mr. Grey she was very much afraid. And Alice also was not at her ease. She would fain have prevented so very quick a marriage had she not felt that now, after all the trouble that she had caused, there was nothing left for her but to do as others wished. When a day had been named she had hardly dared to demur, and had allowed Lady Glencora to settle everything as she had wished. But it was not only the suddenness of her marriage which dismayed her. Its nature and attributes were terrible to her. Both Lady Midlothian and the Marchioness of Auld Reekie were coming. When this was told to her by letter she had no means of escape. Lady MacLeod is right in nearly all that she says, Lady Glencora had written to her. At any rate, you needn't be such a fool as to run away from your cousins, simply because they have handles to their names. You must take the thing as it comes. Lady Glencora, moreover, had settled for her the list of bridesmaids. Alice had made a petition that she might be allowed to go through the ceremony with only one, with none but Kate to back her. But she ought to have known that when she consented to be married at Matching, and indeed she had had very little power of resisting that proposition, all such questions would be decided for her. 2 daughters therefore of Lady Midlothian were to act, Lady Jane and Lady Mary, and the one daughter of the Marchioness, who was also a Lady Jane. And there were to be 2 Miss Howards down from London, girls who were known both to Alice and to Lady Glencora, and who were in some distant way connected with them both. A great attempt was made to induce the 2 Miss Pallisers to join the bevy, but they had frankly pleaded their age. No woman should stand up as a bridesmaid, said the strong-minded Sophie, who doesn't mean to get married if she can. Now I don't mean to get married, and I won't put myself among the young people. Lady Glencora was therefore obliged to submit to do the work with only 6. But she swore that they should be very smart. She was to give all the dresses, and Mr. Palliser was to give a brooch and an armlet to each. She is the only person in the world I want to pet, except yourself, Lady Glencora had said to her husband, and he had answered by giving her carte blanche as regards expense. All this was very terrible to Kate, who had not much feminine taste for finery. Of the dress she had heard, of the dress which was waiting at Matching to be made up after her arrival, though as yet she knew nothing of the trinkets. There are many girls who could submit themselves at a moment to the kindness of such a woman as Lady Glencora. Perhaps most girls would do so, for of all such women in the world, Lady Glencora was the least inclined to patronize or to be condescending in her kindnesses. But Kate Vavasor was one to whom such submission would not come easily. I wish I was out of this boat, she said to Alice in the train. So that I might be shipwrecked alone. No. There can be no shipwreck to you. When the day of action comes you will be taken away, up to heaven, upon the clouds. But what are they to do with me? You'll find that Glencora will not desert you. You can't conceive what taste she has. I'd sooner be bridesmaid to Charlie Fairstairs. I would indeed. My place in the world is not among cabinet ministers and old countesses. Nor mine. Yes, it seems that yours is to be there. They are your cousins, and you have made at any rate one great friend among them, one who is to be the biggest of them all. And you are going to throw me over, Kate? To tell the truth, Alice, I sometimes think you had better throw me over. I know it would be sad for both, but perhaps it would be better. I have done you much harm and no good. And now where I am going I shall disgrace you. She talked even of getting out at some station and returning, and would have done so had not Alice made it impossible. As it was, the evening found her and Alice together entering the park gate at Matching, in Lady Glencora's carriage. Lady Glencora had sent a note to the station. She could not come herself, she said, because Mr. Palliser was a little fussy. You'll understand, dear, but don't say a word. Alice didn't say a word, having been very anxious not to lower Mr. Palliser in her cousin's respect. None of the Lady Janes and Lady Marys were at Matching when they arrived. Indeed, there was no guest there but Mr. Grey, for which Kate felt herself to be extremely grateful. Mr. Grey came into the hall, standing behind Mr. Palliser, who stood behind his wife. Alice passed by them both, and was at once in her lover's arms. "Then I must introduce myself," said Lady Glencora to Kate, "and my husband also." This she did, and no woman in England could have excelled her in the manner of doing it. "I have heard so much about you," said she, still keeping Kate's hand, "and I know how good you've been. And how wicked you have been," she added in a whisper. Then Mr. Grey was brought up to her, and they were introduced. It was not till some days had passed over them that she felt herself at all at her ease with Mr. Grey, and I doubt whether she ever reached that point with Mr. Palliser. But Lady Glencora she knew, and liked, and almost loved, from the first moment of their meeting. "Have you heard the news?" said Lady Glencora to Alice, the first minute that they were alone. Alice, of course, had not heard the news. "Mr. Bott is going to marry Mrs. Marsham. There is such a row about it. Plantagenet is nearly mad. I never knew him so disgusted in my life. Of course I don't dare to tell him so, but I am so heartily rejoiced. You know how I love them both, and I could not possibly wish any better reward for either." Alice, who had personally known more of Mr. Bott than of Mrs. Marsham, said that she couldn't but be sorry for the lady. "She's old enough to be his mother," said Lady Glencora, "otherwise I really don't know any people better suited to each other. The best is, that Mr. Bott is doing it to regain his footing with Mr. Palliser. I am sure of that, and Plantagenet will never speak to him again. But, Alice, there is other news." "What other news?" "It is hardly news yet, and of course I am very wicked to tell you. But I feel sure Mr. Grey knows all about it, and if I didn't tell, he would. He hasn't told me anything yet. He hasn't had time, and when he does, you mustn't pretend to know. I believe Mr. Palliser will certainly be Chancellor of the Exchequer before next month, and, if so, he'll never come in for Silverbridge again. But he'll be in Parliament, will he not?" "Oh, yes. He'll be in Parliament. I don't understand all about it. There is a man going out for the county, for Barsetshire, some man whom the Duke used to favour, and he wants Plantagenet to come in for that. I can't understand what difference it makes. But he will be in the cabinet?" "Oh, yes. But who do you suppose is to be the new member for Silverbridge?" "I can't guess," said Alice. Though, of course, she did guess. "Mind, I don't know it. He has never told me. But he told me that he had been with the Duke, and asked the Duke to let Geoffrey have the seat. The Duke became as black as thunder, and said that Geoffrey had no fortune. In short, he wouldn't hear of it. Poor Geoffrey. We must try to do something for him, but I really don't know how. Then the Duke said, that Plantagenet should put in for Silverbridge some friend who would support himself. And I fancy, mind it's only fancy, but I fancy that Plantagenet mentioned to his Grace, one Mr. Grey. Oh, Glencora. They've been talking together till sometimes I think Mr. Grey is worse than Plantagenet. When Mr. Grey began to say something the other night in the drawing-room about sugar, I knew it was all up with you. He'll be a financial secretary. You see if he isn't, or a lord of something, or an under-somebody of state, and then some day he'll go mad, either because he does or because he doesn't get into the cabinet. Lady Glencora, as she said all this, knew well that the news she was giving would please her cousin better than any other tidings that could be told. By degrees the guests came. The two Miss Howards were the first, and they expressed themselves as delighted with Lady Glencora's taste and with Mr. Palliser's munificence, for at that time the brooches and armlets had been produced. Kate had said very little about these matters, but the Miss Howards were loud in their thanks. But they were good-humoured, merry girls, and the house was pleasanter after their arrival than it had been before. Then came the dreaded personage, the guest, Lady Midlothian. On the subject of Lady Midlothian Kate had really become curious. She had a real desire to see the face and gait of the woman, and to hear her voice. Lady Midlothian came, and with her came Lady Jane and Lady Mary. I am by no means sure that Lady Jane and Lady Mary were not nearly as old as the two Miss Pallisers. But they were not probably so fully resolved as to the condition of their future modes of living as were those two ladies, and if so, they were not wrong to shine as bridesmaids. With them Alice had made some slight acquaintance during the last spring in London, and as they were now to attend upon her as the bride they were sufficiently gracious. To Kate, too, they were civil enough, and things, in public, went on very pleasantly at Matching. A scene there was, of course, between Alice and Lady Midlothian, a scene in private. You must go through it, Lady Glencora had said, with jocose mournfulness, and why should you not let her jump upon you a little? It can't hurt you now. But I don't like people to jump upon me, Alice said. And why are you to have everything just as you like it? You are so unreasonable. Think how I've been jumped on. Think what I have borne from them. If you knew the things she used to say to me, you would not be such a coward. I was sent down to her for a week, and had no power of helping myself. And the Marchioness used to be sent for to look at me, for she never talks. She used to look at me, and groan, and hold up her hands till I hated her the worst of the two. Think what they did to me, and yet they are my dear friends now. Why should you escape altogether? Alice could not escape altogether, and therefore was closeted with Lady Midlothian for the best part of an hour. Did Lady Macleod read to you what I wrote? The Countess asked. Yes, that is, she gave me the letter to read. And I hope you understand me, Alice. Oh, yes, I suppose so. You suppose so, my dear. If you only suppose so I shall not be contented. I want you to appreciate my feelings towards you thoroughly. I want you to know that I am most anxious as to your future life, and that I am thoroughly satisfied with the step you are now taking. The Countess paused, but Alice said nothing. Her tongue was itching to tell the old woman that she cared nothing for this expression of satisfaction. But she was aware that she had done much that was deserving of punishment, and resolved to take this as part of her penance. She was being jumped upon, and it was unpleasant. But, after all that had happened, it was only fitting that she should undergo much unpleasantness. Thoroughly satisfied, continued the Countess. And now, I only wish to refer, in the slightest manner possible, to what took place between us when we were both of us under this roof last winter. Why refer to it at all, Lady Midlothian? Because I think it may do good, and because I cannot make you understand that I have thoroughly forgiven everything, unless I tell you that I have forgiven that also. On that occasion I had come all the way from Scotland on purpose to say a few words to you. I am so sorry that you should have had the trouble. I do not regret it, Alice. I never do regret doing anything which I believe to have been my duty. There is no knowing how far what I said then may have operated for good. Alice thought that she knew very well, but she said nothing. I must confess that what I then understood to be your obstinacy, and I must say also, if I tell the truth, your indifference to all prudential considerations whatever. Not to talk of appearances and decorum, and I might say, anything like a high line of duty or moral conduct, shocked me very much. It did, indeed, my dear. Taking it all together, I don't know that I was ever more shocked in my life. The thing was so inscrutable. Here Lady Midlothian held up one hand in a manner that was truly imposing, so inscrutable. But that is all over now. What was personally offensive to myself I could easily forgive, and I do forgive it. I shall never think of it any more. Here Lady Midlothian put up both her hands gently, as though wafting the injury away into the air. But what I wish specially to say to you is this, your own conduct is forgiven also. Here she paused again, and Alice winced. Who was this dreadful old Countess? What was the Countess to her, that she should be thus tormented with the old woman's forgiveness? John Grey had forgiven her, and of external forgiveness that was enough. She had not forgiven herself, would never forgive herself altogether. And the pardon of no old woman in England could assist her in doing so. She had sinned, but she had not sinned against Lady Midlothian. "Let her jump upon you, and have done with it," Lady Glencora had said. She had resolved that it should be so, but it was very hard to keep her resolution. "The Marchioness and I have talked it over," continued Lady Midlothian, "and she has asked me to speak for both her and myself." "There is comfort at any rate in that," thought Alice, who had never yet seen the Marchioness. "We have resolved that all those little mistakes should be as though they had never been committed. We shall both be most happy to receive you and your husband, who is, I must say, one of the most gentlemanlike looking men I ever saw. It seems that he and Mr. Palliser are on most friendly, I may say, most confidential terms, and that must be quite a pleasure to you." "It's a pleasure to him, which is more to the purpose," said Alice. "Exactly so. And now, my dear, everything is forgiven and shall be forgotten. Come and give me a kiss, and let me wish you joy." Alice did as she was bidden, and accepted the kiss and the congratulations, and a little box of jewellery which Lady Midlothian produced from out of her pocket. "The diamonds are from the Marchioness, my dear, whose means, as you doubtless are aware, greatly exceed my own. The garnets are from me. I hope they may both be worn long and happily. I hardly know which was the worst, the lecture, the kiss, or the present. The latter she would have declined, had it been possible, but it was not possible. When she had agreed to be married at Matching she had not calculated the amount of punishment which would thereby be inflicted on her. But I think that, though she bore it impatiently, she was aware that she had deserved it. Although she fretted herself greatly under the infliction of Lady Midlothian, she acknowledged to herself, even at the time, that she deserved all the lashes she received. She had made a fool of herself in her vain attempt to be greater and grander than other girls, and it was only fair that her folly should be in some sort punished before it was fully pardoned. John Gray punished it after one fashion, by declining to allude to it, or to think of it, or to take any account of it. And now Lady Midlothian had punished it after another fashion, and Alice went out of the Countess's presence with sundry inward exclamations of mea culpa, and with many unseen beatings of the breast. 2 days before the ceremony came the Marchioness and her august daughter. Her Lady Jane was much more august than the other Lady Jane, very much more august indeed. She had very long flaxen hair, and very light blue eyes, which she did not move frequently, and she spoke very little, one may almost say not at all, and she never seemed to do anything. But she was very august, and was, as all the world knew, engaged to marry the Duke of Dumfriesshire, who, though twice her own age, was as yet childless. As soon as he should have completed his mourning for his first wife. Kate told her cousin that she did not at all know how she should ever stand up as one in a group with so august a person as this Lady Jane. And Alice herself felt that such an attendant would quite obliterate her. But Lady Jane and her mother were both harmless. The Marchioness never spoke to Kate and hardly spoke to Alice, and the Marchioness's Lady Jane was quite as silent as her mother. On the morning of this day, the day on which these very august people came, a telegram arrived at the Priory calling for Mr. Palliser's immediate presence in London. He came to Alice full of regret, and behaved himself very nicely. Alice now regarded him quite as a friend. "Of course I understand," she said, "and I know that the business which takes you up to London pleases you." "Well, yes, it does please me. I am glad, I don't mind saying so to you. But it does not please me to think that I shall be away at your marriage. Pray make your father understand that it was absolutely unavoidable. But I shall see him, of course, when I come back. And I shall see you too before very long." "Shall you?" "Oh yes." "And why so?" "Because Mr. Gray must be at Silverbridge for his election, but perhaps I ought not tell you his secrets." Then he took her into the breakfast parlour and showed her his present. It was a service of Sèvres china, very precious and beautiful. "I got you these things because Gray likes china." "So do I like china," said she, with her face brighter than he had ever yet seen it. "I thought you would like them best," said he. Alice, looking up at him with her eyes full of tears, told him that she did like them best, and then, as he wished her all happiness, and as he was stooping over her to kiss her, Lady Glencora came in. "I beg pardon," said she, "I was just 1 minute too soon, was I not?" "She would have them sent here and unpacked," said Mr. Palliser, "though I told her it was foolish." "Of course I would," said Lady Glencora. "Everything shall be unpacked and shown. It's easy to get somebody to pack them again." Much of the wedding tribute had already been deposited with the china, and among other things there were the jewels that Lady Midlothian had brought. "Upon my word, her ladyship's diamonds are not to be sneezed at," said Lady Glencora. "I don't care for diamonds," said Alice. Then Lady Glencora took up the Countess's trinkets, and shook her head and turned up her nose. There was a wonderfully comic expression on her face as she did so. "To me they are just as good as the others," said Alice. "To me they are not, then," said Lady Glencora. "Diamonds are diamonds, and garnets are garnets. And I am not so romantic but what I know the difference." On the evening before the marriage Alice and Lady Glencora walked for the last time through the Priory ruins. It was now September, and the evenings were still long, so that the ladies could get out upon the lawn after dinner. Whether Lady Glencora would have been allowed to walk through the ruins so late as 8:30 in the evening if her husband had been there may be doubtful. But her husband was away and she took this advantage of his absence. "Do you remember that night we were here?" said Lady Glencora. "When shall I forget it, or how is it possible that such a night should ever be forgotten? No, I shall never forget it. Oh dear, what wonderful things have happened since that. Do you ever think of Geoffrey?" "Yes, of course I think of him. I did like him so much. I hope I shall see him some day. And he liked you too, young woman, and, what was more, young woman, I thought at one time that, perhaps, you were going to like him in earnest." "Not in that way, certainly. You've done much better, of course, especially as poor Geoffrey's chance of promotion doesn't look so good now. If I have a boy, I wonder whether he'll hate me." "Why should he hate you?" "I can't help it, you know, if he does. Only think what it is to Plantagenet. Have you seen the difference it makes in him already? Of course it makes a difference. The greatest difference in the world. And think what it will be to me, Alice. I used to lie in bed and wish myself dead, and make up my mind to drown myself, if I could only dare. I shan't think any more of that poor fellow now." Then she told Alice what had been done for Burgo, how his uncle had paid his bills once again, and had agreed to give him a small income. "Poor fellow," said Lady Glencora, "it won't do more than buy him gloves, you know." The marriage was magnificent, greatly to the dismay of Alice and to the discomfort of Mr. Vavasor, who came down on the eve of the ceremony, arriving while his daughter and Lady Glencora were in the ruins. Mr. Grey seemed to take it all very easily, and, as Lady Glencora said, played his part exactly as though he were in the habit of being married, at any rate, once a year. "Nothing on earth will ever put him out, so you need not try, my dear," she said, as Alice stood with her a moment alone in the dressing-room upstairs before her departure. "I know that," said Alice, "and therefore I shall never try." Chapter 80. The story is finished within the halls of the Duke of Omnium. Mr. Grey and wife were duly carried away from Matching Priory by post horses, and did their honeymoon, we may be quite sure, with much satisfaction. When Alice was first asked where she would go, she simply suggested that it should not be to Switzerland. They did, in truth, go by slow stages to Italy, to Venice, Florence, and on to Rome. But such had not been their intention when they first started on their journey. At that time Mr. Grey believed that he would be wanted again in England, down at Silverbridge in Barsetshire, very shortly. But before he had married a week he learned that all that was to be postponed. The cup of fruition had not yet reached Mr. Palliser's lips. There will be no vacancy either in the county or in the borough till Parliament meets. That had been the message sent by Mr. Palliser to Mr. Grey. Lady Glencora's message to Alice had been rather more full, having occupied 3 pages of note paper, the last of which had been crossed, but I do not know that it was more explicit. She had abused Lord Brock, had abused Mr. Finespun, and had abused all public things and institutions, because the arrangements as now proposed would be very comfortable to Alice, but would not, as she was pleased to think, be very comfortable to herself. You can go to Rome and see everything and enjoy yourself, which I was not allowed to do. And all this noise and bother, and crowd of electioneering, will take place down in Barsetshire just when I am in the middle of all my trouble. There were many very long letters came from Lady Glencora to Rome during the winter, letters which Alice enjoyed thoroughly, but which she could not but regard as being very indiscreet. The Duke was at the castle during the Christmas week, and the descriptions of the Duke and of his solicitude as to his heir were very comic. He comes and bends over me on the sofa in the most stupendous way, as though a woman to be the mother of his heir must be a miracle in nature. He is quite awful when he says a word or two, and more awful in his silence. The devil prompted me the other day, and I said I hoped it would be a girl. There was a look came over his face which nearly frightened me. If it should be, I believe he will turn me out of the house, but how can I help it? I wish you were going to have a baby at the same time. Then, if yours was a boy and mine a girl, we'd make a change. This was very indiscreet. Lady Glencora would write indiscreet letters like this, which Alice could not show to her husband. It was 1,000 pities. But December and January wore themselves away, and the time came in which the Greys were bound to return to England. The husband had very fully discussed with his wife that matter of his parliamentary ambition, and found in her a very ready listener. Having made up his mind to do this thing, he was resolved to do it thoroughly, and was becoming almost as full of politics, almost as much devoted to sugar, as Mr. Palliser himself. He at any rate could not complain that his wife would not interest herself in his pursuits. Then, as they returned, came letters from Lady Glencora, written as her troubles grew nigh. The Duke had gone, of course, but he was to be there at the appointed time. "Oh, I do so wish he would have a fit of the gout in London, or at Timbuktu," said Lady Glencora. When they reached London they first heard the news from Mr. Vavasor, who on this occasion condescended to meet them at the railway. "The Duke has got an heir," he said, before the carriage door was open, "born this morning." One might have supposed that it was the Duke's baby, and not the baby of Lady Glencora and Mr. Palliser. There was a note from Mr. Palliser to Mr. Grey. "Thank God," said the note, "Lady Glencora and the boy, Mr. Palliser had scorned to use the word child. Lady Glencora and the boy are quite as well as can be expected. Both the new writs were moved for last night." Mr. Palliser's honours, as will be seen, came rushing upon him all at once. Wondrous little baby, purpureo genitus. What have the gods not done for thee, if thou canst only manage to live till thy good things are all thine own, to live through all the terrible solicitude with which they will envelope thee. Better than royal rank will be thine, with influence more than royal, and power of action fettered by no royalty. Royal wealth which will be really thine own, to do with it as it beseemeth thee. Thou wilt be at the top of an aristocracy in a country where aristocrats need gird themselves with no buckram. All that the world can give will be thine. And yet when we talk of thee religiously, philosophically, or politico-economically, we are wont to declare that thy chances of happiness are no better, no better. If they be no worse, than are those of thine infant neighbour just born, in that farmyard cradle. Who shall say that they are better or that they are worse? Or if they be better, or if they be worse, how shall we reconcile to ourselves that seeming injustice? And now we will pay a little visit to the small one born in the purple, and the story of that visit shall be the end of our history. It was early in April, quite early in April, and Mr. and Mrs. Grey were both at Gatherum Castle. Mrs. Grey was there at the moment of which we write, but Mr. Grey was absent at Silverbridge with Mr. Palliser. This was the day of the Silverbridge election, and Mr. Grey had gone to that ancient borough, to offer himself as a candidate to the electors, backed by the presence and aid of a very powerful member of the cabinet. Lady Glencora and Alice were sitting upstairs with the small, purple-born one in their presence, and the small, purple-born one was lying in Alice's lap. "It is such a comfort that it is over," said the mother. "You are the most ungrateful of women. Oh, Alice, if you could have known. Your baby may come just as it pleases. You won't lie awake trembling how on earth you will bear your disgrace if one of the vile weaker sex should come to disturb the hopes of your lords and masters. For I had two, which made it so much more terrible. I'm sure Mr. Palliser would not have said a word. No, he would have said nothing, nor would the Duke. The Duke would simply have gone away instantly, and never have seen me again till the next chance comes, if it ever does come. And Mr. Palliser would have been as gentle as a dove. Much more gentle than he is now, for men are rarely gentle in their triumph. But I should have known what they both thought and felt. It's all right now, dear. Yes, my bonny boy, you have made it all right for me, have you not?" And Lady Glencora took her baby into her own arms. "You have made everything right, my little man. But oh, Alice, if you had seen the Duke's long face through those 3 days, if you had heard the tones of the people's voices as they whispered about me. If you had encountered the oppressive cheerfulness of those 2 London doctors are such bad actors, you would have thought it impossible for any woman to live throughout. There's one comfort, if my mannikin lives, I can't have another eldest. He looks like living, don't he, Alice?" Then were perpetrated various mysterious ceremonies of feminine idolatry which were continued till there came a grandly dressed old lady, who called herself the nurse, and who took the idol away. In the course of that afternoon Lady Glencora took Alice all over the house. It was a castle of enormous size, quite new, having been built by the present proprietor, very cold, very handsome, and very dull. "What an immense place!" said Alice, as she stood looking round her in the grand hall, which was never used as an entrance except on very grand occasions. "Is it not? And it cost, oh, I can't tell you how much it cost. £100,000 or more. Well, that would be nothing, as the Duke no doubt had the money in his pocket to do what he liked with at the time. But the joke is, nobody ever thinks of living here. Who'd live in such a great, overgrown place such as this, if they could get a comfortable house like Matching? Do you remember Longroyston and the hot water pipes? I always think of the poor Duchess when I come through here. Nobody ever lives here, or ever will. The Duke comes for 1 week in the year, and Plantagenet says he hates to do that. As for me, nothing on earth shall ever make me live here. I was completely in their power and couldn't help their bringing me here the other day, because I had, as it were, disgraced myself." "How disgraced yourself?" "In being so long, you know, before that gentleman was born. But they shan't play me the same trick again. I shall dare to assert myself, now. Come, we must go away. There are some of the British public come to see one of the British sights. That's another pleasure here. One has to run about to avoid being caught by the visitors. The housekeeper tells me they always grumble because they are not allowed to go into my little room upstairs." On the evening of that day Mr. Palliser and Mr. Grey returned home from Silverbridge together. The latter was then a member of Parliament, but the former at that moment was the possessor of no such dignity. The election for the borough was now over, whereas that for the county had not yet taken place. But there was no rival candidate for the position, and Mr. Palliser was thoroughly contented with his fate. He was at this moment actually Chancellor of the Exchequer, and in about 10 days' time would be on his legs in the House proposing for his country's use his scheme of finance. The 2 men were seated together in an open carriage, and were being whirled along by 4 horses. They were both no doubt happy in their ambition, but I think that of the 2, Mr. Palliser showed his triumph the most. Not that he spoke even to his friend a word that was triumphant in its tone. It was not thus that he rejoiced. He was by nature too placid for that. But there was a nervousness in his contentment which told the tale to any observer who might know how to read it. "I hope you'll like it," he said to Gray. "I shall never like it as you do," Gray answered. "And why not, why not?" "In the first place, I have not begun it so young. Any time before 35 is young enough. For useful work, yes, but hardly for enjoyment in the thing. And then I don't believe it all as you do. To you the British House of Commons is everything." "Yes, everything," said Mr. Palliser with unwonted enthusiasm, "everything, everything. That and the Constitution are everything. It is not so to me." "Ah, but it will be. If you really take to the work, and put yourself into harness, it will be so. You'll get to feel it as I do. The man who is counted by his colleagues as number one on the Treasury bench in the English House of Commons, is the first of living men. That's my opinion. I don't know that I ever said it before. But that's my opinion. And who is the second, the purse-bearer to this great man? I say nothing about the second. I don't know that there is any second. I wonder how we shall find Lady Glencora and the boy." They had then arrived at the side entrance to the castle, and Mr. Gray ran upstairs to his wife's room to receive her congratulations. "And you are a member of Parliament?" she asked. "They tell me so, but I don't know whether I actually am one till I've taken the oaths. I am so happy. There's no position in the world so glorious. It's a pity you are not Mr. Palliser's wife. That's just what he has been saying. Oh, John, I am so happy. It is so much more than I have deserved. I hope, that is, I sometimes think." "Think what, dearest?" "I hope nothing that I have ever said has driven you to it." "I'd do more than that, dear, to make you happy," he said, as he put his arm round her and kissed her, "more than that, at least if it were in my power." Probably my readers may agree with Alice, that in the final adjustment of her affairs she had received more than she had deserved. All her friends, except her husband, thought so. But as they have all forgiven her, including even Lady Midlothian herself, I hope that they who have followed her story to its close will not be less generous.